Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Good morning, everybody. Sorry, had the microphone off. I hope this finds you well this beautiful, beautiful morning here in beautiful Kerrville, Texas. It is, somebody asked me, what's the weather there in the mornings right now for you? And I'm like, beautiful. The low was 63. It is currently 73. It's going to be a high of 88 today. 88 today. I love that. This weather's perfect. 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 Not too cold. I never think it's really too hot. I want to thank my mama for this hat. I think it's something like National Association for Human Trafficking. Yeah, she gave it to me. Love you, mama. This morning is a odd morning. All the courts are starting late, and surprise, surprise. Really surprised me that they're starting late this morning. Want to give a shout out to Trace on the case. Thank you so much for being a part of this family. I'm gonna try and do some new things today. So I have these sound effects, and you know what? I'm tired of looking at them and not using them. So we're going to be using our sound effects today. So when we have all you new fabulous people hopping in, I'll be using them. I got to figure out which ones to use, though. So I want to go ahead. Okay. Right up here. We have first in chat today was Ada K. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. Okay. We have Ari. By the way, I hope you're still here, girl. Your hat is finished. I'm working on this one. Are you okay with that pattern? Because the pattern is going to go from here to here, and it's going to repeat right here. That's your pattern all the way around. Although I'm a little flustered with the beads because I got to tighten a few. Got to go in and tighten a few. But that's your pattern. I hope you like it. That is for one of your friends. I may not do much beading today. I've got a college paper that I have to get done. I got a quiz and another paper tomorrow. So, but there be your hat, boo. Oh, honey, 2800. Welcome, Karate Cat Mom. One sunny day. Oh my gosh. I hope you're in court too. We would love to have your inside scoop. No, I didn't turn the lights on. I thought, kind of like the soft lighting this morning. Okay, court is up. They are looking at the beautiful seal of Texas, state of Texas and the Galveston County. Yeah, I'm kind of playing hooked from love the lighting. Really? There's no light. This is natural sunlight coming in. Natural sunlight coming in. Hooky. I kind of figured that's what you meant. I would just yeah, no problem. So maybe do some beating today, but I gotta be honest, my hand hurts. I gotta answer this. We are all good. We're all good. That is what friends are for. Okay, so I want to kind of go over the case. Let's hop in. By the way, my coffee can't do that. Coffee this morning. Yeah, no. Coffee. Actually, whoo, this is a punch. This will wake you up. Nothing wakes you up like coffee in your cup. I don't know what's going on with me and music today, this week. All right, guys, let me do a little dive. Okay, I want to talk about the Uriah Uric. Uriah Uric is currently on trial as we are watching for capital red room and the death of his grandmother. Ooh, that was a bite. Tammy King. Witness testimony and legal analysis reveal a chilling narrative of motive, manipulation, and forensic evidence. Here's what we have seen thus far. Hold on. Okay. We have Uriah Lee Uric Jr. I call him Yuri, age 18. His co-defendant is Tara King. She's not a part of this today. But Tara King, this case, they're being tried separate. Tara King is the granddaughter to the victim, and she too is charged with capital red room and credit card abuse. The victim, Tammy King, was found shot in her Blackcliff home in Texas on February the 5th, 2025. Now, Tammy King's body was discovered under and amongst sheets. Allergies, in her bed, in her home. Her home was ransacked. The gun safes were open, purses empty, credit cards on the floor. I can't believe they actually left some cash on the floor, but they did. Tammy refused to let Uric stay overnight with Tara King. This denial reportedly sparked the fatal confrontation. Uric and Tara were arrested together in Laredo, Texas, days after the red room. A male witness testified that he helped Uric and Tara flee after the red room. His accounts including details of their behavior and attempts to evade the law, including buying hair dye, cutting your hair, trying to change their appearance. He reported that the tension was rising between Tammy and Tara and over school attendance. He was the one that found I'm sorry, the boyfriend. Sorry, Tammy's boyfriend. I missed that part. Tammy's boyfriend, he reported the rising of tension between Tammy and Tara over the fact that Tara wasn't attending her school. She was skipping school. He was the one who found her body and alerted the authorities. Prosecution are arguing premeditation and robbery as an aggravating factor. The use of firearm and ransacking of the home supports this theory. Details remain limited, but early indications suggest they may challenge intent and implicate Tar King more heavily. The defense is going to, of course, push the blame. York allegedly used Tammy King's credit cards after her death, adding financial motive to the case. Key witnesses in the testimony against York trial included the accounts from a gateway accomplice, alleges, and the victim's boyfriend, both of them whom shed light on the events surrounding Tammy King's Red Room. Gateway witness aiding and escaping role, a male witness testified that he helped Yuri and Tar King bleed after the shooting. He described their behavior immediately after the Red Room as he recounted the attempt to evade law enforcement under their route and demeanor. His testimony supported the prosecution's claim and flight from justice. Now, the victim's boyfriend, he was one who found Tammy King's body, called the authorities. We've already talked about that. Let me see. I may have doubled up on my notes. Forensic evidence at the scene. Tammy King's body was found covered with sheets. Her home was ransacked. All that we've talked about. The medical examiner testified that denied that that Tammy King had passed away from the gunshot wound, and her body was found covered in multiple sheets, suggesting the attempt to conceal the crime. Forensic confirmation of homicide cause of death. Tammy King was, of course, a gunshot to the head, according to the Galveston County medical examiner. Again, with the home being ransacked, legal ramifications of the medical is the capital murder charges. The gunshot wound was a sign of robbery, elevated the case. So this particular case is just sad. To me, the betrayal within the family heightens the emotional impact of the testimony. And Tammy King was killed by her granddaughter and boyfriend, allegedly with her granddaughter's help. I'm like, boo, y'all. That's you ain't even safe with your grandkids no more. Just saying. There's movement in the court. The first witness has taken the stand. Let me skim back and get it set up. Boy, they don't have much lead in, man. They're like, boom, we're on. So boom, we're on. Turn on the volume.
You're still under oath. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Detective. Good morning. Where we left off, we just finished talking through the timeline. Is that correct? Correct. I want to talk a little bit about some of the items that you located throughout your investigation and where they came from. Throughout your investigation, were you able to make a determination where any of the pieces of evidence located with Tara and Uriah had come from?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about that?
The items in Laredo that we recovered, there was a box with ammunition, and it had the same initials, the JK written in black Sharpie on one of the boxes. That was the same as the magazine found by Tara's room in the house.
And what about the firearms that were located with them in Laredo?
The firearms, we knew that J.C. King was a gun dealer. He owned a store, and upon his death, he left all those items to Tammy.
And so the firearms that were located with Tara and Uriah, who did those belong to?
Tammy.
Besides the firearms and ammunition located with them in Laredo, what else, if anything, was located with them in Laredo?
There was also some money. There was items like a watch, a gold watch, but things belonging to Tammy, as well as some expensive guns, ammunition, magazines, money, and there was so much that we recovered.
I'm going to break it down a little bit. So with the money, how much money ultimately was recovered in Laredo?
$5,400.
And do you recall what denominations that money was in?
Yes, there were hundreds.
And do you know from your investigation, was that the entirety of the money that was taken from Tammy?
That was not.
So how do we know what that money came from or what it was?
They left, Butch left it, or J.C. King left an inheritance to Tara in the amount of $10,000
And where was that located?
in the gun safe.
And so you stated there was only $5,400 with them in Laredo. Through your investigation, did you determine where the rest of that money had gone?
Yeah, yes.
Where was that?
Along the way, they paid people to transport them or take them to the store, or and they paid with that money. They would give them $100 here and there just to get them things and get them to places.
And is that including people like Christian Atkins and Travis Hodge?
Yes, and Nathaniel Henderson.
So besides what you located in Laredo, was there anywhere else that you located evidence that belonged to Tammy?
Yes.
Where?
In Travis Hodge's unit, storage unit, unit 191.
And what did you locate?
We located 2 guns and some ammunition, a bag of ammunition with some magazines in it.
And were these more of those same guns that used to belong to J.C. King that then belonged to Tammy?
Yes.
Other than now in Laredo and Travis's storage unit, did you pull any evidence from anywhere else that also belonged to Tammy?
I don't recall.
Did you locate any firearms or ammunition at Christian Atkins' house?
Yes, we did. We recovered some guns there.
And did that ammunition still have that same JK initials on it?
Yes, that's where we found the box that had the JK on it.
Now, were you able to determine where all of that was usually kept?
Yes,
Where?
in the safes in the Tammy's room.
And were you able to make a determination or find any evidence that told you whether or not Tara and Uriah had permission to get into those safes?
Yes.
How was that?
The passwords were written down on a piece of paper that were taped to the inside of her dresser drawer.
And so, was there anything else that told you that they weren't allowed to, that they didn't have permission to have those items?
Yes.
What was that?
We located a photo in the phone that had the same piece of paper that was still at the scene.
So they had taken a photo of those safe goods.
Yes.
We've also seen a lot about some communications via Instagram and text message. Did any of that give you more information as to whether or not Tara or Uriah had permission to have the guns or the money or the coins or anything of that nature?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that?
There was a message recovered that they stated they were going to rob Tammy.
And did in fact they talk about that multiple times?
Several times, to rob and kill her.
Now let's talk about, you stated to kill her. How many messages did you locate discussing Tara and Uriah's desire to kill Tammy King?
So that was one of the keywords we used in the Instagrams. We used kill, and there were several messages where they used the word kill.
And then did any of the evidence that we collected or that was tested by the lab, did that corroborate what you were seeing in the text messages?
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? What was it?
So the projectile located in Tammy's body that was removed by the medical examiner was consistent with the casing, the shell casing found in Tammy's room, which was located by her bed.
And we were able to match that to this firearm, correct?
Yes.
And where was that firearm ultimately located by Galveston County Sheriff's Office?
It was an AR 5.56 and it was located in Travis Hodge's storage unit.
And who gave it to Travis Hodge?
Tara and Uriah.
At the end of your investigation, did you make a determination whether or not a crime had occurred?
Yes.
What crime was that?
Capital murder by the way of robbery.
I'll pass this witness, Your Honor.
No questions.
All right, thank you. You may sit down. I call your next witness.
The state of rest, Your Honor.
Have any witnesses?
We rest, Judge.
Okay, so both sides resting close.
Yes.
Would you like to come up briefly?
Wow. Sidebar. We don't have, I'm looking for a bingo card, but today we don't have it. We have, so we'll just remember to mark off. We got to mark it off. You know, what can I say? Where is it?
Sidebar.
I need some fun, crazy, cute sounds like.
All right, so both sides having closed the portion of the evidence, the next step is for me to read the charge to you. After I've read the charge, and it's rather lengthy,
Oh my God. We're going to verdict.
but you will be able to take the charge of the court back with you. We'll have
Angela, can you check on June, please?
closing arguments. After closing arguments is when you will begin deliberations. So I'm going to read this, and as I said before, it is rather lengthy. But you will be able to take the original back with you. Charge of the court. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., stands charged by indictment with the felony offense of capital murder, alleged to have been committed on or about the 6th day of February 2025 in Galveston County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pled not guilty. Both sides will soon present final arguments. Before they do, I must now give you the instructions you must follow in deciding whether the defendant has been proved guilty or not. You will have a written copy of these instructions to take with you and use during your deliberations. First, I will tell you some general principles of law that must govern your decision of the case. Then I will instruct you on the rules that must control your deliberations. Finally, I will tell you about the specific law applicable to this case. General principles, the indictment. The indictment is not evidence of guilt. The indictment is only a document required to bring the case before you. The indictment cannot be considered in any way by the jury. Do not consider the fact that the defendant has been arrested, confined, or indicted, or otherwise charged. You may not draw any inference of guilt from any of these circumstances. Presumption of innocence. The defendant is presumed innocent of the charge. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove his innocence or produce any evidence at all. Unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case, the presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant. Burden of proof. The burden of proof throughout the
I just have to say, I'm enjoying listening to her read this.
trial is always on the state. The defendant does not have to prove anything. So he does not have the burden to prove anything. The state must prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt to establish guilt for the offense. If the state proves every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant guilty. It is not required that the state prove every element of the offense beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the state's proof excludes any and all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. If the state does not prove every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If, after you have considered all of the evidence and these instructions, you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant is guilty, you must find the defendant not guilty. Jury as fact finder. As the jurors, you review the evidence to determine the facts and what they prove. You judge the believability of the witnesses and the weight to
State rests, defendant went, we rest. They put up zero defense.
give their testimony. In judging the facts and the believability of the witnesses, you must apply the law provided in these instructions. Evidence. The evidence consists of testimony and exhibits admitted in the trial. You must consider only evidence to reach your decision. You must not consider, discuss, or mention anything that is not evidence in the trial. You must not consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with the case that is not evidence in the trial. Statements made by lawyers are not evidence. The questions asked by the attorneys are not evidence. Evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses and the materials admitted into evidence. Nothing the judge has said or done in this case should be considered by you as an opinion about the facts of the case or influence you to vote one way or the other. You should give terms their common meanings unless you have been told in these instructions that the terms are given special meanings. In that case, of course, you should give those terms the meanings provided in the instructions. You should consider only the evidence. You are permitted to draw reasonable inferences from the testimony and exhibits that are justified in the light of common experience. In other words, you may make deductions and reach conclusions that reason and common sense lead you to draw from the facts that have been established by the evidence. You are to render a fair and impartial verdict based on the evidence admitted in the case under the law that is in these instructions. Do not allow your verdict to be determined by bias or prejudice. Admitted exhibits. You may, if you wish, examine exhibits. If you wish to examine an exhibit, the foreperson will inform the court and specifically identify the exhibit you wish to examine. Only exhibits that were admitted into evidence may be given to you for examination. Testimony. Certain testimony will be read back to you by the court recorder if you request. To request the testimony be read back to you, you must follow these rules. The court will allow testimony to be read back to the jury only if the jury, in writing, signed by the foreperson, 1, states that it is requesting that testimony be read back. 2, states that it has a disagreement about a specific statement of a witness or a particular point in dispute. And 3, identifies the name of the witnesses who made the statement. The court will then have the court recorder read back only that part of the statement that is in disagreement. Evidence of wrongful acts possibly committed by the defendant. During the trial, you have heard evidence that the defendant may have committed wrongful acts not charged in the indictment. You are not to consider that evidence at all unless you find, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant did, in fact, commit the wrongful act. Those of you who believe the defendant did the wrongful act may consider it. Even if you do find that the defendant committed a wrongful act, you may consider this evidence only for the limited purpose I have described. You may not consider this evidence to prove that the defendant is a bad person and for this reason was likely to commit the charged offense. In other words, you should only consider this evidence only for the specific limited purpose I have described. To consider this evidence for any other purpose would be improper. Rules that control deliberations. You must follow these rules while you are deliberating and until you reach a verdict. After the closing arguments by the attorneys, you will go to the jury room. Your first task will be to pick your foreperson. The foreperson should conduct the deliberations in an orderly way. Each juror has one vote, including the foreperson. The foreperson must supervise the voting, vote with other members on the verdict, and sign the verdict sheet. While deliberating and until excused by the trial court, all jurors must follow these rules. Number 1, you must not discuss the case with any court officer or the attorneys or anyone not on the jury. Number 2, you must not discuss the case unless all of you are present in the jury room. If anyone leaves, then you must stop your discussions about the case until all of you are present again. You must communicate with the judge only in writing, signed by the foreperson and given to the judge through the officer assigned to you. 4, you must not conduct any independent investigations, research, or experiments. 5, you must tell the judge if anyone attempts to contact you about the case before you reach your verdict. Your sole duty at this time is to determine whether the defendant has been proved guilty. You must restrict your deliberations to this matter. If you have arrived at your verdict, you are to use one of the forms attached to these instructions. You should have your foreperson sign his or her name to that particular form that conforms to your verdict. After the closing arguments by the attorneys, you will begin your deliberations to decide your verdict. No one has the authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. After you have retired, you may communicate with this court in writing through the officer who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the officer who has you in charge, or the attorneys, or the court, or anyone else concerning any questions you may have. After you have reached a unanimous verdict, the foreperson will certify thereto by filling in the appropriate form attached to this charge and signing his or her name as foreperson. Occasionally, during jury deliberations, a dispute arises as to the testimony presented. If this should occur, you shall inform the court and request that the court read the portion of the disputed testimony to you from the official transcript. You shall not rely on your notes to resolve the dispute, because those notes, if any, are not official transcripts. The dispute must be settled by the official transcript, for it is the official transcript rather than any juror's notes upon which you must base your determination of the facts and ultimately your verdict in this case. Certain testimony will be read back to you by the court recorder if you request. To request the testimony be read back, you must follow these rules. The court will allow testimony to be read back to the jury only if, in writing and signed by the foreperson, 1, states that it is requesting the testimony be read back. 2, states that it has a disagreement about a specific statement of a witness or a particular point in dispute. And 3, identifies the name of the witnesses who made the statement. The court will then have the court recorder read back only that part of the statement that is in disagreement. Any notes you have taken are for your own personal use. You may take your notes back into the jury room and consult them during deliberations, but do not show or read your notes to your fellow jurors during your deliberations. Your notes are not evidence. Each of you should rely on your own independent recollection of the evidence and not be influenced by the fact that another juror has or has not taken notes. Instructions of the court. The state accuses the defendant of having committed the offense of capital murder. Specifically, the accusation is that the defendant is guilty of capital murder. The state contends that the defendant intentionally caused the death of Tammy King by shooting Tammy King with a firearm, and the defendant was in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offense of robbery of Tammy King. A person commits an offense if the person intentionally causes the death of an individual in the
I'm sorry, y'all. Honey, thank you for catching. I had the wrong person on the screen all morning. I'm tired, y'all. My apologies. Here is the correct person on the screen.
course of committing or
My coffee hadn't kicked in yet.
attempting to commit robbery. To prove that the defendant is guilty of capital murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt two elements. The elements are that 1, the defendant intentionally caused the death of an individual, and 2, this was done in the course of committing or attempting to commit robbery. A person commits the offense of murder if the person intentionally causes the death of an individual. To prove the defendant guilty of murder, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt two elements. The elements are that 1, the defendant caused the death of an individual, and 2, the defendant did this intentionally. A person causes the death of another if, but for the person's conduct, the death of the other would not have occurred. Burden of proof. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the accusation of capital murder. Definitions. Intentionally causing the death of an individual. A person intentionally causes the death of an individual if the person has the conscious objective or desire to cause that death. Individual. Individual means a human being who is alive, including an unborn child at every stage of gestation from fertilization until birth. Robbery. A person commits an offense of robbery if, in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft, and with the intent to obtain or maintain control of the property, the person either 1, intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly causes bodily injury to another, or 2, intentionally or knowingly threatens or places another in fear of imminent bodily injury or death. In the course of committing or attempting to commit theft, in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft means conduct that occurs in the attempt to commit during the commission of or an immediate flight after the attempt or commission of theft. Theft. A person commits the offense of theft if the person appropriates property. Number 2, this appropriation was unlawful in that it was without the property owner's effective consent. And 3, the person did this with the intent to deprive the owner of the property. Attempt to commit theft. A person attempts to commit theft if the person, with the specific intention to commit theft, does an act amounting to more than mere preparation that tends but fails to effect a theft. Intent to cause serious bodily injury. A person intends to cause serious bodily injury to another if it is the person's conscious objective or desire to cause the serious bodily injury to another. Bodily injury. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates the substantial risk of death or that causes serious permanent disfigurement or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Application of law to facts. Although the state has charged the defendant with the offense of capital murder, you may find the defendant not guilty of the charged offense, but guilty of any lesser included offense. In this case, murder is a lesser included offense of the charge and greater offense of capital murder. You may discuss both offenses in any order you choose. Before you may find the defendant guilty of murder, however, you must first find him not guilty of capital murder. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 6th day of February, 2025, in Galveston County, Texas, the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., did then and there intentionally cause the death of an individual, namely Tammy King, by shooting Tammy King with a firearm, and the defendant was then and there in the course of committing or attempting to commit the offensive robbery of Tammy King, then you will find the defendant guilty of the offense of capital murder. If you all agree that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant's guilt, then you must find the defendant not guilty. If you all agree that the state has failed to prove beyond a reasonable doubt any of the elements listed above, you must find the defendant not guilty of the offense of capital murder. You may then determine whether the state has proved beyond a reasonable doubt the lesser included offense of murder. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 6th day of February, 2025, in Galveston County, Texas, the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., did then and there intentionally or knowingly cause the death of an individual, namely Tammy King, by shooting Tammy King with a firearm. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either capital murder or murder, but you have a reasonable doubt about which of the offenses he is guilty, you must resolve the doubt in the defendant's favor. In that situation, you must find him guilty of the lesser offense of murder. If you have a reasonable doubt about whether the defendant is guilty of either offense, then you must acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Suitable forms for your verdict are hereto attached. The verdict must be in writing and signed by your foreperson. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the defendant's guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in the case and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. The verdict. The law requires that you render a verdict of either guilty or not guilty. A verdict of not guilty simply means that the state's evidence does not prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. You may return a verdict only if all 12 of you agree on this verdict. When you reach a verdict, the foreperson should notify the court in writing. Signed, Patricia Grady, presiding judge of the 212th Judicial District Court. The verdict sheet reads as follows. Verdict of the jury, paragraph 1. We, the jury, find the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., guilty of the felony offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment. Second paragraph. We, the jury, find the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., guilty of the lesser offense of murder. Final paragraph reads, we, the jury, find the defendant, Uriah Lee Urick Jr., not guilty. And each paragraph has a signature line for the foreperson of the jury. Half an hour?
Sorry about the state, Robert.
Okay. Go ahead and get started.
Thank you, Judge. May I use the elmo?
Yes, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be very brief with you guys here. There's only three things I really want to address with you before I'll turn it over to Mr. Agnew and Ms. Willis. The first thing I want to address is the on or about the 6th day of February 2025. I zoomed in there to make it a little bit easier. This is just the first page of the jury charge. The reason I want to address this is because in the indictment, it's been alleged that the offense took place on the 6th of February, as it says. But there's been a lot of testimony It states the 5th of February, or perhaps even the 7th. It's a little bit unknown. The reason that we can't really have a precise date is because Miss King's body was discovered long after she was actually murdered. However, the law does not require us to prove specifically an individual date. That's why it has the language on or about. Now here, it's about a 1-day difference between what's been alleged in the indictment and what the testimony has been. But in capital murder, because there's no statute of limitations, as long as we prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the murder happened before the case was indicted, it's still legally sufficient. So just because there's a 1-day difference, there is no reason to render a not guilty verdict. That's the first thing I wanted to address. The second thing I want to address is robbery, which is what makes this case a capital murder. And specifically, this is on page 8 of the jury charge, by the way. Robbery is a theft that takes place or is attempted, and in the course of committing it, they either cause bodily injury or threaten bodily injury. Now, in this case, a bullet wound to the head is certainly bodily injury. It would probably be more accurately described as serious bodily injury, but bodily injury is kind of like a lesser included offense of serious bodily injury. So we have that one down pat. One of the issues that might arise, it might be confusing, is whether or not there's a specific order between the robbery and the murder that needs to take place in order to find a capital murder. For instance, whether or not she had to be aware that she was being robbed before murder in order to get to capital. She doesn't. As we see here, in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft, there's a definition that has 3 separate time frames for the committing or attempting to commit theft. The first is in an attempt to commit theft, which means before the theft occurs, bodily injury takes place. So if she's unaware that the theft is being attempted and she is shot in the head, it's still robbery. If she is actively being robbed and during the commission of the theft is shot in the head, it's still robbery. And if after she had been stolen from, she had her things stolen from her in the immediate flight afterwards, it's still robbery. So whether the murder took place before the robbery, during the robbery, or after, it's still a capital murder offense because it happened in the course of committing or attempting to commit theft. Now, lastly, what I want to address is going to be on page 9 of the jury charge. Before you may find the defendant guilty of murder, however, you must first find him not guilty of capital murder. So this is just a note on how your deliberations should proceed. You have to start on the issue of capital murder first. And until you have a unanimous decision on whether or not he's guilty or not guilty of capital murder, only in the event of a not guilty on that charge do you even begin your deliberations to the lesser included offense. So you have to start with capital murder. With that, that's all I really wanted to tell you. Make sure you guys understood. I will now turn it over to Mr. Agnew for him to make his arguments.
You have half an hour, Mr. Agnew.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court, Ms. Willis, Mr. Reinhardt. On February 4th of this year, we had a 17-year-old girl and we had an 18-year-old boy. And what they wanted was to be an adult. They wanted to be grown up. What they found out very quick after that is sometimes it's best not to get what you want, because they realized that they weren't prepared to be adults at that point. One of the things I want y'all to do when you go back there and you go over all the text messages and Instagram messages and all those messages is look, I'm not saying that it was right, but they hated her. They absolutely hated her, and they hated living with her. I mean, again, I'm not trying to say that she was a bad person. I don't mean that at all. She's obviously a good person. She took in her 17-year-old, much younger than that, daughter. But Tara obviously had to have some problems in her family to end up having to live with Grandma. And Grandma was gracious enough to take her in. And she ends up being repaid in a horrible fashion. But the thing is they thought that they were ready to be adults. And if you read the messages, they had a lot of hatred towards her. And they sort of fed each other. They fed the monster, and they went after her. But if you also look at their messages, and you look at the videos, they had access to all that stuff before this ever happened. And they did. They had access to the guns. Why else would there be a gun behind the couch? It wasn't in the safe. It was out. They had access to the codes. And they could say, well, it was on a piece of paper, in a dresser or whatever, but they had access to that. They did from the word go. There was a text, if y'all remember, or an Instagram message where they referred to, about basically the fact that, grandma hasn't tried to tighten up the money thing yet. That she was still being very free with them with the money. I'm not asking y'all to find my client not guilty. I mean, I'm not asking you to do that at all. What I'm asking you to do is look at the facts. And I understand where they're coming from with the robbery and all that other stuff, but they actually did have access to all that stuff. They did all along. And they didn't kill her to take her stuff. And they didn't. The reason they killed her is because they were, in all honesty, they were incredibly naive. And they were also, remember, they were also using meth.
No.
And that has a tendency of doing very bad things to your brain. It's not an excuse.
You
But it does
think?
bad things to your brain.
No.
But they weren't killing her to rob her. They were killing her because they wanted to be adults. And think in terms of what Tara said when they were talking about, because they were talking about killing her. There's messages all over the place. Y'all saw them, I saw them.
Oh.
They were all there. But what did Tara say was one of the things that she wanted to take with her? Her stuffed animals. She wanted to take her stuffed animals. What did she not take with her? Her stuffed animals. She realized very quickly, as they both did, they were not prepared for this life. They couldn't drive. They didn't have jobs. They had nowhere to live. They had to depend on other people to come get them. They depend on other people to get rid of stuff. They made a decision that not only ended one life, but effectively ended three, because they were not prepared for the situation that they put themselves into. And no matter what y'all do, their lives are over. And it's by their own hands. I'm not going to try and excuse that. Their lives are over. It's just going to be a matter of how. How over are their lives? And that's the decision that y'all have to make when you get back there. Like I said, you're talking about an 18-year-old kid. He was less than a month being 18 years old. And he made the absolute worst decision he could possibly make. And I'm not trying to excuse him. And I'm telling you that right now. I'm not asking you to find him not guilty at all. What I'm asking you to do is to go back there and find him guilty of murder. Because like I said, from the word go, they had access to all this stuff. I mean, Grandma's 62 years old. I'm sure she ran a pretty loose ship as a parent, because that's not a grandma's job. Grandma's there to be fun. They're supposed to be fun. That's why most everybody loves their grandmothers. And moms are supposed to be a little bit more stern. And she had to go from being grandma to mom at an older age than I think most people want to do that. And Tara didn't like it, and Uriah didn't like it. Not saying that what they did was right. It's not right at all. What they did was horrible. But I think at this point, when you look at it, to say that they killed her to take her stuff is wrong. They killed her because they wanted to be adults. They wanted to be on their own, and immediately learned they weren't prepared for it. And they weren't. They learned real fast. Sometimes it's best not to get what you wish for. And the thing is they're going to have to live with that for the rest of their lives.
All right, let's just admit it.
I know this has been a really, really long week. And I apologize to y'all for that. This has been a long week for all of us. I appreciate every single bit of attention that y'all have given to all of us during this process, and I mean that in all sincerity. But when you go back there, I'm asking you to please find him guilty of murder and not the capital murder. Thank you very much for your attention, and I look forward to your verdict.
You bastards.
Ms. Willis, you have 26 minutes remaining.
Yes, Your Honor, may I utilize the override?
Yes.
That's my thought. Harry, did you see your hat? Did you see the pattern? Oh, my bad. Let me go this way. Come on, get the hat. There we go.
Killed her because they wanted to be adults.
Yes or no?
She comes in, I'll kill her. Can I kill her at 4? I have an inch of hundreds. I'm going to kill her. On and on and on and on and on.
That's what you call mitigating factors? Dude, go back to law school.
Mr. Agnew just said that they killed her because they wanted to be adults. They didn't kill her to rob her. Don't take my word for it. Take Uriah's. I go in, threaten to get any and every phone. He did that. Tell her to move, grab the key ring out of her room, tell her to open everything I haven't. We know those safes are open. He's admitting he'd already opened some. Kill her when done, get someone to drive the Ford. They killed her, and they got a ride. To say that Tammy King is dead because she had to be a mom and they wanted to be adults is so disrespectful to Tammy King's life.
Yeah.
This woman took in her granddaughter, raised her since she was young. It does not matter what happened to make Tara King be living with Tammy King. Families have different situations all the time. That does not give anybody the excuse to shoot Tammy King.
Exactly.
Tara lived with her grandmother for her entire life, and things were fine. Where it
Until
went
him.
south, where I told you that that young love turned into something dark, was when that man came into her life. He is young. He is 18 years old. But in this country, that makes you a man. He is an adult. That thing that his defense says he wants to be, he is. And he has to face the repercussions of his decisions that he made.
Okay, I've got to make sure of this because, boo, I wrote it all down. And it says turquoise, coral, and white, and turquoise, orange, and hot pink. That's what I got. The first one was turquoise, purple, green. Had 2 turquoise, coral, white, which is yours. This one is turquoise, orange, and hot pink. That's what you sent me. If it's wrong, let's correct it now. I'll have to undo it. Oh, that's what I got. Let me know.
As an adult. This was a thought out plan. This was a fantasy that turned into a need that turned into action. We see as early as November, when Tammy's out of the room, they're seeing what's in those safes. They're taking pictures of the safe codes. They're setting up their ability to execute their plan. You see then moving into 11 days prior to the murder, the 26th of January, they start talking. This is what we need to do. We need to kill her. We need to rob her. We're going to take these antique coins. We're going to take this money. The other thing Mr. Agnew talked about was that they had access because there was guns behind the couch. There were guns behind the couch that were still there. Any of you who have lived in a home, just because you have access to something does not mean you have permission to take it forever. Does not mean you have permission to murder someone to take their items. Access we can give to Tara King because she lived in that home. Still doesn't give her permission to take things. Still does not give her permission to go into safes. You know who didn't have permission to live in that home? The man squatting under a desk in a teenage girl's bedroom, peeing in urine bottles to hide from the owner of the home. That's not access. That's squatting and robbery. You saw as it got further in time that yes, Tara and Uriah started utilizing drugs. They hated Tammy King. Hated her. That is not an excuse for murder. That is not an excuse for robbery. You saw through the cash app returns that Detective Scott testified to that Tammy actually gave any money that Tara needed to her. If she requested something, she got it. Taco Bell, a phone case. That didn't mean she got the $10,000 that her late grandfather had left her. It was an inheritance. She had to wait. This was impatience and greed. You saw the firearms. These are not run-of-the-mill cheap firearms. These were nice firearms. You heard Detective Hudson testify to they were expensive firearms. They were valuable. They knew they were valuable, and you can see that from their messages offering to sell them to people. That was a cash value for them. We'll give you $1,000 or guns for a ride. We'll give you guns or $300 to stay the night. And as those 11 days leading up to February 5th came, you see their plan get more and more substance. You see Tara say, we need a few days and a stable plan. I want to pack. And yes, she wanted to pack her stuffed animals, but they also wanted to pack the guns and the cash and the antique coins and their
You're looking at it.
They wanted to pack all kinds of stuff. Her wanting to pack stuffed animals does not absolve them.
I'm sorry. I had a little heart attack because I'm sitting here looking at turquoise, pink, and orange. I'm like, oh, don't scare me, child.
As those days moved closer, you see Uriah begin begging to commit this plan. It stopped being a fantasy. It stopped being a desire. 3 days before, I went to watch a 5.56 shred through someone's skin in slow-mo. He only had to wait 2 days to watch that come to reality. When he picked up the 5.56, and he pointed it at Tammy King's head, and he pulled the trigger. He made his fantasies reality. We get closer. I'm going to kill her. I hope I get an excuse to kill her today. Can I kill her at 4? Let's do it at 5. We're going at 7. We ride at dawn. This was planned. This was intentional. As Mr. Reinhardt told you, the order in which these things happened doesn't change that they happened. That safe was emptied. You hear testimony from Mr. Utton that they did not have access to that safe. Those guns, that money, it all belonged to Tammy King. That safe was empty. You heard that from Investigator Martin. You heard that from Detective Hudson. You heard that from Detective Espinoza. You heard that from Detective Bernard. It was emptied. It was gone. The initials on the items that were in there, the ammunition boxes, said J.K. It was J.C. King. It was Tammy's husband. More than just seeing this, you saw Uriah already trying to formulate what excuse he would give. When he's talking to his friend Jaden Landry a few days prior, he's talking about if he kills someone else, he'll just say it's self-defense if someone came into the house. It's convenient. Because what's the first thing that he said to his mother when he called her from Laredo? It was self-defense. She was going to stab Tara. You have heard absolutely zero evidence that Tammy ever laid her hands on Tara, that Tammy ever attempted to stab Tara. Tammy is laying naked in her bed. His words to his mom are, it was self-defense. But he already had told Travis, it doesn't look like self-defense though. Because it's not. A lesser of murder would be an injustice in this case. Because so much more than just Tammy's life was taken. Yes, 3 lives are permanently affected by this. But so are many, many others. All of the items that got systematically taken from Tammy King, the antique coins that were in their backpack in Laredo, the $5,400 still in crisp $100 bills that came from those inches of hundreds that he talks about, that stack of money Rigoberto saw him pull out, start calling friends over as soon as the murder was done, that is robbery. The robbery, the theft that occurred while causing bodily injury. As Mr. Reinhart told you, bodily injury absolutely counts when you have a gunshot wound to the head that is fatal. Uriah Urick launched a plan. He had his dark fantasies, he had his dark desires, and he moved forward. He begged and begged until he had his opportunity, until he had his excuse. He had his ride set up. He had where they were going. He had all the people he could reach out to. And on February 5th, 2025, he went into Tammy King's room and he shot her in the head. He covered her with linens so that Tara didn't have to see the face of her dead grandmother while they robbed her blind. And then they sat there for hours in the home with Tammy King's body while they waited for a ride. Then they ran away to Laredo, where you see them still calling and texting people. You see messages like, this is the start of the rest of our lives. We're making bank and live happily ever after. There is no other verdict appropriate in this case than guilty on capital murder. Thank you.
Well, I'm pissed. I got freaking another strike. Yeah, I'm pissed. Yuri's family member contacted me via email. I just saw it, requesting that I remove him and his wife's personal information out of the video due to the fact that the DA did not redact it. And their personal information was there for all the world to see. Well, family member, if you're watching, unremove the strike. I can redact that information and repost the video. But striking me pisses me off. I had no idea. Thank you very much. I understand it's horrible for you. I get it. But I just saw this message. You posted it yesterday. I came in the office and saw it today. So, unredact it. I'll edit it and gladly do so. But I shouldn't be penalized because somebody else did. My apologies to you and your family. But damn.
So at this point, you have heard all of the evidence. You've received the charge of the court, and you have heard closing argument. I'm going to hand the verdict sheet to Deputy Flynn, and once you are all assembled, except for the alternate, you may begin your deliberations.
All right, for the jury.
Your content, Team Lovers Motor Trial Jury, your day 2 was removed due to violation of our community guidelines. We realized you may not have known this was a violation.
Court stands in recess until we have received a verdict.
Okay, so they're not going to remove me from the channel but I appreciate the guy trying to reach out to me. But at the same time, dude, give me an opportunity to get the work done. I don't have a production team like some people do. It's all on me, boo. Yeah, I feel bad when that happens in court, but I don't know. Y'all, so irritating. So irritating. I can't even edit the video. YouTube won't even give me the video to edit. Yeah, I know. I know. It's insane, y'all. I'm like, really? Really? What do y'all think about that? I mean, it's so hard. I mean, it's not like we're sitting here purposefully doing anything. If the court DA didn't do something, don't penalize me for it. I understand he's upset. I understand he doesn't want his information out there. I get it 100%. But what frustrates me is I'm not given the opportunity to take care of it in my timely manner, and it's removed permanently from my files. And I'm like, that's bullshit. Give me the opportunity, but I can't because he struck it. So I don't even have the opportunity to edit my own stream. Because their personal, I guess, phone numbers, addresses, or some kind of personal information was shared. And thus, it's bullshit. But I can't even access it. I can't even access it in the attempt to clean it up, clarify it, whatever. I can't. It won't let me. I didn't see it. And I could have been in the bathroom and it came across the screen. I didn't see it. I have been in situations where I have seen something pop up and nobody say anything. I jot the time down and then I'll go snip out that section. There's a jump in the thing, but I'll snip out the section. But I didn't see it. So I can't fix it if I don't see it. It's not even, no, YouTube pulled it down. I can't even go in and edit it. It's not listed in any of my back office videos. I can't even access it. You can't. Yeah. So, another strike. Y'all, I am just beyond. I mean, I feel upset for him. I'm not just mad for me. I'm like, why in the hell is the state not? Why in the hell is the DA not redacting? That's on them. I'm pissed at them as well. I am trying to create a thumbnail for. We're going to go live to the beheading trial, and then I'm going to transition to a new stream. I'm going to change the stream titles and all of that, and change the stream because we are now in verdict watch. Woohoo! We are in verdict watch. So let me share the screen. On to the next trial. Oh God, help us. Now I got the right thumbnail up.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, state your next one. Your Honor, the state's first witness for today is Yoshida Masao.
I didn't catch that name. Oh, that's not funny. That's Yoshida.
You ask them for your name, stand, please, right hand.
Interpreter.
Hold on, just 1 second.
That hurt, Your Honor. No. And if it is, it's probably so astronomical I can't afford it.
Mr. Interpreter, can we have your name for the record?
Takuya Kawamoto.
Okay, you have a card you can leave us when you leave? You have a business card you can give to us?
No.
Okay. Can you spell that for us? Can you spell it?
Takuya. That's first name. And last name is Iwamo.
Okay. And sir, we're gonna swear you in
I came home.
first. So if you could raise your right hand,
Come on.
we're gonna swear you in. Sir, which language are you interpreting?
Japanese.
Japanese? You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the defendant / plaintiff to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
That's to the witness. Okay? All right, and sir, and now we're gonna swear him in. If you could ask him to please raise his right hand. Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So you can translate what you're saying.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. And sir, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Now I have to do the script.
Masao, first name, Yoshida, last name. First name, Masao, last name, Yosh.
I ain't going there. We ain't going there, boo. We're just gonna leave witness. I ain't going there. I don't have time for that.
All right.
Sorry, boo.
And Mr. Tiller, you just make sure you guys can scoot up so he speaks right into that red light. Okay. Okay. State whenever you're ready. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Hi.
Yes, if you can just speak right into that light right there, that microphone, that's the one that we'll be able to hear you with, okay?
わかりました。
How old are you, sir?
はい。
何歳ですか？
あ
年。
78歳です。
78?
78 years old. Okay. And where do you reside? Do you reside at 2698 Paladura Drive?
現在住まれているところは2867のパラドラドライブですか？
はい、その通りです。
Yes.
Okay. Who do you live there with?
あなたと一緒に住まれてますか？
横さんと一緒に住んでます。
I live with Yoko.
And who is Yoko to you?
ヨコさんはあなたにとってどういう関係ですか？
ボーイフレンド、ガールフレンドだと思います。
Boyfriend and girlfriend relationship.
So Yoko is your girlfriend.
So,
はい。
yes.
How long have you known Yoko?
ヨコさんはどのくらい知られてますか
26、7年ですね。
？About 26 and 27 years.
How long have you been in a relationship with Yoko?
ヨコさんとそういう関係はどのくらいですか
10年ぐらいじゃないですか。10年ちょっと前。10年ぐらい。
？About 10 years.
And when you've been in a relationship with Yoko, have you always lived with her at the 2698 Paladura address?
ヨコさんとそういう関係になって今の住所にずっと一緒に住まれてますか？
はい、そうです。
Yes, that's correct.
Turning your attention then to August 6th of 2023.
8月6日は2023年のことについてこれから話します。
Who were you living with at that address?
その時住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？その時住所にどなたと一緒に住んでましたか？
陽子さんと住んでました。
with Yoko.
Was anyone else living at the house at that time?
その時にヨコさん以外にどの方と住んでましたか？
ジョン、
with John.
And who was John?
ジョンさんって誰ですか？
あ
ジョンさんって誰ですか？
陽子さんの息子です。
He's the son of Yoko.
Now, did John stay in a downstairs living room that became a bedroom?
ジョンさんは1階のリビングルームを自分のベッドルームにして使っていまし
そうですね。1階のリビングルームに住んでましたね、彼は。
た。That is correct.
And did you and Yoko share a bedroom then upstairs of the home?
そしてヨコさんは2階の
2階の。
That's correct.
So on August 6th of 2023, were you aware of a person named Nikki?
この8月3日2023年に、ニッキーという人を知ってましたか？
知らないです。意味も一緒だ。
8月6日、そのニッキーという人をその時に知ってましたか？ 2023年に。
知ってました。
Yes.
And who was Nikki?
ニッキーという方はどういう方なんですか？
全く何にもないです。
I don't know.
陽子さんの息子のガールフレンドだと思ってました。
The only thing I know is that
じゃあワイフかな。わからないです。
I don't know quite well, but I assume that she's the girlfriend of the Yoko's son,
Of John.
or wife.
Okay. They had children together, correct?
子供さんがおられましたよね。
はい。
Yes.
Two girls.
二人の子供。
Two
Two girls, yes.
And then John had an older son not with Nikki, correct?
ジョンさんは、年の上の子供がおられましたか？その二人以外に。
もう一人、最初の、奥さんと、いましたね。デビエラという子で。
Viviera, probably that the son of children of her former marriage.
Okay, so John's former marriage, he had a son.
ジョンさんの最初の結婚の時の子供さんがおられたんですか？
どっかカリフォルニアの方から来て、住みたい、ジョンが住みたいと言ったんで、ヨコさんに聞いて、OK、いいですよと。私はそれで答えました。その前にね。それだけです。
ジョンさんカリフォルニアから来て。
ヨコさんから来てそれを聞きました。
Can I ask him again? Question.
So did John have a son not with Nikki, with somebody else?
ジョンさんがニッキーさんとの間の子供じゃなくて、他の方との子供だったんですか？
最初の、奥さんがいたみたいですね。別れた、離婚したみたいですけど、それはヨコさんから聞きました。
He heard from Yoko that John has a previous marriage, and then that's what he heard from Yoko.
John had an older son named Devier, correct?
デビエラという方がおられたんですか？
そうですね。
That's correct.
Okay. So then turning your attention to August 6th, 2023, did you see Nikki at that house at 2698 Paladura?
8月6日、2023年にそのニッキーさんとそのこれお家にいて会ったんですね。
全く見てないです。8月その当日ね。
I didn't see her on the date of the August 6th.
Did you see her vehicle?
車は見ましたか、その日に？
犬を散歩連れてったんで、帰ってきたら、車があるなと見ました。
I saw his car. I saw her car.
Her car?
彼女の車ですね。
そうですね。
Yes.
Nikki's car.
はい。
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、
ニッキーの車ですね。
はい、そうで
Yes.
す。
And then on that evening, eventually you go to sleep, correct?
夜、ベッドに疲れて休まれたんだと思いますけども、あんた。
もう散歩から帰ってきて、2階に行って、テレビ見て、もう10時には寝ました。
After I took a walk with the two dogs and came back home, and I went to bed at around 10 o'clock.
Whose dogs were they?
その犬はどなたのものですか？
いや、ジョンのです。
belongs to John.
So then you went to sleep on the night of August 6th, 2023. On the morning of August 7th, 2023, did Yoko come and talk to you about something?
で翌日の8月7日に、陽子さんがその岡田さんにその話を持ってこられたんですか？話が
私はまだ寝てたんですけど、ヨコさんが私を起こしに来て、下に来てくれと。
Yes, she came. He was sleeping. She came and then woke him up and asked him to go downstairs.
And did you and Yoko ultimately call 911?
その時下に降りて、最後に911、911を電話されたんですか？
そうですね。これはもう死んでるって思って、で911しましたね。
I called 911 because I assumed that he's dead.
And when you say he, do you mean John?
ジョンさんが死んでると思ったんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
And did the police eventually come to the house?
で、警察がうちに来たんですね。それ電話して警察が来たんですか？
それで、いろんな人がたくさん、警察の人がたくさん来ましたね。
Quite a few policemen came.
What time did you see Nikki's car
何時に
the day before?
その8月6日にニキさん
降りてきて、これは大変だと。8時20分か30分、まあちょっとその辺ですよね。
On August 6th of 2023, the day before, when did you see Nikki's car?
8月6日だからに、いつ頃そのニッキーさんの車を見ましたか？
朝は見なかったですね。だから、
8月ね。
彼女は10時ぐらい来たんじゃないですか？6日っていうのは事件の日ですか？夜ですか
？You're asking August 6th, right?
Yes, what time?
だから事件の
夜ですか？
何時に彼女の車を見たんですか？
8時ぐらいじゃないですか？夜の。
8 p.m. around 8 p.m.
Did you see Devier that night?
デビエラさんをその、時見たんですか？
デビエラは見てないです。
I didn't see her.
Did you see Devier the next morning when you woke up?
そして翌日朝目が覚めてこの彼女を見たんですね。デビエラを。
デビエラは見てないです。
No, I didn't see her.
ヒムですね。デビエラは。
デビエラ、him. I didn't see him.
Days later, after the police came, did you notice that there was a knife missing from your kitchen?
ポリスが来た後に、そのキッチンからあなたのナイフがなくなったのに気がつきましたか？
誰が？
あなたが。
ジョンは？
Let me clarify the question. You ask him whether he noticed that his knife was.
Yes.
Okay, あなたのナイフです。
ワイフ。
いや、あなたのナイフ。
ナイフ。
ナイフ。ナイフ、ブッチャーナイフ。がなくなったの
To
が。
cut food.
そう、ナイフ。
ジョンたちはあんまり餌あげないんで、私がいつも大体犬の餌を作ってあげてたんです。その時に使うのが、チャイニーズのブッチャーナイフっていうので、細かくしてチキンをあげてたんで、それが前の夜使ってたのは、朝そこで売ったら乾かしてるところにない。
I was using a butcher knife to prepare the food for the dogs and do it every day. But the next day, so he used that knife the night. But next day, he realized that the knife was gone.
Okay. Did you ever find that knife?
その後、ナイフは見つかりましたか？
No.
Pass the witness, Your Honor. Cross.
Good morning, sir. In the years that you had lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
I'm sorry, I can hear you.
In the years that he lived with Yoko, was there a period of time that Devier lived in the house?
ヨコさんと住み始めて、で、そのディビエラは、頻繁にうちに来ましたか？
いや、いなかったですよ。そして、何年前からで覚えてないんですけど、ジョンがこっちに来て、ラスベガスに来たいと。それで、OK って言っただけです。それ以外はもう何も知らないですね。
ディビエラ didn't come. And only John asked Yoko, he want to come back to Vegas. That's the only thing he knows.
Okay, but you do recall during some time that Devier lived in the house with you and your girlfriend.
その時、彼と、から彼女がね、一緒に住んでたということは知ってましたか？ディビエラとが一緒になんか住んでたか？
ああ、知らないですね。
I don't know.
You don't remember? Or you?
思い出せないのか知らないのかどっちですか？
知らないです。
I don't know.
Okay. On the weekend, and if I told you that August 6th was a Sunday, the weekend before all these things happened was Johnathan moving out.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Okay. August 6th, August 7th was Johnathan moving out.
この8月6日、この週末にジョンがムーブアウトしたんですか？ Is your question move out?
Yes, I'll just make it real simple. Was Johnathan moving out of the house?
そのジョナサンさんはもう家から出てったんですか？
引っ越すというんで、引っ越すという話だけは聞いてました。だから、私はもう2階に行っちゃってたんで、もう何も分かんない。
I've heard only he was moving out. That's the only thing I know.
Okay. During the time that you were living with Johnathan, did you have an issue that the money that you gave Johnathan, he was just buying alcohol?
ジョンと一緒に住んでるときに、なんかいろいろ問題とか起きたり、あるいは彼がお金がいるときに貸したりしましたか？
私にはないです。
I never did that.
You never gave Johnathan money?
ジョンにお金を貸したりしたことはないですね。
ないです。
Never.
And you were never part of a discussion that he was just spending that money on alcohol? And maybe were you ever part of a discussion where Johnathan was taking money and spending it on alcohol?
そうなんかこう話の中で彼が、お金を、使ってアルコールを買ってるとかそんな話聞いたことありますか？
全くそういうの私は知らないですね。
I didn't know anything.
Okay. Was there discussions in the days before that weekend Johnathan was moving out?
この週末の前にジョナサンはもう出てったんですか？
いや、出てってないですね。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up statement?
No, Your Honor.
The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, sir, you are excused. Thank you very much.
終わりました。
You want to stay here for...
Yoko Willette.
ask you for your minute standing, can you let her know that she's going to swear?
立って先生します。それ
And just for the record, we are going to swear in Mr. Interpreter again because she is being assisted by the court interpreter. Can you swear the interpreter?
最初私やります。
You do solemnly swear that you will interpret from Japanese into English and from English into Japanese the questions and answers to be propounded by counsel to the victim to the best of your ability, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
She's the witness.
ようこさん。
To the witness.
Excuse me.
Okay.
My apologies.
And then now, ma'am, we'll swear you in. You can
Yes.
raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth,
真実だけいうことを誓いますか。
the whole truth, and nothing but
す
the
べて
truth,
すべて真実だ。
so help you God.
やりますか。Yes.
Thank you, you may be seated. And if you would please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
名前を全部言っていただいて、そしてスペルを申し上げてください。
Mr. Interpreter, do you need to move those chairs? So we actually need you sitting closest to the microphone because we need to hear you.
Oh.
So if you want to have a seat, I know you have to stay and underneath this, so we need a chair so you can have a seat.
名前、
これに向かってください。
はい、
名前
State her name and spell it for us.
名前を全部言ってください。はい。
ヨーコ・ウィレット。
Can you spell it for us?
YOKO WILLETTE
Thank you. Thank you.
Yoko, you and I have met many times before, correct?
今まで何度か会いましたね。
はい、
That's correct.
And you have always spoken in English to me when we've spoken, correct?
話すとき常に英語で話していただきましたね。
はい、
Yes.
You asked to have the interpreter present today, so everything was very clear for you. Is that right?
今回は通訳がついてますんで、すべてのことについて明快になりますね。
はい、
That's correct.
So because we have an interpreter, you may understand my question, but you have to wait until he interprets and answer in Japanese, okay?
彼から聞かれた質問は分かると思いますけども、日本語で答えて、私がそれに対して英語で話しますので、そういう順序で進めていきたいと思います。
はい。
Did you live at 2698 Paladura for a very long time?
2366のパラレルに長い間住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How long did you have that house?
どのくらいですか
？29年。
29 years.
Did you live there with your sons?
子供さんと一緒にそこに住まれてますか？
はい。
That's correct.
How many sons do you have?
何人子供さんがありますか？2.
And what are their names?
名前は何ですか？
ジョナサン・ウィレット。ジョナサンとケネス・ウィレット。
Johnathan Willette and Kenneth Willette.
Are Jonathan and Kenneth's father the same person?
父親は同じ父親ですか？ Yes.
Is that person here today?
今日、その父親来られてますか？
わかんない。朝は聞いてますけど。
Yes.
Is he sitting in the front row up here?
Yes.
That's correct. That's correct.
When did you and Dad split up?
何年前にお別れになりましたか
？2012年。2012年。
2012.
Okay. And did you stay living in the Paladura home?
その後もずっとこのところに住まれたんですか？ That's correct.
Did your son stay with you for some period of time?
子供さんが何年間か一緒に住まれてましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
And did Kenneth move out sometime after high school?
ケネスは高校出て、That's correct.
Did Jonathan move in and out of your home for a period of time?
ジョナさんはそのうちに来たり出てったり出て行ってそういう方です。That's correct.
And how old was Jonathan when he died?
亡くなった時の年は何歳ですか
？46歳。
46 years old.
How many children did Jonathan have?
ジョナサン何年子供ですか？ 3 children.
Yoko, don't forget to wait until he interprets. What are his children's names?
その子供さんの名前は何ですか？
はい。一番最初デビエラ。
First is Deviela.
で、2番目がタマヤ。
Second is Tamaya. 3番目が。
ジャネア。
Third is Janea.
Who is Devier's mom?
デビエラのお母さんは誰ですか？
アメンティア。
Amentia.
When did John and Amenthea split or separate?
アメンティアさんとデビエラさんがスプリットしたのは、いつ
Only
ですか？
if you know. Only if you know.
もし知ってれば、いつ何年スプリットしたか？
もう20年ぐらい前だからよく覚えてない。
About 20 years ago.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when Devier lived with John in your home?
デビエラもそのあなたの家で何回か一緒に住んだことがあるんですか？
ちっちゃい頃ね。
when he was small.
Did he move back in when he was a little bit older in between California trips?
カリフォルニアとの間で、ちょっと年取ったら行ったり来たりしてたんですか？ That's correct.
And did he work with John for that period of time?
その間、ジョンに、限られた期間働いてたんですか？ That's correct.
Who is the mother of Tamea and Janaea?
ジャメとタネアのお母さんは誰ですか？
ニッキー。
ニキ。
Did Nikki ever live with you at the Paladura home?
ニキはパラデラの方に住んだことありますか？ No.
Do you know when John and Nikki split?
ジョンとそれからニッキーがスプリット別れたのはいつですか？
いつか覚えてないけど、はい。
別れた。
別れたことは知ってます。
Yes, they separated.
Do you know when?
When?
It's crazy.
That's okay.
あんまりよく覚えてない。
I don't remember well.
でも子供が2、3歳の頃、玉屋が2、3歳の頃。
They separated when the Tamaya was 2 years old.
Okay.
About 2 years old.
After they separated, did John move back in with you at Paladura?
その後、ジョンがそのパラダに戻ってきたと。That's correct.
Did there come a point in time when you learned that Nikki lost custody of the girls?
その後、ニッキーがその子供の親権を失ったということを知ったんです。That's correct.
And at that time, did John get full custody of the girls?
その時にジョンが全親権を得たということですね。Yes.
As a result, did the girls move into the Paladura home?
その結果、その女の子たちがそのパラデラのホームに戻ってきたということですね。That's correct.
Do you know about what years they lived in your home or how long the girls lived in?
その子供たちが戻ってきた年と、その後どのくらい一緒に住んだかという時間がわかりますか
？2022年の11月か12月頃から2023年の5月まで。
They lived together from November 2022 to May 2023.
Okay. While the girls were living with you and John, do you know where Nikki was living?
その女の子たちがあなたと一緒に住んでる間、ニッキーはどこに住んでましたか？
ニッキーの家、自分の家、彼女の。
Her own house.
Do you know the street or the address or anything?
住所は知ってますか？
今は知ってますけど、その時は知らなかった。
I know now, but at that time I didn't know.
Okay. Do you know who Nikki was living with?
その時ニッキーが誰と住んでたか？
知りませんでした。
I don't know.
Okay. When the girls lived with you, did they have their own rooms?
その子供が住んでる時は彼女たちの自分たちの部屋がありましたか？
ありました。
Yes.
Where did they sleep?
どこで休んでました？
うちの2階に部屋があります。
Upstairs.
And where did John sleep?
下。
で、ジョンは
下の。
Downstairs.
Did you observe John with the girls on many occasions?
どういうオブザー？
Did you observe John interact with his girls on many occasions?
その時にジョンが子供たちといろいろこう、話し合ったり、子供そういうの
ありました。
Yes.
Did they have a loving relationship?
その親と子供、それは愛情を持った関係でしたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John cook for them?
ジョンが彼らに料理を作った。Yes.
Kept them clean and safe?
そして彼の部屋をきれいにしたり。
そうですね。
That's correct.
And at some point in time in the summer of 2023 or May, did the girls go stay with Nikki.
2023年の夏に、この者たちがニッキーと一緒に
はい
撮っ。たんですか。
学校終わってからちょっと行ってました。
After the school.
After school in 2023.
That, yes.
So for the summer?
まあ夏ですね。夏の休みです。
学校行ってました。
Okay. So when the girls, after the girls left, did at some point you learn that John was going to move out of your home?
その彼女たちがいなくなって、そしてその後、ジョンが自分の家から出て行ったことを知りましたか？ Yes.
Did that discussion go on for an extended period of time?
その議論は引き続いてますか？ Yes.
Do you know where he intended to move?
どこに移りたいっていう希望してたんですか？
知ってます。ニッキーのうち。
Move to Nikki's house.
Where the girls were?
そこに子供たちがいたからですか？Yes.
I should have asked this, I apologize. While the girls were still living with you, did Nikki have supervised visitation every week?
子供さんが一緒に住んでいるときに、ニッキーが来たときは、そのスーパーバイズ、監視されて来たということを知ってましたか？
まあ、ジョンが見てましたよね。はい。
When she came, John was with her.
Understood. So did Nikki come to your house many times while the girls lived with you?
子供さんが住んでいるときに、ニッキーはかなり頻繁に来てましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you know that Nikki and Devier were married?
その時ニッキーと息子が、ビエルと結婚したの知ってましたか？
その時は知ってました。
Yes, I knew at that time.
Okay. I now want to focus on August 6th of 2023.
じゃあ8月6日の23について、焦点を合わせていきます。
You understand that's the day before you found John.
そのジョンを見つける前の日のことも知ってますね。Yes.
Tell me about that day, what you remember.
覚えてることを言ってください。
はい。6時頃、ジョンは一人でパッキングしてました。
Around 6 o'clock, 6 p.m., he was packing by himself.
Did John have a truck?
トラック持ってましたか？ Yes.
Did John have a moving trailer attached to that truck?
それにトレーラーがついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
Did John have one set of keys for that truck?
そのトラックは一つのキーしかなかったんですか？ワンセットのトラック。
私は一つしか知らないけど、スペアがあったかどうかは知りません。
As far as I know, he has one key, but that's
でもスペアあったかどうか知らない。
I don't know whether he has a spare key or not.
Did John carry a wallet normally?
彼は常に財布というものを。That's correct.
And you said he was packing his truck alone?
彼が一人でそのパッケージしてたんですか？ That's correct.
Around 6 p.m.?
6時頃ですね。
はい。
Yes.
で、8時頃ニッキーが来ました。
And around 8 o'clock, Nikki came.
Did Nikki come in her own vehicle?
彼女の車で来たんですか？ That's correct.
What type of vehicle was that?
どのような車でしたか？
Is it a small car or an SUV or a truck?
私はその時見てないから知らないけど、後でニッキーの車はバンみたいな車だっていうのは今は知ってます。
I didn't see the car at that time, so I didn't know what type of car he was driving, but she was driving. But now I know she was driving
Okay.
van.
Thank you for clarifying. We don't want to hear anything you learned after. I want to know what you knew at the time.
今のことだけして、後から知ったことを言わないでくださいって。
So did you know she came in her own car because John was there?
彼女の車で、来たのはジョンがそこにいたからですか？
はい。
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't see the car.
で車は見なかったんですね。No.
Okay. What did they do after Nikki arrived?
ニッキーが来たと彼らはどういう行動を取りましたか？
8時頃に2人で出てきました。
Around 8 o'clock, 8 p.m., they both went out.
They both left?
Both left.
Do you know which vehicle they left in?
その時、どちらの車で
トラック。 Truck.
by truck.
Okay. While John and Nikki were at your home, do you know who was with the girls?
ジョンとニッキーがそこのうちにいるときに、誰がその子供さんたちと一緒にいたんですか？
その時知りません。
I didn't know.
Okay. But the girls are not with them.
でも子供さんたちは一緒にいなかった。
い
No.
なかった。
Do you remember what time John and Nikki came back to your
帰ってきたのは何時頃ですか
10時頃。
？Around 10 o'clock.
Were the girls with them that time?
その時子供たち
い
はどこに
ません。いない。一緒にいない。
They were not with the girls.
You were still awake when Nikki and John got there at 10?
10時に帰ってきた時にまだ起きてましたか？ Yes, I woke.
Did you interact with John?
その時ジョンと会いましたか？
会いました。
Yes.
How did he seem to you?
その時彼の状況はどうでしたか？
普通。
Normal.
What was he doing?
彼は何をしてたんですか？
マイクロウェーブの前でなんか料理してました。
He was cooking in front of the microwave.
Where was Nikki?
その時ニッキーはどうだった？
ジョンの部屋にいたと思います。一緒にはいなかった。ジョンの部屋にいた。
I thought she was John's room.
And is that the lower room where you found John?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. After 10 p.m., do you go to bed?
10時以降ベッドに来ましたか？
ベッドってか2階に行きました。
Yes, I went upstairs.
Did you go to sleep or did you stay awake upstairs?
その時休みましたか？それとも起きてましたか？
起きてました。
I was awake.
Did you stay awake for several hours?
その後数時間起きてましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Around 1 a.m., did you go back downstairs?
1時頃、午前1時頃下に置いたんですね。
はい。
That's correct.
Okay. So you stayed awake between 10 and 1.
10時から1時の間起きてたんですね。That's correct.
During that time, did you hear any yelling or arguing or fighting
その
downstairs?
間に大きな喧嘩してるとかそういう音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
I didn't hear.
Did you hear any gunshots?
その鉄砲の No.
Anything out of the ordinary between 10 and 1?
通常以外のなんか音とか聞きましたか？
聞きません。
No.
What did you do at 1 a.m.?
で1時に何をしましたか？
ベッドのサイドの時計見て、もういないと思ったから下に降りました。
When I saw the 1 a.m. at the clock, I assumed they're gone. Nobody downstairs, so I went down.
Did you expect John to be gone from the home?
その時にもジョンが出てると思ったんです。
はい。
Yes.
Why did you expect that?
なぜそれを予知したんですか
10時に帰ってきた時にちょっと休んでまた出かけるって言ってたから。
He said when he came back around 10 o'clock, he mentioned to her that he will, get out after the short break.
He go out.
He will go out. He will go out. When he came back 10 o'clock, he told her that he will have a short rest and then go out.
And go where?
どこに行くかって。
ニッキーの家。
Go to the Nikki's house.
Do you know why?
なぜか分かりましたか？
まだ荷物が残ってたから、それをまたもうちょっと持ってくって。
He said that some his belongings left, so he tried to pick up.
Okay. And he had a bunch of belongings still in the room downstairs,
そ
correct?
の下の部屋にたくさんの彼のそれがたくさん残ってたんですか？
まだ残ってました。
Yes.
When you go down at 1 a.m., what happens?
その時何が起きたんですか？1時に戻られて。
私はキッチンの方に行ったら、ニッキーが部屋から出てきて、ニッキーと会いました。
When she went to the kitchen, she encountered Nikki coming to the kitchen.
And how did Nikki appear to you?
どのように見えましたか、ニッキーがその
なんか
時。
びっくりしたような感じ。
She was she feels that she was surprised.
Surprised to see you?
そうそうそう。
That's correct.
Did you observe anything weird about Nikki at that point? Did she have any blood on her?
その時
Anything
に
at all?
彼が血がついてるとかなんか様子は分かんなかったんですね。
何にも変わってない。
That's normal. I didn't see anything.
So she appeared startled or surprised to see you?
その時、だからあなたは見て驚いたんですね。That's correct.
And what happened when you ran into her? Like what happened next?
その後何が起きたんですか？
彼女は向こうの部屋からステーキの残りとかお皿持ってきて、で私が洗ってあげた。
She brought a couple of dishes, still some food left, and then brought to the kitchen, and she washed, cleaned.
She washed who?
Yoko washed.
Yoko-san
Yeah,
washed.
Yoko-san.
Okay.
Yeah.
When Nikki brought the dishes, was she bringing them from John's room?
ジョンの部屋から持ってきたんですね。That's correct.
Could you see if the light was on in John's room?
その時、彼の部屋はライトがついてましたか？ That's correct.
So the light was on?
ライトがついてたんですね。
はい
Yes.
Did you talk to Nikki about what John was doing or where he was?
その時にニッキーにジョンはどうしてるんだって聞きましたか？
私は聞かないけど、ニッキーが飲み始めちゃったんで寝てるって言いました。
Yoko-san didn't ask her, but Nikki voluntarily told her that John started drinking, and then went to the bed.
Okay. So you did not ask her about John. She volunteered that John was drunk and went to
だ
bed.
からあなたが来てなくて彼女が言ったんですね。Yes, she voluntarily told her.
Was John a drinker?
ジョンは飲むんですか？
時々飲みます。
Sometimes.
And when he drank a lot.
飲む時はたくさん飲むんですか？
たくさんがどんなかわからないけど、普通にビール飲んでました。
I don't know how much is, but it's normal. I think it's a normal occasional drinker.
Okay, but it wasn't surprising to you that it wasn't weird that John was drinking or she claimed John was drinking. Is that fair?
彼が飲んでる間にそのニッキーがその部屋をクリーニングしてる、そういうものを持ってくるというのはなんか変だと思いませんでしたか？
思わなかった。
I didn't think
So
so.
not really strange to you at that.
その時も別におかしくなかったんですね。No.
So you saw the lights were on in John's room. Did you hear anything coming from the room?
その部屋に電気がついてましたけど、そこから何か音とか聞こえましたか？ No.
How long did this interaction with Nikki last?
そのニッキーとのそのそういうその遭遇はどのくらい続きましたか？
多分15分ぐらい。
About 15 minutes.
Did Nikki go back and forth between the room during that 15
その
minutes?
15分の間に部屋から出たり入ったりしてましたか？
お皿2回ぐらい持ってきたんで。
She brought dishes twice.
And did the lights in that room remain on the whole time?
その間ずっと部屋の電気がついてましたか？
はい。
Yes.
After that 15 minutes or so, did you go back upstairs?
15分終わってその後2階に上がりましたか？
はい。
That's correct.
Did you leave Nikki behind with John?
ニッキーを残してジョンと一緒に上に上がりましたか？ That's correct.
Was there anyone else in the home other than you, Yoshida, Nikki, and John?
その4人以外に部屋にいた人はいましたか？
いません。
No.
What happened when you went back upstairs?
その2階に上がって、その後何が起きましたか？
何が起きたって本読んでて、本読んだり YouTube 見てたりしてました。
When I went upstairs, I was watching YouTube and reading the books.
After you went back upstairs, did you hear a noise from downstairs?
2階に上がって何か音が聞こえましたか？
聞きません。
No.
No noise?
音がしなかったんですか？何も。
ね、その時はしません。
At that time, no.
At some time, did you hear noise later?
その後、音を聞きましたか？
ちょっと1時15分頃2階に行って、で、それから寝たんですけど、多分2時頃だと思うけど、よくわかんないけど、犬が庭で鳴いてるのと、なんかドスンと音を聞きました。
Around 2 a.m.
と思うけど。
He assumed around 2 a.m.
She assumes?
What, 1:15?
After 1時
1
15
時15分に上がったんでしょ？
分に上がった後寝たんだけど、その後寝てる時に
音が聞こえて
音が聞こえた。大きな。
1:15, she went to the bed, and then around 2 o'clock while she was sleeping, she got some noise. One of them, when the dogs were embarking
庭で。
in the garden, and then other strange noise
Okay.
was heard.
Okay, so let's break that down a little bit. So after 1:15, you're sitting in bed, you're looking at videos or something.
1時15分の後は寝てた。
At 1:15, she went to bed and then sleep.
Okay. So are you saying at 2 o'clock you got woken up by a noise?
2時
なんか
頃だから
2時頃だと思うんだけど、わかんないけど、寝てる時になんか聞こえた。
While she was sleeping, around 2 o'clock, she's not sure, but around 2 o'clock, she's heard some noise.
What type of noise did you hear at
そ
2
の時
o'clock?
の音は何ですか？
ドスンと。結構大きなドスンと。なんか物が落ちたみたいな。
Something like something dropped from the like shelves or some strange noise.
Okay, was it like a bang?
うんうん、バンみたいな、そういう感じ。
Something like that.
Okay. You said you heard the dogs too,
犬の鳴き声も聞こえたんですよ。Yes.
and the interpreter used the word garden. Does that mean backyard?
バックヤードでしょ？
そうそう、バックヤ
Yes,
ード。
backyard.
Okay. Did John have dogs?
ジョンは犬を持ってたんですか？
はい。
Yes.
How many dogs did he have?
何匹いたんですか？
その時、子犬が生まれたばっかだったんで、大きい犬2匹と、成犬ね、それとパピーが2匹。
So 2 adult dogs and 2 puppies, altogether 4.
Were they John's dogs?
それはジョンの。
はい。
Yes.
Where did they normally sleep?
それ彼この犬は普通はどこで？
ジョンの部屋。
In the John's room.
Is it normal or was it normal for the dogs to be outside in the middle of the night?
その夜中にこの4匹の犬が外に出てるというのはちょっとおかしいと。
不思議です。
It's not normal.
Okay, so when you heard the dogs barking in the garden or the backyard, that was different than normal.
犬がだからバックヤードで吠えてるというのはもうノーマルじゃないわけですね。
ノーマルじゃない。
It's not normal.
When you heard the noise and the dogs barking, did you go downstairs or just go back to sleep?
それが聞いた後、何が起きたかと思って、
寝ちゃった。
went back to sleep.
What time did you wake up in the morning?
で、朝何時に起きたんで
8
す
時。
か？8 o'clock. Wake up.
8 a.m.?
8 a.m.
What did you do when you woke up?
起きて何されたんですか？
下に。
Went downstairs.
キッチン。
Kitchen.
Describe what happened next.
その後何が起きたんですか？
階段を降りてきたら、ジョンのトラックが見えたんです。だから、あれ、おかしいなと思って、
When I was using stairs going down, I saw the John's truck through the window, and I feel something strange.
Did you expect John's truck to be gone?
その時はもうジョンはいないと思ってたんですね。That's correct.
What did you do next?
その後何をされましたか？
ジョンに電話しました。
She called the John.
And did he answer?
答えましたか？
答えない。
No.
What did you do next?
その後何しましたか？
コーヒー作ってまた2階に上がりました。
She prepared coffee and then went upstairs again.
You didn't look in John's room at that time?
ジョンの部屋に行かなかったんですね、その時は。
その時は行ってない。
Didn't go John's room at that time.
After you went upstairs, did you come back down?
また電話して、またもう一回電話して、また降りてきました。でもおかしいなと思って下降りた。
She called him again and no answer, so she feels strange and then went downstairs.
What happened then?
その後何が起きましたか？
ジョンの部屋見たけどいないから、で、また2回行ったのかな？
I looked around the John's room and I couldn't see him. And then 2回行った。Went upstairs again.
Okay. What happened then?
その後は
それで、またちょっとおかしいなと思ってまた降りた。
And then after I went upstairs and I still feel strange, so she went down again.
Describe what happened next.
それと、
そしたら、犬がドギドが出てて、庭にいて、で、見たら、椅子が倒れてて、コンピューターの椅子が倒れてて、あと、ガレージが開いてた、少し。
when he went downstairs, he saw dogs. She saw the dogs still outside. The dog's door was closed, and then also computer's chair was fell down, and garage door half open.
Okay, so let's break that down. Did you go down into John's lower room?
ジョンの部屋にyes, ジョンの部屋に行ったんですね。
はい。
And you saw the doggy door was down.
Yes. そうですね。Yes.
There was a computer chair in John's room
ジョンの部屋
overturned.
のコンピューターの椅子が倒れてたんですね。That's correct.
And you said the garage was open. So did you go out the garage door?
ガラージはオープンだったんで
です
か？
行かない。ガレージの方には行ってない。見えただけ。
I just saw the garage half open, but I didn't go to the garage.
So are you talking about the door from that hallway that leads into the garage?
ホールウェイからガレージに行くドアが
オープンしてたね。
Yes.
That was partially open?
それは部分
開いてました。
Could you see through and see the big garage door?
ガラージが全部見えたんですか？She could see entire garage.
Was the big garage door open too?
大きなガラージドアもオープンだった。
そう。
That's correct.
Did John normally have a lot of tools in the garage?
ジョンはガレージにたくさんの工具を持ってるんですよね。That's correct.
A lot of power tools?
パワーツールとかいろんな持ってるんですね。
よく知らないであると思います。
I think so.
Did you return back from the hallway into John's room?
それからジョンの部屋に行ったんです。
違う。ガレージからジョンの部屋入れるかって聞いたから入れます。
Yes, can go to the John's room.
Did you lift the chair up that was down?
その時倒れてた椅子を起こしたんですか？
はい。
Yes.
And then what did you do?
で、ジョンのベッド、もしかして寝てるかと思って、毛布でこう全部ラップされてたんです。だからちょっと開けたら足が見えたの。
I went to his bedroom and he was wrapped by the blanket, and then but she could see that the part of the she just opened that blanket and then could see that the part of that feet.
The feet. Okay, what did you do next?
その後どうしました？
で、ベッドの方、ちょっとこう、頭の方に動こうとしたら、動いたら、たくさんの血を見たんで、すぐ部屋の方に行って、911。
She tried to move the other side of the bed, showing a head side, and then before that, she saw many bloods.
Many bloods,
and then so she decided went back upstairs and then called
911.
911.
Okay.
And Judge, we would move for the admission of one. I don't plan to play the
No objection.
One will be admitted.
After you called 911, did the police arrive?
911電話した後に警察が来ましたか？
Yes.
And did they interview you?
そして彼はインタビューしました。Yes.
And did they search the house for a long several hours?
そしてうちをずっとサーチ何時間もしましたか？ Yes.
A couple of days later, did you notice a large knife missing from your kitchen?
そして2、3日後にキッチンから大きなナイフがなくなっているのに気がつきましたか？ Yes.
All right. Thank you, Yoko. I'll pass the witness.
ありがとうございました。
Yes.
今度この人の質問ですね。
そうそう。
Is Your Honor intending on taking a break in about 15 minutes? Or?
About, yeah. I'm trying to give you time to finish up.
Thank you. Good morning, ma'am.
おはようございます。
My name is Robert Draskovich. That's my partner, Michael Horvath.
ロバートさんとパートナーのマイクさん。
We have never spoken, have we?
今まで話したことないですね。Never.
Just to clarify a couple of things.
ちょっといろんなことをちょっと明確にしたいですけども、
The girls left your house and went and lived with Nikki, as you know her, in May,
ガールが離れて、そしてニッキと住んでたと。
はい。
correct?
そうですね。
はい。
Yes.
You said it was at the end of school.
学校終わってから。
学校ですね。After the school.
And if I told you that was May 27th of
5月
2023,
27
would you have any reason to disagree with me?
5月27日。
日にちは覚えてないけど、学校が終わってから。
They don't remember the actual date, but after school.
This whole summer, before these events, though, the girls were living with Nikki.
その夏の間ずっとニッキーと住んでたんですね。That's correct.
John had been living with you for a long time.
ジョンは長い間一緒に住んでたんですか？
そうです。
That's correct.
And it was understood he was moving out August 1st or August 7th. I'm sorry.
8月1日かなんかに。
7日、8月7日に動くって知ってました。
Yeah, yes, I do.
There had been many discussions that Johnathan was moving out in the weeks or even months leading up to
彼
this
女が
weekend.
彼が移るのにいろんなディスカッションとかあったんですか？
誰と？
ジョンと。
ジョンと私と？まあ、動くって聞きました。
I've just heard that he was moving out.
Okay. And we'll get into this a little bit later, but as part of this investigation, you're aware that the police took your phone to analyze its contents.
その間に、そのチェックしてる間に警察がヨコさんの携帯を取っていろいろ分析してたっていうのを知ってましたか？
知らない。
I didn't know.
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
I'm sorry. What?
Are you aware that they have copies of your texts?
What?
ね。
Uh-oh! Impeachment!
私の電話を全部チェックして、私のテキストを見てたっていうの知ってましたかって言うから、知らないよ。
I didn't know.
And just as another preliminary matter, Devier lived with you for about 2 to 3 years, correct?
デビエラは2、3年一緒にいたと。
2、3年トータルで
Is that a total or?
When he was 21 on
1年ぐらいじゃない？
About 1 year.
I think 1, 2.
So if he had said if he had said 2 to 3 years, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
3 years はいなかったと思う。
I don't think that she has been 2 or 3 years.
Okay, fair enough. On August 6th of 2023, you were aware Johnathan was moving out, correct? You
8
saw
月 2日に出てったのはご存知ですね。
he and Nikki
Yes,
moving
yes.
things.
Oh.
And they had actually been in your home the day before, August 5th, moving things, correct?
8月5日に来たんですか？
8月5日に何を？
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Yes. Not only on August 6th were they moving things, but they were actually at your house August 5th, moving things.
8月5日には、I don't remember.
Okay. They could have been. Is it possible that you just don't remember right now?
Honey!
それは知らない。
I don't
覚
know.
えてない。
Okay. You don't recall them being there very late on August 5th?
夜遅く来たのを覚えてませんか？彼ら8月5日。
ああ、なんか日記来たような気がする。
It might be so. I think.
Okay. After you find Johnathan, you call the police, and the police come to your home, correct?
ジョナさんが電話して、警察電話して警察が来ましたね。
意味がよくわかんない。ジョンを見つけたとき警察が来た。
そうですよね。
6日ね。はい。
Yes, that.
I'm sorry, ma'am, was that it? Yes?
Yes.
Yes, she's agreeing. And you gave a long interview with Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
ディテクティブの大沢さんと
好きな。
シナさんと長い間調査だったと話し合い。Yes.
The interview began, and let me ask you this, that the interview was recorded, wasn't it?
そのインタビューは録音されたんですか？ That's correct.
And they asked you questions.
いろんな質問されましたね。Yes.
And you'll agree with me that when they're asking you questions, you're wanting to give them the best information as possible, correct?
I cannot
Mm.
hear you.
During this interview, you wanted to give them the best information
その
possible.
時に質問されたら、もうとにかく
そうですね
一番の正直です。That's correct.
You're as truthful as possible,
非常に真実の方だ。That's correct.
and you're as detailed as possible.
で、いろんな詳細についても覚えてる限りか。
はい
Yes.
Obviously, the events that you talked to them about are fresh in your mind, correct?
その人たちと話したことを、覚えて、フレッシュに覚えてますね。
And you'd agree with me that your recollection of events would be far better then than it is now, well, 2 years after these events.
その時の方がもっとこうよく覚えてたわけですね。今2年後だから。
それはそうだけど、よく
Oh, y'all didn't hear me first thing this morning when someone pops in chat like
覚えてます。
Amy.
Still
I'm
I
gonna go.
remember pretty well.
Absolutely. And today you testified.
So I'm acknowledging when new people pop in by that. I don't know. I'm just playing with sounds. We need to have some more fun. And when someone says something silly, I don't know. I want to get some cool sound bites. So when we have stuff happening in court, yeah, I'm working on. I see heads moving in the camera on the state of Texas versus Yuri. So we'll see.
Your Honor, but maybe 40 minutes so far, correct?
40分間証言する。
そんな知ってます
Beef broth.
Give or take. I mean, we're all here, but this interview that you had began at 10:43 and ended at 11:28. Fair to say?
30 minutes.
43分に始まって、
今日
11時8分。Today?
When they interviewed you
最初のインタビュー。
the morning of.
だけど、
August
時計今10時10分になってる。
She said the clock is still 10:10.
Okay, so you're pretty specific on time, aren't you?
もう実際に時間に対しては、Yes.
You are very exact when it comes to time, aren't you?
時間については非常に正確です。
なぜかというと、その日は8時とか10時とか、時計見てるから。
Because on that day, I was frequently watching that clock.
Okay, so again, you're very conscientious of times, correct?
その時は非常に意識が、自分のこと
いつも、いつも、
That's every day.
Every
Not-
day.
not
I
only
keep
that day.
forgetting that.
It's my usual character.
Fair enough. You've been provided a copy of the transcript of your interview, correct?
インタビューのそのトランスクリプト書いたもの全部出されましたね。
意味がわからない、
その
それ。
インタビューの話した内容を、全部内容を、裁判所に出されましたよね。
話はしてますけど、ペーパーは何もないけど。
I didn't see any paper about that.
Okay, but it was provided to you was my question. It was the transcript of your interview. It was provided to you.
その
I didn't clarify what
そ
you
の
said.
トランスクリプトが自分が答えた内容について、そのペーパーをもらいましたか。
もらってないですよ。
No, I didn't see.
Okay, so it wasn't, you didn't see it, and I'm trying to clarify, was it given to you and you didn't read it, or was it never given to you?
Never.
You testified before a grand jury for this matter, correct?
大審にこの
前にね。
出てたんですね。Yes, yes.
And that was in September 21st of 2023, correct?
9月21日の23年にしたんですね。
日にち覚えてないけどしました。
Yes, I did, but I don't remember the exact date.
Okay. If I told you it was that date, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
So what?
I said, if I told you it was that date, September 21st, 2023, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
この日にちを言いましたけど、覚えてない理由とかなんかあります。
日にちは覚えてません。
I don't remember the exact date, but I remember that I was in the grand jury.
Okay. And this now turning, so there's two. Turning your attention now to the interview, August 7th.
8月7日のそのインタビューについて話しましょう。
はい。
It was in English,
英語でしたね。Yes.
and you were asked questions by Detective Ozawa and Detective Skinner, correct?
小沢さんと、それ、
うん
yes.
はい。
You had told the detective in that interview that this sound was dogs barking, and that was at 3 a.m., correct?
その時に、
ん
その犬が鳴いたのは3時だと。
いや、3時って言ってないと思う。2時頃だと思う。でも寝てたから、うん。
I don't think I said the 3 o'clock, but while I was sleeping, so
2時頃だと思う。
I still believe that around 2 o'clock.
3時って言ってないと思う。
Hey, ma'am, I'm going to read your statement.
言ったことを
Counsel,
読む
page 3, line 62. Then this morning, then last night, like at 3 a.m., I heard a dog barking in the yard, correct?
それに書いてあるんですって。
うん。で、言ったか覚え、それはちょっとわからない。
You said that to the detective the morning of.
でも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
でも、
But you're very conscientious at time, and obviously this is close to the
非常に
events
時
in
間に対し
question,
て
correct?
貴重な面の割にはちょっとそう。
でも寝てたから覚えてない。
I was sleeping.
But you told the detective it was 3 a.m. when you heard the dogs barking, and that was unusual,
うん
correct?
3時だから非常にアンニュージュアルだと
でも
思った。
3時とは覚えてない。うんでも寝てる時に聞いたことは確か。
I've heard while I was sleeping.
You would agree with me that through the course of this case, you learned that Nikki left your house at 2:04 a.m., correct?
この中で2時4分に彼から日記が家を出たということを知りましたか？
うん、私は何時に彼女が帰ったか知らない。
I don't know what time she left.
Okay. But at the time, the morning after, you said that at 3 a.m. you were woken up and the dogs were barking. Fair?
だから
I just read it to you.
今、そう言われても、その日の朝に小沢さんと話したけど、覚えてよくわからない。多分そう言ったかもしれないけど、時間はわからない。
I don't remember 3 o'clock, or I might say that, but it's not
Okay.
clear.
That's right, ね。その後、すぐ後だったから、殺された後だったから、
だから違う。
よくわからない。
Right after what had happened, so I don't remember.
Okay. And when you talked to detectives, you didn't talk about some bang or anything, did you? That's new today.
その時にこうポーンという音がしたということは言ってなかったですけど、それを今日言われたのは新しい発見なんですけど。
覚えて、だけど、それはほら、殺されてすぐのことだったから、動転してたかもしれない。
That was right after the accident, and my emotional situation was a little bit, unusual.
Understood. And that's your testimony today. Are we fair to say?
今日はね、証言が初めてですもんね。Yes.
But this wasn't the first time that you were asked about time being woken up and what you heard that night, correct?
その時に起きて、で、音がしたわけですね。Yes.
You testified before a grand jury, a group of people kind of like this, in a prior proceeding, correct?
こういう人たちの陪審の前で話したんですね。Yes.
And you told that grand jury, page 65, that on the night in question, you were woken up by the dogs barking at 3 a.m.
I didn't wake up. 起きてはない。ただちょっと聞いただけ。
Actually, I didn't wake up. I've heard while I was still half sleeping.
So you agreed now that it's still 3 o'clock on two separate occasions.
3時かどうかは知らない。
I'm not sure whether it's 3 o'clock or.
Page 64. So you went upstairs, right? And if anything, did you hear after that, around 3 a.m. in the morning, where the dogs are barking in the yard? And you agreed, correct?
最初に犬がいたと泣いたと言ってますけど、それに。
じゃあ3時っていうのはちょっとわからない。泣いたのは聞いてたけど、3時っていうのは覚えて。
I've heard that the dog barking, but I don't know if it's 3 o'clock or not.
Okay. But in both occasions, you say that this was unusual, didn't you? Dogs barking at 3 a.m.
まあ3時に、
2時とか3
2時とか3時だととにかくアンニュージュアルですね。
Unusual.
Yes.
So just so we're clear, this idea of 3 a.m. has been talked about on 2 prior occasions that we're aware of, correct? In your interview and during your grand jury testimony, correct?
一応3時にその最初のインタビューとグラン大売買の時に3時だということをまあ言った。
言ったか覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And during the grand jury proceeding, when the prosecutor told you or asked you about 3 a.m., you didn't disagree, did you?
まあその時にそのまあ検察側が3時に行ったという言ったはずですけども覚えてます。
いや3時にって言われたことないと思う。
I never been told that the 3 o'clock from the prosecutors.
But you'll agree with me on both instances when you talked about this noise in the middle of the night. It was the dogs barking and it was unusual. Fair?
とにかく犬が聞こえてるのはアンニュージュアル。Yes, I agree.
Today you talked about when you came downstairs and it was at 1 o'clock. You said that you saw Nikki and she seemed surprised, correct?
その下に置いた時にニッキーがその非常に驚いたということを言われましたね。Yes.
You didn't talk about her looking surprised or startled on August 7th, 2023, did you?
8月7日にそれについて驚いたとかそういうこと言わなかった。
驚いたかあったとは言いましたけど、驚いたって言ったかどうかはわからない。
I don't remember what I said or not, but I told them that I met her.
Okay, yes, you said that you spoke. The point I'm making is you didn't say she was startled or surprised, did you? When you were interviewed by the police.
驚いたということを言わなかったかもしれない。
かもしれない。覚えてない。
It might have been that way, though.
And when you testified before the grand jury on September 21st, 2023, you didn't talk about Nikki being startled or surprised either, did you?
その時もそのニッキーが驚いたように見えたというふうに言わなかったんじゃないですかと。
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
Not sure if I'm believing this woman.
On your interview on August 7th, you talked about after saying at 3 a.m. the dogs are barking, you go back to sleep, you wake up at 8 a.m. and then you go downstairs, correct?
8月7日に3時頃目が覚めて、そして8時頃下に降りたというふうに言いましたけど、覚えてますか？
覚えてます。
You don't talk about. I'm sorry. You'll agree? Are you agreeing with me?
3時でいいですか？Yes.
You didn't talk about seeing his truck and being surprised or anything like that, did you? You didn't talk about being surprised at seeing Jonathan's truck in front of the yard.
その彼のトラックを見た時も驚いたりとかしなかったんですか？
だからいないと思ってたのにトラックあったからおかしいなと思いま
When
した。
I saw that his truck, usually not there, I was not there.
But I'm talking about the statement, the accurate statement that you agreed with that you gave to the police on August 7th. You didn't talk about being surprised about Jonathan's truck.
その時警察人のあれではその時にそのトラックがいなかったら驚いたとは言わなかった。
覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did talk to the police that morning the kids were supposed to start school over at Nikki's house, correct?
その時に、その子供はニッキーの家から学校に行くということをしてた。Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Is that a correct statement?
それは正しいんですね。Yes, correct statement.
You told the police on August 7th when you came downstairs, things were a mess, correct?
その8月7日のその警察に下が非常にもう混乱してたというふうに言われました。
そう言った覚えないけど、どういう意味でメスっていうの？
I don't remember. She wants to know what the mess means.
Ma'am, you stated, and I'm referring to page 11 of the voluntary statement, lines 415 through 418. So I don't know about it because this morning I went downstairs. Two chairs were upside down. So messy downstairs, And those were your
2 つ
words.
のチェアがさ、こうやってメスだったと言ったと。
メスって言ったかもしれない。もう覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay, but are you going to disagree? Actually, let me ask you this. May I approach the witness? Show me page 11.
このトランスクリプト見せる。
Upside down. Chairs are upside down. So messy down to pick up a chair and hit it. なんだかわからない。覚えてない、それは。
I don't remember.
メスっていうのは何だろう。
Do you agree that your memory was far better the morning, August 7th, than it would be now, correct?
1月7日ですね。の一応トランスクリプトです。
じゃあ部屋が汚れてたってことかな。覚えてない、それは。
I might, so that might, that the room was very dirty.
Maybe.
And they might say messy.
And your words, man. I'm not putting words in your mouth. Your words that 2 chairs were upside down, correct?
2つのチェアがこうしてる。
2つかな。1つは覚えてる。もう覚えてない、2年前のことで。
Since 2 years ago, I don't remember. It might have been 2 chairs, but I remember the 1 chair was fell down.
Okay, so now you remember the 1 chair, but at the time you said 2, correct?
コレクトかどうかっていうか覚えてない。
I
2
don't
年前の
remember
こと。
2 years ago.
Fair to say that there appeared to be some signs of a struggle.
その時になんかここ戦ってる様子とか、なんかこう揉めてる様子とかそういうの見るの。
っていうか、椅子が倒れてて、だから何があったかわからないけど、椅子は倒れてた。
So the chair fell down, and I don't know what had happened, but that's the fact that the chair.
In this point in time, and I don't mean to beat this, but 2 chairs. You said 2 chairs, correct?
2つのチェア。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
1つは絶対に覚えてる。
1 chair, surely I remember.
But you read here and it says 2 chairs, and those are your words, correct?
2年前のことは覚えてない。
I don't remember 2 years ago.
The police officers followed up. Which room were the chairs overturned in? Again, plural. You said in the same room, Jonathan's
そ
room,
の
the family
そう
room.
同じ部屋で2つのチェアが倒れた時にトリプルスリップ
2つかな。2つかな。覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. And at that point in time, you're asked what John does. You say he's a handyman, but you never talked about power tools, correct?
パワーツールについて何も言われませんでしたけど、ジョンはですね、ハンディマンだから、まあ、でもそういうのは結局、まあ
持ってたと思うけど知りません。
I don't know what the power tool is he might have.
I don't know.
Okay. At this point in time, you do remember the girls' ages, correct?
What?
At this point in time, when you give the interview, you remembered your granddaughter's ages, correct?
その時の年は、孫の年は。
知ってますよ。
Yes.
They were 7 and 9.
7歳と9歳。
その時、今13歳だから、そう、23年、2年前、9と7歳、と思う。
I think so.
Through this interview, and I'll just talk for a bit about this August 7th, 2023 interview.
2023年8月7日のインタビューについて、まず追加質問があります。
During this weekend that Johnathan and Nikki were talking about moving together and raising the children together,
その時
correct?
に2人が話して子供を育てると出てってっていうのを話したっていうのはご存知ですか？ Yes.
They were back together again.
そして元によりを戻すという話をしてますね。Yes.
That it was a very good day. They were very happy.
その時は非常に彼らは幸せそうな日だった。Yes.
And they were happy to move, correct?
で、もう喜んでその時出ていく
That he was moving.
Yes.
This is something that had been talked about and you were aware of for months leading up to this. Fair? I said this move was something that she had known about for months leading up to the move, correct?
これに至った経緯はその前からまだ知ってたんですね。Yes.
let's talk now a few minutes about 1 a.m. And you did tell the police it was 1 a.m. when you came down the
うん
stairs.
それは
1時に降りたってことはポリスに言われましたね。
はい
Yes.
You said you came down and that you were washing the dishes,
その
correct?
時、まあ、降りてきて、皿を洗ったんですね。
ニッキーがお皿持ってきたから洗いました
The reason I wash dishes is Nikki brought.
Okay. This was something that was kind of common. Johnathan would eat and he wouldn't really clean up, correct?
ジョンは、まあ、食べた後、そのものを、まあ、そのクリーンアップしないというのは。
しない
Yes.
And ma'am, I'm going to ask you a number of questions, and I'm not trying to attack your son who's deceased, but these things are important to establish, and these questions will be based upon things that you would
ま
either
あ、その
said
辺
or
の
texted.
彼の修正についていろいろまあ説明したいと。
Nikki's bringing you alcohol bottles too, correct?
アルコールのボトル持ってきましたか？
覚えてないそれはまあ覚えてない
I don't remember.
お皿は覚えてる
I remember the dishes.
Okay. You had said they were a mess. There was a mess that was being cleaned up from Johnathan, correct?
I beg your pardon?
I said you were washing dishes. She was bringing dishes and alcohol bottles because Johnathan was kind of messy, correct?
まあ、そのお皿を洗いますと。で、
うん
でジョナさんもそのアルコールのボトルとかね、
うん
持ってきて、その彼の部屋はそのメッシーだったと
うん
いうことで。
いつもメッセージ
Yes,
Yes.
Oh.
And Nikki tells you that Jonathan's drunk.
ミッキーがあなたにそのもう彼はもうアルコール中だと言いましたか？
じゃなくてニッキーはジョンが飲んじゃったから寝てるって言いました
Nikki told her that on that day he went to bed because he was drunken.
Yes. And ma'am, I'm referring to your own words. You said that, yeah, Nikki told me that he was drunk, correct?
ドランクっていうか寝てるって言いました
And then he was sleeping.
And you told the police, counsel page 19, that Nikki had alcohol bottles in her hand and she was
だ
cleaning
2
up.
年前の
ミッキーがアルコールのボトル持ってきましたからね。
覚えてない
I don't remember.
You told the police page 20, Jonathan would leave all the alcohol bottles around, correct?
その彼はいろんなそのアルコールのですね、カラビンをあの辺にこう打ったりとか残したりとかしてましたか？
時々飲んだ後置いてるのは知ってるけど、でも2年前のことだからそこまで覚えてる
I don't remember well.
And ma'am, later on in this very same interview, now we're on page 24, you talked to the police about waking up and the dogs are barking at 3 a.m., correct?
だから3時は覚えてない
I don't remember.
Counsel, I'm referring
3
to
時か
page
どうかはわから
24.
ない
And again, this is the second time that you tell the police, now well into this interview, that it's 3 o'clock, not 2 o'clock, correct?
だからコレクトじゃなくて、でも3時ってはっきり3時時計見たわけじゃないから覚えてない知らない
I didn't see the clock at that time, 3 o'clock, so I don't remember.
But you again say that it's unusual and it's 3 a.m. That's what you told the police.
そうだけどその頃と思ったかもしれないけど覚えてない
伝えなきゃいけないと。
覚えてない
I don't remember.
That night, during the 15 minutes that you're talking to Nikki, she told you that she didn't want Jonathan driving and drinking, correct?
その彼女だった時に、
そうでした
Yes.
That was a concern of hers, wasn't it? Based
まあ、そ
upon
れ
your
は彼女の、
15-minute
まあ、心
conversation.
配だと思って。
彼女は私に、ね、飲んでるから運転させたくないから朝5時に彼は起きて自分の家に来るって言った
She said that she didn't want him to drive or drink, and then she also said he will wake up at 5 o'clock and then come to her house.
Okay, ma'am, thank you. But this issue with Johnathan drinking and driving.
Prosecution, I believe.
Of family concern, wasn't it?
彼がそのアル中なのは家族
I
の
believe.
やっぱりちょっとこう問題でいろいろ。
違う。とにかく飲んでるから運転はさせたくないからって言ったらそれだけ。
She said that she just doesn't want him to drive while on drinking.
And you'd agree with me, the best way to do that is to take his keys, correct?
まあその時は運転させたくないから彼女がキーを持って、まあその真ん中でもそのキーを取って、そういうふうにするのがまあそのまあ普通じゃないか
と思います。
I don't think so.
For years, you had sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
4 years.
For a number of years, you have sent your son texts concerning his drinking, correct?
何でもないでその息子にもう酒飲むなとか言ってテキストしてたんですか？
っていうか、お酒飲むのは良くないからやめた方がいい。お金もないからやめた方がいいっていうのはテキストしてました。
Yeah, I told him not too much drink. It's better. It's not a good idea. That's she sent a text to him.
For years was my question then.
何年もじゃないけど、そういうふうに教えました。運転しなきゃいけないからアルコール飲んだ時は運転しない方がいいとか。
I told him not to drive while drinking, and that's I keep telling him.
And for years, you were concerned about his doing drugs. Same issue. He could be a danger on the road.
っていうか、私は一般的にとにかくドラッグとかアルコールはしない方がいいって教えてました。
I was teaching him, don't take alcohol, don't take drug. Educate him not to do that.
そう、だから子供にみんな教えるでしょ。親はドラッグはするな、アルコールするな、そういうふうに教えてました。
So that's kind of a general education from the parent to the kids, not to drive on while drinking and then not to take drugs.
And the reason we're going to address this, ma'am, is that you had said on direct that his drinking was normal, correct? And we're going to go through some timelines and things, ma'am, because on direct you had said that his drinking was normal, correct?
まあいろいろわかりますけども、彼のドリンクが普通常だと思われるかどうか、彼のね。
まあ普通はみんな普通に飲むでしょ。ただたくさん飲むのは良くないと思います。
I think it's normal to drink, but not too much, not over drink is not good.
You sent him texts in 2018 about his drinking in relation to driving, correct? And drugs.
2018年にその飲むのとドライブとの関係についてテキストしてますね。
覚えてませんけど、いつも普通に教えてます。アルコールしたら運転するな。
I don't have a particular text, but usually I told him not to drive while you drink.
July 18th, 2018, if you're drinking, don't drive, you will mess up. You'll lose things. I'm sure you're drinking and move this hour.
でも普通教えませんか？親としてみんな。
But as a parent, is that a normal to educate the kids?
Oh, I completely agree with you, ma'am. I have 3 sons and a daughter, and I completely understand.
私は飲まないし、タバコも吸わないし、もちろんドラッグもやらないから、そういうのはいつも子供には教えてました。
I don't drink, I don't smoke, and also I don't drug, so I keep teaching the kids not to take it.
And ma'am, that's a good thing. And these texts are not a reflection on you. It's just important that we address these issues right now for the purpose of this trial.
I would object at this point, Judge. She has acknowledged that she sent the text messages. Relevance, cumulative.
And if the state agrees that this was an ongoing concern for years up until the time
What
I would agree is that in 2018 she sent some text messages.
In 2018, there was a concern for her. I think that's what everybody can agree on.
In 2019, many texts, the same concerns.
2019年も同じの送ってるんですね。Yes.
2020, many texts, the same
2020年
concerns.
も同じようなことを送ってますね。
私はいつもそういうふうに真面目に働いて、真面目にやるように教えてました。
I always tell him to work hard and not to drink, not to all the time. I educate him.
2021, many texts, the very same concerns.
2021年はたくさんのテキストを送られました。
2022, many texts, the very same
2022
thing.
年もそうですね。
言うこと聞かないから。
Correct?
そうですよね。
多分テキストしてます。
I think so.
And 2023, many texts, the same concerns.
2023年もそうですね。I think so.
You had told the police on August 7th of 2023 that Nikki had given you a car key concerning the car that was out front. Andrea's car, correct?
Yes.
2023年8月のはい。Yes.
Fair to say that Nikki's the one that handles the keys in reference to issues
あの時
involving your son.
そう持ってきた。ジョンの部屋から。
ニッキーがですね。
そう鍵を持ってきました。
Nikki brought a key from John's house.
John's
room.
And just so we're clear, ma'am, there's another time, a third time that you tell the police about the dogs barking at 3 a.m. in this interview, right?
3時に行って泣いたと。
それ覚えてない。
I don't remember.
Okay. You did tell the police that Johnathan doesn't get along with his son, Devyn, correct?
ジョナサンはそのいろいろうまくいかなかったというふうに言って。
それも覚えてない。
I don't remember.
You told the police that Devyn had a girlfriend and you thought that she was 30, correct?
その時、デビューはそのガールフレンドがいて、30の。Would you repeat?
Absolutely. You told the police on August 7th, 2023 that Devyn had a girlfriend and that you think that she's 30.
Oh, look at that face. Look at that face.
覚えてないけど、ニッキーと話したときにキッチンで1時過ぎに私がデビエラがいるけど大丈夫なのって言ったらニッキーがデビエラhas a girlfriendって言ったんです。その時に。8月7日の1時過ぎに話してる時にデビエラがいるけど
Get away.
が言って大丈夫なのって聞いたら
I'm in the cradle.
彼女がデビエラhas a girlfriend って言ったの。
She told her that around 1 o'clock when they talk to each other, that she has a girlfriend.
Okay. No. Are we talking about Devyn?
She asked them.
Yeah, だからね。
Ma'am, did you know if Devyn had a girlfriend who was 30?
Can I speak English?
Please.
Okay. When I talked to the Nikki after 1 a.m., I asked her, "Is John okay to go your house? Because Devyn is there." And she said, "Devyn has a girlfriend." That time she told me. So Nikki told me.
And did you tell that to the police?
I don't remember 2 years ago. So sorry about
that. Ma'am, you didn't tell that to the police. That's something that you're saying right now for the first time.
Sorry, but because I didn't get asked this.
Okay. You had just asked you about Devyn, and Devyn said, "Oh, he has a girlfriend," correct? So this idea that she told you this is something that you're just bringing up or making up right now for the first time. Is that right?
初めて言ったかもしれないけど、2年前のことそんな覚えてない。で、それはほら、あの事件の起きたすぐ後の話だから、私も動転してたかもしれない。
That interview came right after the accident happened, and I was not normal mental status.
Page 34, you're asked, does he get along with his son? Your answer, not at this time. They say, okay. That's why Devyn was used to live in my house too, but he moved to Nikki's. So he's a grown man, and he's 21. I think he's about, yeah, 27. He had a girlfriend. She's 30, I think, correct?
30かどうか
That's what you said.
覚えてません。
I don't remember.
And then you, next statement, just a minute, but he's trying to move out this time, this week. That's what he's saying, correct?
彼がその後にムーブアウトすると。
誰が
Who was he?
Devier.
デビエラはもうとっくにムーブアウトしてました。
Devier, went out a long time before.
If I may approach the witness.
Sure.
And I'm referring to page 34 of the statement.
They're here.
Yes.
Devier used to live in my house.
Move to Nikki. That's why. He had a girlfriend.
And then
She's 30ってここら辺覚えてね、そう言ったとこ思えないけど。
I don't remember this statement, around this statement.
Do you agree with me? You
あれ
said
は
that
自分が言ったことだ。
言う30なんて言ったことない。
And then he told you he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
ニッキーのハウスに行ってない言ったんですか？
ん？
ニッキーのハウスに移ると言ってない言ったんですか？
言ってないよ。彼はただ誰かガールフレンドのうちに移るって言っただけで知らない。When he moved って知らない。
He just said that he's going to move some girlfriend's house.
知ら
And
ない。
just so we're clear, and I'm just
Don't
going to
remember.
read your statement. Just a minute, but he's trying to move out this week. That's what he's saying.
This week ってオーガスト7のこと？
The 23, August 7th, 23.
Correct.
No, もうデビエラはいなかった。
At that time, Devira was not my house.
I know. You talked about him moving out of Nikki's, correct?
そのムービングアウトっていうのは、ジョンがムーブアウト、オーガスト7。デビエラの
John moved out August 7th, and Devira.
デビエラはもうロングタイムアゴ
So
にもう
Devira moved out a long time before.
No, ma'am, but my question, I just want to make a clean record, is you told the police that Devier told you that he was moving out of Nikki's house, correct?
コレクトじゃない。じゃない。
It's not correct.
何の話かわからない。
Did they get the transcript wrong, do you think?
I think wrong.
I think the transcript is wrong.
だってデビエラはもうとっくに、20年ぐらいにはもう私の家から出てる
So
はず。
Devira moved out around 2020.
いや、もう全然家にいなかった。
I have no further questions. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, I will try to be brief, Yoko. Just a few more questions. You were interviewed right after you found your son dead, correct?
子供さんが亡くなって、その後、直後にインタビューが来たんですね。Yes.
That incident was obviously traumatic for you.
非常にもう自分たちも very shocking.
When the detectives interviewed you, was it at your house?
どこでそのインタビューしたんですか？
家の近くの車の中。
Inside the car, nearby the house.
Did they bring a Japanese interpreter for the
そ
interview?
の時に日本人の通訳と来ましたか？
い
No.
ません。
Okay. So were you asked some questions and provided some answers that may have been a little unclear?
質問されて、それ答えた時に若干不明な点とかありましたが、Yes.
And when I questioned you at the grand jury, do you remember that?
その大陪審で示しましたね、覚えてますか？ Yes.
We did not have an interpreter for you, if I remember. Do you remember?
その時に通
い
訳
ました。いました。
Yes, she had an interpreter.
So you had an interpreter at the grand jury proceeding,
グランジュリーでも通訳いたんですね。
あの女の人。
Yes.
and you obviously have one here today.
Yes. 今日もいますね。Yes.
Do you know if you were asked the same questions every single time you have talked about this?
その聞かれた時にそれ全部通訳されましたね。
それで大体同じだけど、今日のその3時に犬がどの吠えたっていうのは知らん。
Yes.
Okay. Today, you are testifying off your memory, correct?
まあ、自分の記憶から今こう証言してるんですね。That's correct.
And these papers that the attorney showed you, you didn't read these before coming in today.
その今見せてくれた紙は読んでないんですね。
読んでない。
Never saw that, never seen that.
Yeah, so you're testifying from memory.
その時は記憶で話したんですね。Yes.
As you sit here right now,
うん
do you remember hearing the sound that woke you up at 2 o'clock?
2時にその音がして、まあ、起きたと。
だから
いうことは
私が言ってるのは2時頃だと思う。で3時って言われたけど、時間は覚えてない
I
けど。
believe it's around 2 o'clock.
Okay. The dogs are separate. And let me ask you about the dogs.
で、犬についてね。
うん
The dogs, I presume, didn't just bark once and shut up.
その犬は1回だけ超えて、そうなくて、もう引き続き
ちょっ
どんどん。
とちょっと泣いてた。
For a while.
I'm going to allow a limited meeting for the purposes of the language barrier at this point.
For a while.
The dogs barked for a while.
Yes.
You heard them outside at some time in the night, correct?
外でそれ犬が鳴いたのを聞いたんですね。Yes.
And then when you came down at 8 a.m., the dogs were not in John's room, correct?
8時に降りてきた時にドッグはそのジョンの部屋にいなかったんですね。
いなかった、外。
Still outside.
So the dogs could have barked many times from 2 a.m. to 8 a.m., I would
2時
presume.
から8時の間にドッグが
泣いたかもしれない。
Hold on just one second. I'm going to answer that question. That objection is going to be sustained if she doesn't know if the dogs could have barked for that experience.
Sure. I'll just ask you, do you know if the dogs barked once or if they barked many times?
1回か何回も鳴いた
1
か。
回じゃないことはわかるけど、ちょっとワンワンって泣いてたのはなんとなく記憶にある。それだけ。
Not once.
Not once?
Not once.
Okay. Mr. the attorney asked you if you believed that John and Nikki were happy to move out. Do you remember that question?
彼ら2人がその喜んでその出ていこうとしてるのは覚えてますか？Yes.
You would agree with me that you don't know what was going on in Nikki's head,
その
correct?
時にニッキーが何を考えているかとかさっぱり分からなかったですね。
それは知りません。
No.
Okay, so you can't say whether Nikki was happy about the move or
その
not.
時にニッキーが幸せだったのかどうかってことは分からないですね。
分からない。
I don't know.
You were asked about text messages. Remember that?
テクストメッセージについて聞かれましたよね。
John was 46 when he was killed,
ジョン46歳で亡くなりましたね。
and he's still your baby at 46, I presume. Is that right?
だからその時亡くなったから彼は46歳のままの子供ですね。That's correct.
So even though he's 46, you're still trying to coach him on life and guide him in the right direction like my mom does all the time.
だからその時はとにかくその正しい方向に行くようにいろんなコーチングしてたんですね。Yes.
Thank you. I'll pass it.
Yes. Before today, you said it was 3 o'clock. You were woken up by the dogs 5 times, correct?
だから覚えてない。
5時になったと。
でそれだから3時って言ってるけど覚えてない。
I don't remember.
And today you're saying it's 2, correct?
そして今日2時と言ってるんですね。
2時頃だと思う。
Around 2 o'clock,
I think.
I think around 2 o'clock.
And in front of this grand jury, you told them about the 2 chairs being upside down, correct?
そしてそのグランジ
そう2年前のことは覚えてないけど、一つは絶対に覚えてるんだけど、もう一つもあったかもしれないけど。
I don't remember, but I'm sure that one chair was filled.
Okay, but my question is before the grand jury, so September 21st, 2023, with the interpreter, you testified that chairs were knocked upside down, 2 of them, correct?
だけど覚えてないけど、もしかしたら2つかもしれない。
I don't remember, but it might be 2.
で、それはそのすぐ後だったから、今と違う2年前の。
That was right after the accident, and my mental status was kind of terrible. But right now, it's kind of become normal.
Okay, man, this grand jury, and we discussed this was September 21st, 2023, correct?
そのグランジュリーとは9月の21日。
その日にちも覚えてないからね。
I don't remember the date.
One final, maybe 2 final questions. You were asked if you were shown transcripts from your interview for the grand jury. Did you listen to a recording of your interview?
それをそのレコードされたり、その、could you rephrase?
Yes, did you listen to a recording of your interview before today?
その時そのインタビューが録音されてるのを聞いてます。
聞いてない。
No.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, ma'am, you are excused. Thank you very much for your testimony here today.
Thank you. いいのね。
Okay, we're gonna take a brief recess, ladies and gentlemen. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read.
They are on a brief recess, and I feel loud. Sound check. Am I too loud? We do have some movement on the camera, but I don't know if it. Oh. Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum. We may have a verdict. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay, I want to say apologies to the stepfather of Uriah Urick that the district attorney did not remove your personal information. I apologize if I did not see that come across my screen. Could have been in the restroom. God knows. I just may not have noticed. It is not my intent ever here on this channel to disclose things that should not be disclosed. With that said, I just want to offer a public apology. I will be more diligent. I wish the courts would do it that's one good reason to do it on a delay, but things do happen. It's not intentional. So if you release the copyright strike or whatever on me, I will edit and repost the video, but I can't do that unless you release it. Oh, someone wanted to know what I had for lunch. Beef broth. Don't you love these bowls? They're expensive. It was a gift. I have arthritis, and I can just hook it on my hand and carry it when I'm having a flare up. They're so fabulous. Well, he knows he's guilty. He knows he's going away. I feel for the families. I am a family member of a convicted criminal. And this is a very horrible position for the family to be in. Mine did not commit red room. Thank you, Jesus. It was bad, though. He's gone for life. I don't think they'll give him anything short. It's going to be he said, she said.
The court has received a jury communication. After consulting with the attorneys, it appears that the request is merely exhibits that they're requesting. So the court is going to attach all exhibits responsive to the request.
My bad.
It's in the back. Is everyone good with that? Anything for the record?
That's fine with me, Judge.
Okay, very good. Then we will send all of these back. Let's go off the record.
False alarm. False alarm. My bad. My apologies. I greatly apologize. Okay, so we've got a break here. So I want to talk a little bit. I am trying to come up with some fun sounds. Some fun sounds. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Dude. I forgot I did that. No, that's not what I'm not asking for. Okay, I want to go here. Okay. So we have some sounds we're going to go through. Of course, we got that is probably my super chat. This is a Then we have, that's when y'all are being silly. We've got the drum rolls. Another one. Then we have a drop sound. That's when someone drops a truth bomb or an oh crap bomb. That's suspense. We got the jail door. We got Matrix. Low. We got police. What? Angela, where did that happen? No freaking way. How can you time out a mod? I didn't know you can put a mod in timeout. I don't know what to do. June's the only one who can fix it. Get a hold of June. She's the only one who can fix that. I'm sorry. We'll get it. We're working on it. Okay. The police. One of my favorite. Taser. I ought to play that when I go get my cup, when I'm leaving and I'm getting a cup of coffee. Waterfall.
Breaking news.
Bruh.
This guy was good.
I'm sorry, what?
All right, let's just admit it. That didn't happen.
No. Oh, no, you don't.
It ain't got no gas in it. It ain't got no gas in it.
Sidebar.
Wait.
You bastards.
My favorite. Yep. Me loves it. I can play for y'all. I have a flute. Really? I thought the person who struck it can undo it. What the hell? I'm sorry, honey. I don't, that was a sheer accident because I know my boo. How do you do it for, 60 seconds to a minute? That's 10. That 10 minutes? 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes. It's not like 24 hours. Somebody one day got it for 24 hours. I was like, what? I did too. I sent her a message too. I'm just so sorry. I know she's on her phone, so I bet it was an accident. Unless, did you say something, honey, that we don't know about? What did you say? Let me go back and look. Let's see if I can. Hard to tell. She is so waffling. Oh my God. There's no reason for her to be timed out. No, that was an accident. She may have been trying to like it, but being that she's on her cell phone, she may have accident. And she's at a dentist, so I wonder if they've given her any kind of happy gas. We'll find out. We just may need to extend some grace. That's all I'm saying. Oh, I'm so sorry, boo. I'm there. Oh. Oh, honey, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, boo. I didn't know you could. I thought you could not time out. I didn't know you could time out mods. Yeah. Nope. What you boo? Oh, my bad. My bad. Forgive me. We're dealing with something. Sorry. I'm trying to deal with unlocking our mod. My apologies. Okay, we got a CSI agent up on the stand. Let me skedaddle back. My apologies. My greatest of apologies. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix a problem. My bad.
I do. Thank you. Sure. Nicole Merriam, NICOLEMARIAM.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Yes, still morning. How are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
Good. What is your position?
I am a crime scene analyst 2 at the Henderson Police Department.
How long have you worked in that capacity?
Total almost 15 years. I've been at Henderson for just over 9 years, and I was with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department for nearly 6 years prior to that.
And you mentioned crime scene analyst 2. What does that mean?
It's just a level. Are you the 2 specifically, or?
Yes.
It's a level. So in both Metro and Henderson, there are 3 tiers of crime scene analysts. At Henderson, they're classified as tech is the bottom, the lowest when you start out, then 1, and then 2. So I'm the top level crime scene analyst that Henderson has.
What is some of your background and training that you have done to become a crime scene analyst?
Sure. So I have 2 bachelor's degrees from University of Nevada, Las Vegas, one in criminal justice and one in psychology. Upon starting at Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department back in January of 2011, I started with a training course at an academy that was nearly 300 hours, so about 8 weeks-ish of training. Then after that, did a 12-week field training program where we're paired up with more senior crime scene analysts, and we investigate scenes with them until we progressively get to the point where we're on our own. And then in my nearly 15 years, I've taken upwards of 1,000 hours of different training ongoing throughout my career.
So the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have heard from a crime scene analyst in this case, but can you just generally go over what some of your duties are?
Sure. So we respond to crime scenes where we identify, document, collect, and preserve physical evidence. So we use ways of doing that like photography, fingerprinting, blood spatter analysis, trajectory, and then we collect the evidence and preserve it so it can be processed or tested later if need be as well.
And you also impound evidence,
Correct.
Is that correct? So the items that you do locate, you undergo an impound process.
Correct.
What is that impound process?
So we package the items in their inner packages. So depending on the item, it depends on what type of packaging we use, a paper bag, a box, depending on its shape and size. And then we put that inner package, that individual package, we label it with the item number, the DR number or the event number associated with the case, with the date of the case, and also my P number and initials, so my identifying personnel number. And then that package is placed in a larger outer package, which then is sealed with red tape. I initial it and date it, so that way it can show that the seal has not been broken, no one else has gotten in and tampered with it. And then a label goes on the outside of that bare outer package to tell you what's inside the package.
So I assume when you're collecting evidence, obviously you and members of your team are wearing gloves.
Correct.
Okay. And what's the purpose of that?
In order to prevent cross-contamination. I don't want to put my fingerprints, my DNA onto the item. Also safety for me. Some items we handle may be bloody, and I don't want to get that on myself as well. But it's in order to not cross-contaminate and leave anything behind that wasn't there naturally.
So I know you have 15 years of experience, but can you approximate about how many scenes you have documented? Are we talking hundreds?
Scenes entirety. We do everything from burglaries up to homicide. So we don't just do major calls. I honestly don't even begin to know what that number would be.
Safe to say hundreds?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Oh, definitely.
So then directing your attention to August 7th of 2023, were you called out to a scene?
I was.
What was the nature of the scene?
It was a search warrant reference a homicide investigation.
Okay. And was that location that you were assigned to 5510 Porcupine Rim?
Yes, it was.
What information did you have about the call?
I knew it was a homicide where the victim was located decapitated. And this residence was the house of, I believe, the girlfriend or ex-girlfriend, and that we would be serving a search warrant on it.
What time, and did you arrive around 6:30 that night at that Porcupine Rim residence?
Yes, 6:34 was my arrival time.
And when you arrived at the scene, were people already there?
Yes.
Who was there?
The detectives were there. We also had Sergeant Kyle Slattery. We had, I believe, 6 detectives. Detective Ozawa, Detective Pappas, Detective Lina, Detective Christopher, Detective Skinner, and Detective Redsole.
So a handful of detectives, including
Correct.
yourself, correct?
I'm not a detective, but yes.
Oh, thank you for correcting me. So you get there and the search warrant has already been obtained, signed off by a judge, and now is ready to be executed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And can you walk, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, sort of the process of what happened when you got there with that search warrant?
Sure. With search warrants, my job largely is photography. So I take pictures of the scene, the residence as it is. So the detectives have not yet searched anything. The photos I take in the beginning are as the scene is when I arrive. So I go through and I photograph any vehicles that would be related and the residence, all the different rooms, closets, to document the scene as it was when we arrived before anything has happened yet.
So you mentioned photographs.
Yes.
I have in my hand here hundreds of photos, specifically exhibits 235 through exhibit 441. Did you have a chance to review these items prior to testifying today?
I did.
And they're a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took at this residence, correct?
Yes, they are.
And I believe by stipulation of the parties, the state is going to go ahead and move for the admission of these exhibits at this time.
That is correct.
All right, those exhibits will be admitted pursuant to stipulation.
So you get to the residence. Did one of the detectives have anything in their possession that was documented?
Yes.
And what was that?
Detective Skinner had a black cellular phone.
And publishing, permission to publish, Your Honor. States 236. Is this that cellular phone that was with Detective Skinner when you arrived?
Yes.
Was there anything of note that you observed on this phone?
Yes, there was an area of apparent blood on the screen.
And did you ultimately collect a sample from that?
I did, yes.
And you went ahead and impounded that?
Correct.
Okay. And was it positive?
It was presumptive test positive using phenolphthalein, yes.
So can you walk us through what you do in that process of testing?
Sure. Phenolphthalein is a product we use to determine if an item, an area swabbed, is potentially blood. So it's a presumptive test, not completely definitive. There are false positives, but it is a good indicator that this is likely blood. Also, with my training and experience, the appearance of the stain, reddish brown stain, also did appear consistent with blood. And then the results of the phenolphthalein test being positive indicated it was very likely blood.
So you essentially swab the area, is that
Yes.
right?
So we take a sterile cotton swab, almost like a Q-tip, put sterile water on it, and then rub it on to the stain. So I moistened the swab, rubbed the area of blood on the phone, and then I took an extra swab to be able to test it. That way I didn't ruin the swab that we were impounding. I took 2 swabs actually that I booked impounded with the blood, and then 1 extra one to test with the phenolphthalein to presumptively determine if it was blood.
And you mentioned that you did impound those items, and that would have been under, and you would have marked them under event number 12-15229, correct?
It was the first 2 digits are 23-15229.
And obviously you observed the front of the residence, is that correct?
Yes.
Showing 239. Is that the front of the residence there?
Yes.
Were there vehicles at the residence when you arrived?
Yes.
And I think we can see it here, but there is a vehicle sort of in the driveway to the left. Do you see that?
Yes,
And then there's a work truck in the front of the home.
correct.
And then behind the work truck, kind of hard to see in this photo, but there is another vehicle parked to the right part of the driveway.
Yes.
And did the search warrant also include, states 241, a search of this work van here?
Yes.
Okay, and it was searched.
Yes.
Anything of evidentiary value found inside that vehicle?
No.
States 242, were these vehicles searched as well?
Yes.
Reflected
Well,
here.
the one on the right, the Honda Civic.
Okay, and what about the one on the left then?
The one on the left is a Nissan Armada. It was locked and it was sealed and then towed to our secured garage at the Henderson Police Department. It's our crime scene garage, and it was searched later with a different search warrant.
Anything of evidentiary value that you know of in either of these vehicles found?
I do not know about the Nissan Armada, but I do know the Honda Civic was searched on scene where I was present, and no, there was nothing of evidentiary value in the Civic.
Showing 265, what do we see here?
So to the right on the screen, there's the front entry door. So that's the main entrance door into the house. And this is the front formal room. It's also connected to the formal dining room.
And sort of near the door to the right of this photo, do we see sort of a shoe rack there?
Yes.
And on that shoe rack, did you locate any black Nikes with a swoosh, white swoosh on them?
No.
Publishing 267, what is this here?
That's a different angle of that same room. So again, on the right, you see the couch, and on the left is the dining table where the family room meets up with the formal dining room area.
268, what do we see there?
That's a close-up of one of the larger seats or couches in the room, the living room.
And then I'm specifically sort of pointing towards the left of the center chair. Those items there, were those, did anyone look at those?
Yes.
And what were they?
Some types of swords.
276, what do we see here?
That's a photograph of the kitchen in the residence.
Okay. And this kitchen was searched thoroughly, is that correct?
Yes.
Publishing 277, what do we see here?
That's a picture of me standing in the kitchen looking out to the dining nook, and then the living room. That's a different one than the front entry, the family room. This is the living room.
And then when you were searching the kitchen, you didn't find any sort of murder weapon, anything with blood on it, anything like that, correct?
Correct.
278, what is this?
That's the master bedroom. That's on the first floor of the residence.
And then 279.
It's a different angle of the same master bedroom.
And 280.
Same, just another angle of the master bedroom.
Okay. 288.
That's the master bedroom looking into the attached master bathroom.
And then we have 289.
That is the master bathroom, and then the master closet is off the bathroom there.
291.
And that's one of the pictures of inside the master closet.
And then 291A.
That is the other half of the master closet.
And in the closet, anywhere in the home, were any black Nikes with a white swoosh found?
No, we did not locate any.
Publishing 295. What do we see here?
It's a picture of the laundry room.
And the laundry would have been searched, correct?
Correct.
296.
That's a linen closet, and I believe the door that goes out into the garage.
And then 297 then.
That's a close-up of the closet.
Okay. 299.
That is a picture of the garage, the 3-car garage.
And this area was thoroughly searched, correct?
Yes.
No murder weapons, nothing like that found inside this garage, correct?
Correct.
307. What do we see here?
That's the second floor loft. It's like a playroom.
309.
That is a linen closet, I believe, upstairs on the second floor.
Then 311.
That's one of the upstairs bedrooms. It was set up as an office area.
318.
That's a different bedroom upstairs. It was kind of a sewing storage room.
And what do we see inside this photo?
Appears to be a wedding dress or a white dress.
320.
That is the upstairs hall bathroom.
321,
That is the bathtub in that hall bathroom.
322,
That is one of the other bedrooms upstairs on the second floor.
and it looks like sort of on the head of the bed, some stickers on there, maybe
Yes.
childlike stickers.
Yes.
326,
That is a picture of the fourth bedroom upstairs.
looks like on the bedding some sort of cartoon of sorts.
Yes, print, yes.
328.
Those are just photos of miscellaneous receipts that were located during the search warrant.
Do you recall where they were located?
I believe the kitchen, but I'm not 100%.
329.
Wait a minute. It was a 10-minute timeout. And you were timed out at 12:51. So yeah, your timeout's over.
That is
The board on my laptop went out.
a picture of the dressers in the master bedroom.
Was there something located inside of one of these drawers?
Yes.
And what was that?
It was a collection of plastic bags, 6 in total, with the inner one being knotted, tied in a knot, containing a black wallet that had miscellaneous cards and also the driver's license in the name of Johnathan Willette. And then a set of keys were tied in that inner plastic Vaughn's bag, grocery bag.
So then publishing 347. Is that bag?
Yes, that's the inner. You can see the knot at the top. So that's the inner bag. And there were 5 other plastic bags around it.
344 are those extra bags that were around it.
Yes, that's the clump of all of it.
And then 348, is that the wallet and keys you mentioned?
Yes,
And then 349, the driver's license you mentioned.
correct.
And whose name is on that driver's license?
Johnathan James Willette.
Inside of the bedroom as well, states 330. What do we see here?
That's a BB gun.
And then 331.
That is the nightstand if you're looking at the bed on the left side. And there's a Glock 19X semi-automatic firearm, 9mm in that top drawer.
Showing you 334. Were there some writings found inside the master bedroom as well?
Yes.
And same with 335,
Yes.
336.
Yes, that's a close-up.
Okay. 337, sort of a notebook with writings, correct?
Correct.
338, another writing.
Yes.
339, another writing.
Yes.
Inside the garage, states 353. Did you locate a bag with something inside?
Yes.
And what do we see there?
So that red bag was found on top of those trash cans in the garage. And there were 2 Ring cameras, security cameras, that were located inside that red bag.
So then states 356. Is that a close-up of that red bag?
Yes.
And states 355. Are those Ring cameras you mentioned?
Yes, they are.
Showing you states 360. What do we see there?
That is the bed in the master bedroom with a blue and gray striped dress laid out on top of it.
362.
That is a receipt.
Then looking at 366, what do we have here?
That's a mini backpack purse that was located on top of the bed in the master bedroom.
And states 363, something of evidentiary value found inside that purse?
Yes.
And what was it?
A social security card in the name of Johnathan Willette.
And you found other electronics inside that bedroom as well, correct?
Yes.
There were several.
Yes.
And those would have been collected as well.
By detectives. I did not collect them. I photoed them.
And you mentioned several writings that were collected in this case, right?
They weren't collected, they were photographed.
Thank you. They were photographed. Showing you states 394, was this located as well?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see toward the card underneath Jonathan's social security card there?
Appears to be a.
By the way, did you guys know she was an ex-adult corn star? Yes, she was a corn star.
Business card in the name of Devyn J. Michaels as a realtor.
And again, some devices were located.
Correct.
In an abundance of time, I'm not going to go through each one of those. Members of the grand jury will have these. $413, what is that?
2 debit cards.
Showing you 414. What does that depict?
That's the upstairs hall bathroom. So that's the
Safe.
vanity area. And underneath in the cabinets was a safe.
And 415, is that just a close-up of that same safe?
Yes.
And you located items inside of the safe, correct?
Yes.
416, what do we see inside the safe?
That's a 9mm 6-hour handgun. Looks like live ammunition as well as
That's
extra
my baby.
magazines. And maybe a magazine and a speed loader.
I have that.
And you would have documented the backyard as well, correct?
Yes.
422, 423. And then did you take photographs of the female that was there?
I did, yes.
Okay. And publishing 424, is that the female that you photographed?
Yes.
And you knew her to be Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Publishing 425. What do we see there?
That's just the back of her.
426.
Those are close-ups of her hands.
And we see sort of a ruler here. What is that?
That's called an ABFO scale. It's just a scale to show the general size of items.
States 427. What do we see there?
That's just more of a close-up of her other hand, again with the scale.
428.
And those are the pictures of the palms of her hands.
Did you also take a picture of a male that was there?
I did, yes.
And that was Devyn Willette, correct?
Correct.
Showing 429. Is that the front picture of him?
Yes.
430.
It's his back.
431.
Those are again the same style pictures of his hands.
Do you notice any cuts on his hands or anything like that?
No, he had no apparent injuries.
Oh, no bruising, nothing like that,
No.
correct? 432.
And those are his palms.
Same thing, no injuries there, correct?
Correct.
When you were taking pictures of Miss Michaels, what was her demeanor like?
I honestly don't recall too much.
Nothing out of the ordinary?
No, I don't. Nothing stands out to me one way or another.
Same thing with Devyn, correct?
Correct.
Nothing out of the ordinary.
Correct.
Okay. Turning your attention then to August 9th of 2023, did you assist in collecting an item back at that 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes.
And did that include black boxers?
I believe they were gray.
Okay. But they were boxers.
Yes, boxer
nonetheless,
shorts.
Correct. And those were located on top of a couch, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that was inside of sort of that recessed, informal, makeshift bedroom.
Yes.
Okay. Then on August 15th of 2020, and you collected those and impounded them, correct?
Correct.
On August 15th of 2023, you then returned to the 5510 Porcupine Rim,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And you were there to collect and document some more items with a search warrant, correct?
Correct.
I believe you took photos of cleaning products that were located in cabinets, correct?
Yes.
A pair of blue cloth shorts in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes.
And a pink tank top in the first floor of the master bedroom.
Yes, the first
all
one.
impounded.
I did not impound the cleaning products or the tank top, but I did collect and impound the blue shorts.
Under that same event number that we discussed.
Yes.
Pass the witness.
Okay, just one moment.
Ever since I said the word pup, the magic dragon is now living in my head for 2 days now.
You were shown hands of both Devyn Willette photographs and Devyn Michaels, correct?
Yes.
Were those all the photos that you took of both of these people's hands, front and back?
I don't believe so. They're in general the same, those photographs. I typically take pictures of the two together, the two flipped, individual more of the left, individual more of the right.
Okay. And you were asked questions as to whether or not you saw any injuries on Mr. Willette's hands?
Correct.
In your testimony that you saw that?
Right. There were no apparent injuries that we noted.
You were not asked questions concerning Ms. Michaels' hands. Same questions. No injuries, front or back, correct?
Correct. I didn't notice any injuries to her hands either.
You testified that you arrived at the Porcupine residence. I think you said 6:34.
6:34 p.m. was my approximate arrival time. Yes.
And you generated a report in reference to the efforts that you took through the course of this investigation.
Correct.
You authored 2 reports
For this entire
the Porcupine residence.
For the first Porcupine Rim search warrant, 2, a main crime scene report and then an evidence impound report.
Did you author any other reports in reference to your analysis or the collection of evidence at the Porcupine residence?
There would have been a biological stain presumptive test form, which is a form we fill out regarding that phenolphthalein test, the presumptive test for the blood that documents the lot number and the expiration of the specific phenolphthalein batch that I used and whether or not that presumptive test came back positive or negative.
Okay. The report that you authored concerning this search on August 7th, Porcupine residence, it's 2 pages and then a signature page, correct?
I believe, just depending on how you print it out, but yes, that's how it printed out for me as well.
Okay, obviously you reviewed that in preparation for your testimony.
Yes.
Because as you've testified, you have been involved in at least hundreds of crimes. Analysis, documentation of such, correct?
Yes.
And been yours. We'll go through all, are these all the exhibits?
There's some right here.
Okay. Are those all the exhibits that were taken at Porcupine?
These
Mhm.
between those 2, yes. Yes, they have. Yeah.
Okay, we'll go through. Okay. You were asked questions specifically concerning tennis shoes, correct?
Correct.
Your testimonies that you didn't photograph, didn't collect any evidence concerning tennis shoes?
That we did not locate the specific shoes she was describing.
Are these specific shoes that you've given testimony concerning that you now say that you were looking for, is that documented in your report?
That we did not find shoes?
That you were looking for?
I don't document what we were looking for, no.
Okay, but you just gave testimony concerning what you said you found or didn't find, correct?
I gave testimony saying what I photographed and booked.
Okay. Did you have a list of things that you should be looking for?
No, the detectives are the ones who pretty much dictate the search. I'm there largely as a photographer, and then I collect the evidence that we locate. So the detectives are the ones that know what they're looking for.
Were there any black shoes that you located at that residence? Black tennis shoes?
Perhaps we could go through the photos and look, but nothing that I specifically photographed.
You don't recall photographing a shoe holder near the front door?
I do, but I don't want to testify officially without examining the photograph that there were black tennis shoes on there because that was not something that I specifically documented.
Do you recall specifically capturing a photo of black tennis shoes in the closet?
Again, no, I took overall pictures of the closet and then I photographed the items the detectives locate and deem of note. I then photographed those more closely.
It's your testimony that you reviewed, and I believe it was the first exhibit under this pile that was published to the jury concerning a work van, correct?
Yes, there was a Nissan cargo van parked out front.
And you testified that there was nothing of evidentiary value contained within that van, correct?
Correct.
Did you photograph the contents of the van?
I did.
Power tools in the van?
I'm not sure we can look at the photographs, but I just took overall pictures of the inside of the van.
Any saws found in that van?
Again, I'm not sure.
But nonetheless, it's your testimony. There's nothing in the van that was of evidentiary value.
Correct.
You were shown pictures of 3 samurai swords.
Mm-hmm. I believe there was 3, but yes, of swords.
Did you pull out the swords?
Yes, the detectives did.
Did you photograph the blades?
I'm not sure if the blades were photographed or not, but if there was anything like blood or any type of item of note on there, we would have photographed it.
Were these samurai swords wiped for anything of evidentiary use? DNA testing, fingerprint testing, anything like that?
Were they swabbed? Is that what you're
Correct.
asking?
Yes.
No.
Now, you were aware that this case involved a decapitation, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware of the manner or means in which this decapitation may have occurred, or how?
No.
But nonetheless, you're going through this investigation, making determinations what's of evidentiary value or no, correct?
Correct.
Fair to say that as you sit here today, and it'll be borne out in the photographs, you don't recall photographing the actual swords other than they're on the ground, correct?
I have a more close-up photo of them. I don't know if I photographed them unsheathed.
Okay, but it's clear you didn't collect anything from them
Correct.
for further submission.
Correct.
You don't recall photographing a sawzall or a saw in that work van, correct?
Correct.
Or submitting anything for any secondary tests, correct?
Not from anything in the van. Correct.
You make reference to some soft scrub bleach located in the laundry room of this Porcupine residence, correct?
Yes.
And you felt that was of evidentiary value?
The detectives told me to specifically photograph this bottle of bleach.
Soft scrub, that's a fairly common household item, is it not?
I can't testify to I don't have it at my house, but it's a.
Soft scrub, I mean, you've heard of it, you know of it, correct?
I don't know that I've well versed on brands of bleach, but I was not shocked by seeing the brand.
Common occurrence. I
guess.
mean, fair to say these hundreds of crimes seen, I mean, people have soft scrub at their house, correct?
Like I said, I can't testify to who has it, but I'm sure people possess soft scrub bleach. Yes.
What do you use?
I have Clorox bleach or the Walmart brand.
Okay.
But I just have liquid bleach.
Fair to say no blood, anything indicative of blood contained within the house, correct?
Just on the cellular phone that was in possession of Detective Skinner.
Okay, that's it.
Yes, that's all we saw.
In reviewing the Armada, did you take pictures of that?
Just on the exterior because it was locked and we did, like I said, sealed it and then towed it to the crime scene garage where it was then processed by a different crime scene analyst at a later date.
Okay, so you're unaware of any results or the lack thereof of any blood or anything like that?
Correct. I don't know what was inside the Armada.
Through your review of the house, you found no signs of blood on any clothing or anything else for that matter?
Correct.
Nothing found in any trash cans of that nature?
Correct.
I have the court's indulgence just for a moment. I don't have any more questions as witness. Thank you very much.
Nothing from the seat.
Thank you.
State, you may call your next witness.
Dr. Stephanie Yagi.
Council approach while she come in.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. And Doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name is Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you. Ma'am, what do you do for a living?
I'm a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
Ooh, yum yum.
And how long have you been so employed?
About 3 years.
What is it that you do on a day-to-day basis at the medical examiner's office?
So my role, well, my primary role at the medical examiner's office is going to be determining cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
How do you go about examining a deceased person that comes into your office?
So to determine cause and manner of death, oftentimes we will do a medical type of examination, and one of which is an autopsy.
Are you trained in conducting autopsies?
Yes.
Can you please describe your education and training in order to do what you do?
As a medical examiner, I am a medical doctor. I have my degree and I'm licensed to practice medicine in the state of Nevada. I am also board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
And if you didn't say already, how long have you been conducting autopsies with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 3 years.
You mentioned the terms cause and manner of death.
Yes.
What is a cause of death?
So a cause of death is going to be a natural disease or traumatic injury that ultimately leads to cessation of life.
Do you conduct autopsies to determine cause on every single death within Clark County?
No.
Which do you focus on when it comes to autopsy specifically?
So our office, again, is responsible for conducting medical examinations on any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious thereof deaths.
Can you give a couple of examples of causes of death?
Sure. So causes of death might be something like hypertensive cardiovascular disease, which is high blood pressure, blunt force injuries due to motor vehicle accident, something like gunshot wounds.
Is there a difference between a cause of death for your purposes and the mechanism of death?
Yes.
Can you describe that for the jury?
So the mechanism of death is more what's happening inside your body. So the pathophysiology of our particular disease process or traumatic injury, where a cause of death is going to be the overarching event that led to death.
You also mentioned the term manner of death. What does that mean?
Manner of death is how the circumstances of the death arose. It's a categorical determination of which we have 5. So those are going to be a natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
When it comes to homicide, what does that term mean?
For us, homicide is death at the hands of another.
And what does the undetermined manner mean?
Undetermined is for situations where we can't make a determination. So it is either unknown or we can't determine between one or more other mechanisms or manners of death.
We'll get back to that in a moment. In your prior testimony, you mentioned the term autopsy, and I think I glossed over it. What does an autopsy actually entail?
So an autopsy is a medical type of examination. It has multiple parts. The first of which is going to be an external examination. So we look at the body. We document any identifying features, eye color, hair color, tattoos, any external trauma or injuries that we can see with our eye. Then we'll move on to an internal examination where we open the body in a surgical-like fashion. We again inspect the internal organs for things like natural disease or trauma and injury. The autopsy also includes ancillary testing, such as like toxicology testing. We can do imaging like x-rays, We can get other consultations as we see fit, as well as look at tissue under the microscope if needed.
And I would presume that every autopsy is a bit different and determinative of what types of testing you're going to conduct.
Yes, so we perform these things on a case-by-case basis.
I want to bring your attention back to August 8th of 2023. On that date, did you receive a body ultimately identified as Johnathan Willette?
Yes.
And was that your work documented under Clark County Coroner's Office case number 23-04811?
Yes.
What was the condition of John's body and how did you receive it?
So the body is received at our office in a sealed body bag. Once the seal is broken, the body undergoes forensic processing and goes through the autopsy procedures that I've previously discussed. At the time of the external examination that I performed, there was absence of the head of Mr. Willette's body.
While the autopsy process is occurring, are you or other staff photographing the body?
Yes, photographs are taken at every step of the process of the autopsy examination, which are done by our forensic technicians.
Those forensic technicians, do they go hands-on with the body at any point during the process?
Yes, our forensic technicians are actually responsible for moving the body and eviscerating the body, which is, again, doing the internal examination or internal dissection portion of the exam.
Do those forensic technicians work in tandem? Do they work alone? What is the common process?
The forensic processing is usually done by the forensic technician in singularity prior to the exam. And during the exam, we do work in tandem with the forensic technician.
So, weird question, but I have to ask it. What percentage of your forensic techs are female?
Currently at this time, 100% of our forensic technicians are female.
And is it common for those female forensic technicians to flip bodies on their own?
Yes.
All the time?
Quite often.
In this particular case, you and forensic techs documented the process of the autopsy and have moved for the admission of 464 through 494, Judge.
Any objection to this?
No, Your Honor.
Shall we admit it?
Thank you. Yeah, publish.
Yes.
Starting with 464, what are we looking at here?
So this is a photograph of Mr. Willette as received in the body bag.
465, is that his lower body?
Yes.
What are these items on his hands?
These are bags to preserve possible trace evidence that are placed on the body at the scene.
During this process, do you measure the body?
I personally do not, but the body is measured, yes.
Yeah, and when I say you, I sometimes mean the team. Somebody in the process measures the body, correct?
Yes.
In this particular case, what were the body's measurements?
The length was measured at 68 inches and the weight 169 pounds.
So his body as received is 169 pounds, correct?
Correct.
I would presume it would be more if his head was attached.
Yes.
Do you know the average weight of a human head?
Probably on the line around 10 pounds.
During your external examination of the body, what general things did you notice?
So as previously stated, there was the absence of the head and upper neck, as well as there were some changes to the front side of the body that were consistent with some kind of chemical type burns.
Back to 464. If you could point to what you mean by chemical type burns.
So all along the front of Mr. Willette's body, we have changes of the skin, which again are consistent with a more chemical type burn.
Are all of the changes or the discoloration in the skin we're seeing those chemical burns, or is there something else going on?
There is additional to the burn type pattern. There's almost like a diamond weave type pattern that you can see on predominantly the chest, which is actually consistent with the pattern that was seen on the mattress where Mr. Willette's body was found.
Ma'am, what is lividity?
Lividity is the postmortem pooling of blood in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
And what is slippage?
Slippage is a term that we use for the appearance that the skin can show when there's separation of the top layer of skin that happens.
Okay. Does that typically happen post-mortem?
Yes.
Showing you the front of John's right arm. Do you see that there?
Yes.
What are we looking at here?
So this looks like to be an area of some postmortem changes, which could be, as previously described, some area of skin slippage.
When it comes to lividity and these postmortem changes that occur to a body, is it possible for you to establish a time of death based upon that?
Sometimes.
Okay, what do you mean by that?
So there are a lot of factors that we need to evaluate for determining time of death. Most of these factors are highly variable, which includes things like the actual decedent's natural state of health. In addition to that, the environment that the body is found, things like heat, humidity, et cetera, as well as any external factors or the environment, such as water or air or soil that the body is found in.
Not to mention, you're typically not conducting an autopsy immediately after death, correct?
Correct.
In this case, I believe you did it on August 8th.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And so do you have an opinion as to John's time of death?
No, our determination on time of death is, again, highly variable, and it would have to be given within a range of time based on the state of the body. In this particular case, it would probably be within a half day or hours.
States 472. Oops. Is this John now laying on what would be his belly?
Yes.
Is there an anatomical or I guess a forensic term for that?
Prone?
So he is prone with belly down now, correct?
Yes.
What is this kind of discoloration we're seeing on the side?
This could potentially be an area of liver.
What's liver?
As we previously discussed, blood pooling in the gravity-dependent areas of the body.
What does this tell you about John and his circumstances of his death?
At one point in time, he may have been face down or face up. This is a lateral aspect of the body, so I can't tell you.
Showing you 473. What are we looking at here?
This is kind of the neck region of the body.
From the back?
Yes.
474, same position basically?
Yes.
Now with a ruler? Did you or your forensic techs clean up John's body?
Yes, the forensic technicians.
Before I move on, did you notice anything about the blood that was abnormal? Is this normal? The coloring?
I can't tell anything from this photograph.
475. What are we looking at here?
So this is now a cleaned up photograph of that same area, the neck region from the back.
Is there anything notable to the back of the neck?
Yes.
What is that?
So in this photograph, you can see that there are some superficial incised wounds that are somewhat parallel to the main area of defect at the neck here.
476, is that a little bit closer on those areas that you were describing?
Yes.
What does this tell you, if anything, as a forensic pathologist?
This may indicate there were previous attempts to use a sharp force injury in this area.
Previous to the decapitation itself?
Yes.
Did you document John's hands?
Yes.
478, is that his right hand.
Yes.
479, another angle of his right hand.
Yes.
480, same thing, another angle.
Yes.
481, inside of John's right hand.
Yes.
Did you observe any bleeding injuries to his right hand?
No.
482, is this John's left hand?
Yes.
483, also his left hand?
Yes.
Do you see these little things here?
Yes.
What do these appear to be to you?
Some type of callus or blister.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand?
No.
484, another shot of his left hand.
Correct.
485, the inside of his left hand.
Yes.
And what are we looking at here?
Again, I would consider these blisters or calluses.
Any bleeding injuries to his left hand at all?
No.
Did you observe any minor injuries to the rest of John's body, staying away from the head and neck?
Yes, there are a few contusions or bruises to the extremities.
When you say a few, how many do you mean?
At least 3.
Were those minor in nature, meaning not very apparent?
Yes.
I'm going to show you now another kind of graphic photo. 466. Can you reorient us?
Yes. So again, this is a photograph of the neck region, and now the body is on its backside.
Can you just describe what you're seeing in this photograph?
Sure. So there is a kind of irregular defect that has resulted in a complete decapitation of the body.
When you say irregular defect, can you provide any further context to that?
The surface of the wound looks kind of ragged. It doesn't look straight.
468, are we now looking down into essentially what would be John's neck?
Yes.
What did you observe during your internal examination of this portion of the body?
So on the internal examination, anatomically or just by looking at it, this wound did not appear to be ante-mortem. It appeared to be post-mortem, so made after death.
And how are you able to determine that?
So when the body is alive, there are some features that we can look at anatomically or with our eye, as well as microscopically, to indicate that there was a body's response to an injury. And I saw neither of those, again, grossly or microscopically in this particular case.
So to oversimplify it, the decapitation happened after he was killed.
Yes.
470, is this a side view of that same area?
Yes.
What type of surfaces or types of the body are actually sliced through when a decapitation occurs?
So in this particular case, we would consider this a complete decapitation. So there is transection through the soft tissues, which are like skin and muscle, as well as any vasculature that is within that soft tissue. In this case as well, the decapitation went through the spine. So both the bony parts of the spine as well as the spinal cord, as well as the structures in the neck. So again, the muscle, soft tissues of the neck, as well as kind of the throat area.
States 486, what are we looking at here?
So this is an internal photograph of that same area taken from the front side of the body.
What is the purpose of you eviscerating the skin and taking these photographs?
Well, as part of the autopsy examination, we examine all parts of the body, one of which is routinely the neck. So we would do this naturally in every case.
Did you see any evidence of strangulation with what was left of the neck?
No.
What would you expect to see in the event of strangulation?
So in some strangulation cases, findings that are suggestive of that would be intramuscular hemorrhage of the anterior neck muscles, as well as sometimes we can have fracture of the hyoid bone, which is a bone in the neck.
And is the hyoid bone in this particular case gone?
Yes,
So you weren't able to examine the hyoid bone, but you didn't see any of that hemorrhaging you just described.
correct.
When it comes to eviscerating a body, is it common for you to use tools?
Yes,
Do you use mechanized tools or just hand power tools?
both.
When you use mechanized tools, do you get blood splatter in your face?
Not me personally. No.
Okay. Are there times in which there will be splatter?
Yes.
How so?
So if a saw is being used and there is active bleeding, say within the brain or within the head, sometimes as part of the technique of taking off the skull cap, blood could splatter.
When there's active bleeding inside the head?
Yes.
Okay. If someone is dead, how is there active bleeding inside the head?
Well, there is blood within the cranial cavity, and the sheer
You're disrupting the blood
mechanism of the saw can splatter blood.
Got it. When it
dude. Come on now. I know you think that's an important question, but I don't need the visuals. And I'm a visual person. I don't want visuals. Although I've seen it. I have stories.
When it comes to the autopsy process, is there ever a time in which you need to decapitate a body?
No.
Okay, so that's not a thing that you actually would have to do.
No.
And so in this particular case, did you use tools to take some items out of John's body to forward on to someone else?
Yes, tools were used.
What type of body parts are you removing?
So as part of this particular examination, segments of the cervical spine were removed for a forensic anthropology consultation.
States 488, is that one of the sections?
Yes.
And
488 or 48?
488.
488.
And 489, is that the same section? Was it one section you took or multiple?
Multiple cervical vertebrae were taken out.
States 490, are those the cervical vertebrae that were taken?
Yes.
And 491, what is this little piece here?
I don't know.
Okay. Was this obviously removed from the body?
Yes.
And provided to the forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Is that Dr. Jennifer Burns?
Yes.
Why is it that you need to enlist the assistance of Dr. Burns?
So a forensic anthropologist can help us. Well, she can look at the bones that were removed from the body and possibly do studies either by eye or with the use of microscope to see what kind of marks were left on those bones.
And that was done in this case?
Yes.
Once that is done, do you receive her report back?
Yes.
And after that, is it that coupled with a bunch of other stuff that you make your ultimate cause and manner determination?
Correct.
And you mentioned toxicology earlier, 492. What is this?
No, this is a urine drug screen cup.
493.
Same thing, just different side.
494. Same thing.
Yes.
Did you send those items out for testing as well?
Yes, we sent multiple samples for official toxicologic analysis.
And what were the results associated with John's tox analysis?
So in the peripheral blood, ethanol or alcohol was detected, as well as caffeine and I believe cotinine, which is a metabolite of nicotine. Those items were also detected in the urine and gastric contents.
Was there a low level of marijuana?
Oh, yes. I apologize.
That's okay.
Delta-9 THC, which is the active ingredient in marijuana, and its metabolites were also detected in the peripheral blood.
And was there findings associated with GHB?
Yes. So in addition, in the heart blood, GHB, which is gamma butyric acid, was also detected at a low level.
What kind of scientific explanation is there for the GHB?
So GHB is a chemical that can be endogenously produced, which means our body naturally produces it. And at the level that was detected through the toxicology report is consistent with natural levels of GHB.
Okay, so we all have GHB in our bodies?
Yes.
So the level found here is not as though he ingested some drug. It's actually consistent with naturally occurring levels in our body.
Yes.
And you mentioned alcohol was found in his body.
Yes.
What was the level with association to that?
In the peripheral blood, I believe it was 29 milligrams per deciliter.
And does that, I guess, is there a percentage or a decimal that's associated with that?
Yeah, so that would equate to like a blood alcohol level of 0.029.
And are you familiar with the legal limit in Nevada?
Yes,
What is it?
0.08.
Okay. And that's considered legally drunk?
I guess so.
Okay. Well, 0.02 is a relatively low level.
It's below the legal driving limit, yes.
Are there post-mortem changes that occur that could affect the level of blood alcohol concentration?
Yes, there could be.
And how would that potentially affect?
So as the body decomposes, the microbes that are in our body actually also produce alcohol. So in advanced decomposition cases, there could actually be alcohol detected that wasn't necessarily in the body at the time of death, or could falsely elevate the level that is detected.
Okay. So I don't want to oversimplify it, but at the time of John's death, he had a blood alcohol concentration of 0.02 or less.
Yes.
It wouldn't be higher.
Correct.
Ultimately, did you make a determination as to John's cause of death?
Yes.
And what was that?
Homicidal violence.
What does that mean in your world?
So it's a term that we use in forensics to indicate that there is no anatomic cause of death that is identified at exam. There's no toxicological cause of death that is identified. And the circumstances surrounding the death are objectively suspicious. So in this case, there is a postmortem decapitation.
Had a blunt force injury to his head killed John, is it fair to say that you would need his head to make that legal determination?
Yes.
Okay. That you never received his head up until today's date?
Correct. There was no head available for evaluation.
And ultimately, what did you determine was John's manner of death?
Homicide.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, was Your Honor going to take it over? Were we going to take it?
No, we're gonna finish our for lunch.
Okay. Good afternoon. In reference to your testimony concerning lividity, start with that, the beginning of your testimony. Just walk through this. You're not able to give any opinion as to the position that this body was in this.
Magna cum laude. I got my medal. I got to get it engraved. Magna cum laude, y'all. If I can get this thing. They didn't do this in a way that it's going to lay good, but I know how to fix it. Magna cum laude. And look at all my cords, y'all. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. I need to go through these. Let me tell you what each one means. If I can, oh, good. They appropriately tied them to make it easier. Okay. Ooh, y'all. Okay. For those of you who are new here, don't know, I'm graduating college. I'm getting my bachelor's degree in criminal justice. I have a triple cord. I forgot what that one's for. Yep. Oh my God. How am I going to do all this, y'all? Here's a red. This is fire department. I'm a firefighter. And then turquoise, teal, and silver, disability advocate. I am. Blue and silver, deaf advocate. I am. Yo. Look at this. Okay, red and black is first responder. Because I'm a volunteer first responder. Y'all. And then this kind of goes. Oh, look at all this. I didn't know that I had earned all this, y'all. I didn't know. Teal. Let me get this one. I don't know what that one is. White and blue is for all my community service. And teal, purple. White and purple was chaplaincy. Oh, that's here. White and purple chaplaincy. And teal and gold. Turquoise. Teal and gold. Oh, turquoise. Native American. One of them is turquoise. The turquoise here is native. And then this is not the same, but I will be getting another gold to put on for my cum laude. Yo, looky. Oh. Yep, I'm going to go show my son. I'll get this back on. I'll be right back.
She was decapitated, correct?
Correct.
Can't say if the body's been moved or anything like that based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
You're unable to say whether the body was face down or face up when the decapitation occurred. Fair to say?
Correct.
In reference to the wounds that you had testified concerning, you had said that they may indicate a pre-attempt to decapitate. Do you recall that?
Previous.
Okay, a previous.
Yes.
Could have been a post though. I mean, you can't say for sure one way or the other, correct?
Correct.
So that's an assumption.
Yes.
At this point in time, on August 8th, when you conducted this examination, approximately how many autopsies did you perform?
At that time, I would estimate maybe 500-600 autopsies.
Okay. How many years had you been conducting autopsies when you conducted this autopsy?
2023, 2 years.
2 years. However, due to these, perhaps can we say out of the ordinary circumstances, this was sent to a Dr. Burns. There were tissue samples and things sent to Dr. Burns. Fair to say, the anthropologist?
The bones were sent, yes.
Bones were. You had testified that you were unable to approximate the time of death other than half a day, something like that, correct?
Yes, a large range of time.
Large range, okay. So you couldn't say 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock the previous day, could you?
That's correct.
When the body is examined and further dismembered, the body is...
Yo, this is heavy.
Yes.
At what temperature is the body when you examine it? Just give or take.
At the time of examination, room temperature.
Okay, but previous to the examination.
While refrigerated?
Yes, yes. When it's brought.
Sorry, guys. Y'all, this is heavy. It's a lot. A lot of cords. I look like a rainbow. I know I shouldn't be boastful. I'm sorry. I'm just sharing with you guys. This coming from a little girl who was told multiple times that you're not college material. Don't waste your time. You're not going to do well. You're going to fail. All that stuff. Eat my shit. Y'all heard me say it. I did say it. Eat my shit. Like they said in the movie The Help. Mammy, your pie is so good. What do you put in it? My shit. What do you mean? Eat my shit. Love that movie. Love it.
Why don't we go through the process a little bit? The body is brought to the coroner's office, correct?
Yes.
Where is it placed?
The body is then placed in our refrigeration area. Yes.
Okay. And this refrigeration area, kind of like you see in the movies, has bodies, trays, things like that?
Yes, there are other bodies.
And what temperature are those refrigeration units where the bodies are stored?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Okay. Cold enough to preserve the bodies, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say just above freezing?
I can't say.
Okay, you don't know.
I don't know.
You were asked questions concerning through the course of your examinations, these autopsies, limbs, other things are severed, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
I mean, you were asked on direct. At times, there's a necessity to cut a body, correct?
Yes.
And these cuts are generally made by yourself, the coroner.
No, not always.
Who are they made by?
So our forensic technicians assist us in the evisceration portion of our examinations.
And during this evisceration portion, the bodies have just been brought from the refrigerators or the cooling, freezing devices, correct?
Yes, in our storage area.
Fair to say then you're not going to have cast off or splatter because the blood contained within the cadaver is very cold, correct?
Well, the heart is also not beating, so we don't have spurting blood.
We're not talking, we'll get to that. But as far as, obviously you'll agree with me that there's a congealing mechanism when the body is refrigerated, correct?
Blood can clot, yes.
And this evisceration of the body occurs sometime after the death, generally, correct?
Yes.
It can be perhaps like a day, in this case, 2 days, 3 days, multiple days, correct?
Correct.
So we've got a body now that has obviously been dead for some period of time in conjunction with this element of refrigeration, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me then, and when the tools are used, and you'll agree with me that these tools that are used are designed to cut through tissue, bone, things of that nature.
Yes.
So they're made to sever limbs or sever necks, things like that, correct?
Yes.
So when you're using these specialized instruments made for the dismemberment of a body, it's done with a special instrument. It's done when the body's been refrigerated. It's been done sometime after the person has been deceased, correct?
In my experience, yes.
Let's turn our attention to the facts and circumstances of this case, okay?
Okay.
Let's say a person is decapitated a fairly short time after that person or upon that person being killed, okay? You'd expect that if the neck is severed or the body is severed from the head, there's going to be fresh blood, correct? Perhaps if the person is dead and the heart's not beating, but we have liquid blood, correct?
I would expect there to be blood, yes.
Let's say a sawzalls are used or some other electric saw. Fair to assume that we're going to have some blood if this head is being severed, correct?
Possibly.
Closer in time to death, the more likely that we're going to have blood that's able to be cast off, correct?
Possibly.
And we're not talking about a slight possibility. We're talking about a real possibility, aren't we?
Can you be more specific? I don't know what you're asking. Sorry.
Okay, what part of my question is unclear? Just so I can ask you questions so we can be on the same page.
Yeah, the specification of real possibility. I don't.
Okay, you say it's possible. I mean, it's likely, correct?
Depending on circumstances, yes.
Okay, so now we're getting from a near possibility to a likelihood. This person is dead. This person is immediately decapitated with a non-specialized device. Likely we're going to have some cast off of blood, aren't we?
I wouldn't say yes to cast off. There likely is blood. Yes.
And when we talk about likely blood, we're talking about basically the kinetic energy from a saw going back and forth. We're going to expect to see blood spatter, aren't we?
Possibly.
Likely, correct?
I have no experience in this particular situation.
Okay.
So I can't give my opinion as to that.
So when you're asked questions concerning when you're doing this in the very controlled circumstances of an autopsy, you can't really compare. So you can't really give an opinion, but obviously it's more likely there's blood that's going to be spit out or sent out if a person's being decapitated close in time to their death, correct?
Possibly.
Okay. You would agree with me that you can't say to any degree of medical certainty that this person was actually dead when this decapitation occurred, correct?
In my opinion, this decapitation was a post-mortem event. So yes, after death.
Okay. How close in time then? Do you know?
I do not know.
Today you've just testified that it's homicidal. Basically, the death was homicidal in nature, correct?
Yes.
I believe your term was homicidal violence.
Yes.
But you can't tell us how this person died, correct?
That is correct.
There had been questions concerning, is it the hyoid?
Yes, hyoid bone.
And that would indicate perhaps a strangulation, correct?
Yes.
However, in this case, you didn't have that bone to review.
Present with his attorney. The state is also present. The court has received a communication that a unanimous verdict has been reached.
All rise for the jury.
Please be seated. And at this time, I will ask the court person, have you reached a verdict in this case?
Yes, we have.
Is that verdict unanimous?
Yes, it is.
Please hand the verdict sheet to Deputy Flynn.
Sir.
Mr. Urick, please stand.
Uriah Lee Urick Jr., clause number 25 CR 0515. We, the jury, find the defendant Uriah Lee Urick Jr. guilty of the felony offense of capital murder as charged in the indictment, signed by the court president of the jury.
Mr. Agnew, would you like to have the jury polled?
No.
All right, you may be seated. So ladies and gentlemen, at this time, your service is complete. I'm going to ask you to walk back with Deputy Flynn, and I'll visit you in a minute.
All rise, with you.
At this time, may I see the attorneys, please?
Sorry about that. So he's guilty of capital murder, and that in Texas is either DP or life without the possibility of parole. He's gone forever. And, you know, I feel bad for his family. I mean, they didn't do anything wrong, but they've lost him. This is a grief and a death for them. I know I've been a wife of a convicted person, and it's horrible. I feel for them. I really do. I feel for all the parents. They didn't raise their child. They didn't. Yeah, no, I was muted. I caught it. So they're going to fingerprint him. Is that it? I guess that's it. I don't know. So we're going to go back to the other one. If they come back to this, I'll let you know. The special consideration, juveniles under the age of 18 at the time cannot be sentenced to DP. I don't know if he was 18. I think he was 18 at the time, so that doesn't count. So, yeah, he's either for life or DP. Hello, Miss June. Look what came in the mail. Look at all these cords. Look what came in the mail. Yo, I got my stove. I got my magna cum laude. Yep, me happy. How was your appointment, babe? I hope you're feeling all right. No expectations for you, boo.
If this person died choking, correct?
Oh, wrong thing. Didn't mean to do that. Oh, well.
Can you specify the nature of the choking?
Choked.
No,
You can't say then that could have happened, correct? That's possible.
that's possible. Yes,
This person could have had a pillow placed over his face, correct?
correct.
And then decapitated. Isn't that right?
Correct.
This person could have been shot in the head, correct?
That is correct.
So you can't give an opinion excluding that, can you?
That's correct.
You were asked questions concerning any bleeding injuries on the body, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say at this point in time, this
Angela, please go read my comments. Thanks.
body wasn't bleeding, correct?
No active bleeding. Correct.
I mean, the head's off, it's not bleeding, correct?
Oh, okay, we're good. Don't scare me like that. I'm going to beat somebody's butt. I was. I really was.
Fair to say, and,
Right.
and you'll agree with me that, I mean, a decapitation is a fairly rare event in your line of work, as opposed to other manners of death. Or
Yes.
would you agree with me that it would be difficult to effectuate a decapitation?
I don't know. I have never attempted one myself.
Okay. Based upon the physicality of this, I mean, there's a number of things that are involved, correct?
Yes.
We have the blood system, the veins, things of that nature in the neck, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me whether that person is dead or not. I mean, we have what, the aorta veins, big veins, correct?
The aorta is not in the neck.
I'm sorry, the heart, but I mean the neck. We have the
Carotids.
carotid. That's a fair amount of blood there, correct?
Yeah, can be.
Dead or not, correct?
Well, if they're dead, there's no blood in the carotids.
Okay, so they're saying, let's say that person died shortly before or at the time of decapitation, there's going to be blood in carotid arteries, correct?
There might be.
Okay. And if those carotid arteries are severed, we're going to expect cast off from the blood contained within the carotid arteries, correct?
If the person is dead, no.
Okay, so let me say, in the arteries, is there going to be blood? And we're not talking the person that's been dead for days. We're talking minutes, perhaps.
Yes, there may be some residual blood.
Okay, and this residual blood, if those arteries are cut with a power tool, we're going to expect there's going to be some form of cast off, correct?
There may be, yes.
The musculature, obviously that would have to be severed, correct?
Yes.
And there's a fair amount of musculature in the human neck, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say that the neck contains a fairly complex arrangement of tissues, major blood vessels, trachea, things of that nature, correct?
Yes.
The vertebrae in this case were severed.
Yes.
As well as the thick ligaments connecting such, correct?
Yes.
We also have the spinal column that would have to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
And again, that's fairly a lot, isn't it? I mean, we're talking about a big cut, aren't we?
Yes.
Dense ligaments, cartilage, correct? All that had to have been severed, correct?
Yes.
So this is fairly different than, let's say, a limb, correct?
That depends.
Okay, an arm. I mean, neck's a lot more going on there than an arm, correct?
Yes and no. There are still some of the same elements that you see in the neck and arm, including bones and soft tissues.
Okay. But would you agree with me that the neck is a more complex portion of the body than the arm?
Yes.
Obviously, you have the heart supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
So you have large arteries supplying the brain with blood, correct?
Yes.
In your report concerning the postmortem examination of the body of Johnathan Willette, you arrive at a conclusion that it was consistent with the use of two tools.
That was not my opinion personally. That was integrated from the forensic anthropologist consultation report.
Okay. But this was the report, and I'm referring to the autopsy report. You authored this report.
Correct, but I garnered that information from Dr. Burns's report.
Do you adopt it? Do you have any reason to disagree with Dr. Burns's analysis?
No.
So then in your report where you incorporated Dr. Burns's conclusions, two tools, correct?
Per her report, yes.
A hand-powered knife, correct?
I don't recall if the wording was knife.
And if I told you it says a hand-powered knife, would you have any reason to disagree
No.
with me? And a mechanically powered saw, correct?
Sure.
On your pathologic findings, in addition to the decapitation, you also found hepatic steatosis,
Correct.
and that is
Fatty liver disease.
you were given asked questions concerning the blood alcohol content, correct?
Yes.
And it's your testimony that that was the blood alcohol content at the time of death?
Most likely, yes.
Would that blood alcohol content changed following the time of death?
It could. So, as previously discussed in the postmortem interval, there is postmortem development or formation of ethanol that can be produced by the body's microbes.
So then it would be unfair to say what the blood alcohol content was actually at the time of death. Fair to say?
Correct.
And also that person's blood alcohol
Thanks, love. I am keeping an eye on it. Thank you.
content would have to be, you say at the time of death. But
Yes, but he could get DP.
we don't know what the time of death is, do we?
Not exactly.
We can't say it was 3 o'clock, 3:30, anything like that, can we?
No.
Now, it's possible, based upon your understanding the physiology of how we process alcohol in our bodies, this person may have had a much higher blood alcohol content, let's say at 1 p.m., correct?
Can you specify the time that you're using in relation to the question?
Okay. You were asked a question, this person's blood alcohol, 0.02 something, remember that?
Yes.
0.29 milliliters per milliliter of blood. You gave it an opinion concerning the blood alcohol, correct?
Correct.
But you'd have to know the time of death, correct? That's part of this analysis.
No.
Okay. My question to you now is, let's say the time of death is 3 o'clock, okay? Are you able to give us with an estimation? And I won't hold you to it specifically, but can you give us an estimation of that person's blood alcohol at 2 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Can you give us the blood alcohol content at 1 o'clock, assuming that person died at 3?
No.
Midnight, you can't, can you?
No.
How could they? Wait a minute. Wait. If that's the case, how could they do it in the Karen Reed trial? Just asking. How could they do it in the Karen Reed trial? Just asking. I'm curious.
In addition to the alcohol that was in the blood, you also found evidence of THC, correct?
Correct.
And what was the level of THC in Mr. Willette's body?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
Fair to say that the
What did I do, y'all? Did I bump something?
the combination of these three substances would presumably lead to an intoxicated state.
It might. Again, I am not a clinical practitioner.
I could have the court's indulgence. Fine, brief question. Through the course of this dismemberment or evisceration, do you wear goggles?
I wear a face shield.
That's insane, y'all.
And that's because of cast off and things that you may get, correct?
Along with other bodily fluids that we may encounter, yes.
Apron on, correct?
Yes.
For the same reason, to protect yourself from cast off of blood or other bodily fluids.
Correct.
And again, the height of this autopsy table, what is the height?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Is it made for the ease of moving a cadaver?
Yes, so it can be moved up and down.
To ease in the flipping back and forth and such of the body, correct?
Also to help with our technicians who are of varying heights. So they're the ones doing the evisceration. So we want everyone to be ergonomic and comfortable.
Understood. And to work together as a team to move the body, correct?
Yes, sometimes we do.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thanks.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna take our lunch recess. It's gonna be a shorter than normal lunch recess because we are going to adjourn today at 3 o'clock. So I'm gonna shorten lunch a little bit and then you get to go home early. You're welcome. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read, watch, listen, news, or read accounts or commentary about the case. You must not do any research such as the social dictionary, using the internet, or using reference materials. You must not make an investigation, test the theory of the case, recreate an aspect of the case, or any other way to investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express any opinion regarding this case or the facts submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 12:30 will be in recess till 1:15.
All rise for the jury.
It fit barely. Look at all them cords, y'all. I'm going to feel awfully awkward if I'm the only one with that many. I hope there's more people with a lot of cords. Waiting for the judgment. It should be within the next 10 minutes phase. And like they said, it can be up to life in prison without, it is minimum life in prison without the possibility of parole. But then it could also be DP. So we'll find out. This is Judge Grady's first time stream, seeing if it's something she wants to do. They've gotten a lot of positive feedback. I asked DA Kate to tell her we really appreciate being able to watch. Thank you so much, Crunchy Cat Mom. How is it in court? Yes, it came. All my graduation regalia came in. That's a lot of cords. That's a total of, let me tell you, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 cords. A medal and 2 shawls. Stoles, not shawls. Stoles. Figure. I may get out my beading loom and bead. Are you ready for this? My magna cum laude medal ribbon. I may bead my ribbon. I don't know if I'll have time. Bead my ribbon. Blue and gold. Blue, white, and gold. We got both courts kind of on the seals right now. Man, that stuff is heavy. My cap and gown is supposed to be here, and it ain't here yet. My cap and gown ain't here yet. It was supposed to have been delivered today, so that means it probably won't get delivered till tomorrow. Oh, new regalia. This is graduation. So, yeah. Tonight, we're going to be watching an unholy trinity. A young man seeks revenge for his father. Need coffee. I need to go refill. I need it warm, actually. Oh, my eye has got that little twitch. The young man seeks revenge for his father's wrongful execution in the town of Trinity, where he's caught between the sheriff and the mysterious Saint Christopher. So we're going to watch that tonight. Yes, we is. You want me to go preacher on ya, sir? No, I don't want to go preacher. How is Miss June? Are you back in the house? Yes, you is, Miss June. So when I have someone hop in, lets people know we got a new person in the house. Well, didn't mean for the double play. So when, let's see, case one came in. Why am I not hearing it? There it is. It's my hearing aids. That reminds me, I got to call my hearing aid dude. So I hope that she will continue to do this because she's doing a great job. Really is. And she's a cutie patootie. I know at her age, she's probably like, witch, please don't call me no cutie patootie. I'm like, but you is a cutie patootie. Just saying. I'm uncomfortable today, y'all. I'll be honest. I was uncomfortable. Da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun 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 da 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 dun. I am trying. It looks like you were misusing this feature by going too fast. You've been temporarily blocked from using. I've been blocked for how many days? I can't get on. Anybody know how to get past YouTube? I mean, Facebook. I'm in Facebook. Somebody hacked my account. I have their information. I went through and tried to verify my account through the photo and all that stuff. And I'm still kicked out of my Facebook. I'm still kicked out of Facebook. I cannot access Messenger or Facebook, which is frustrating as hell. I have like 4 accounts or whatever I can't access. I was told to try and go to another computer, but I don't have another computer. Or somebody else's device. I don't have somebody else's device. Just saying. We did not do a bingo today, guys. No, you're not missing something. We actually did not do a bingo. So we're good. Nobody panic. Yeah. And for those of you who are just joining, we got a copyright hit today. We had a day 2, I believe, in the Uriah Uric hearing where the step parents' personal information was shared and they struck us down. Monday, it'll return Monday. By popular demand. Okay, that'll be back. I am devising an email as we speak to him. I'm reading it real quick. This is where people don't know that I started my YouTube journey. I did. I started my YouTube journey because I have a family member my husband, who was convicted and went to prison. In some ways, his crime was worse than this. In other ways, it was not. And it's horrible. It's a horrible place for the family to be. So my heart does go out to the families. We can talk about the person who committed the crime and did all the act, but we really haven't talked a whole lot about him. I believe he was there. His lawyer doesn't deny it. But I think that little girl had a lot more to do with it than she's egging on. Okay, guys, that time of day, I'm like, but tonight we're going to have a movie. I got college paper to write. I am not done yet. Actually, do you know what's interesting? And I didn't know this. I can get an F. I can get a 0 in this class. Well, you need to pass the class in order to get credit. But, okay, I can get a C in the class. Let's put it that way. I can get a C in the class. And still keep my GPA because they froze it last semester. At the end of last semester, they freeze it. Which I'm kind of shocked for, but I get it. I do. I'm happy for it. I'm so happy. But I'm not happy that my cap and gown did not come today. I was waiting for my cap and gown. You've been watching me up here. I was watching for the delivery. I have my security camera going. So I'm like, watching the security camera. I guess it still could come. I don't know. Maybe he forgot it on his truck and he'll come back. I doubt it. I doubt it. Let me go to my Ring app. Connect. Yep. It's one of those days where it's 80 outside. What is it right now? It was 81 the last I looked. I mean, it was warm. I don't call it hot. It's 85. Beautiful sunny day. Low was 58. Starting Monday, Monday, low of 44, high is 66. On Sunday, Monday, low of 37, high is 60. Now, those are going to be some chilly days, not cold. Call those chilly. As long as it gets above 60, it's chilly. Anything below 60, it be cold. Then again, if you live up north in Canada and all over the world, man, that's your summertime. So, yeah, it's all perspective. How are y'all doing, you guys? Let's do a little roll call. Let me know how you're doing. We are waiting for the courts in both to resume. We have the Uriah Uric. I call him Yuri. And then we have on that side, and then we have what I call the boyfriend beheading red room trial, the Devyn Michaels trial. By the way, I didn't know that Devyn Michaels was actually actually a corn star. So while we're doing this, I'm going to go ahead and let's do a review because I haven't done one on this one. Doing okay there, honey? All right. The Red Room trial of Devyn Michaels, a former adult film actress accused of red rooming and removing the head of the father of her children, began on Wednesday. Where? Las Vegas. Her defense attorney shifted blame towards another individual, her stepson, Devyn Willette, whom she later married. Oh my God, there's your answer. I forgot. I wrote these notes and I forgot about that. She did marry the kid, her stepson. Well, there's no blood. Michaels is 47, also known by the name of Nikki Fairchild. Tracy Tavares was arrested by Henderson police on August 15th of 2023. The authorities allege she she red roomed her 46-year-old Johnathan Willette at his home August 7th of 23. Initially, Michaels entered a guilty plea to second-degree red room, okay? Second-degree red room, which would have made her eligible for parole after 15 years. However, later attempts to withdraw the plea. The judge, Tiara Jones, ruled that the plea had been entered knowingly and voluntarily. During the sentencing, Michaels apologized, but then proclaimed her innocence, prompting an outburst that left the Chief Deputy District Attorney John Giordani recommending a full trial. After a jury of 14 was selected, included 2 alternates were seated. Opening statements has commenced. Prosecutor claimed Michaels unalived Willette to pursue a life with their 2 children and her new husband, Willette's own son, Devyn. If I'm saying it right, Devyn. He presented graphic crime scene images and told the jurors, "Buckle up, you're in for a wild ride." Yee-haw! Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? Really? Wild ride now, y'all. I don't want to get in trouble. So the prosecution alleges Michael struck Willette with a blunt object, decapitating him and attempting to destroy evidence by pouring chemicals over the body. Neither the head nor the murder weapon has ever been recovered, although Michaels and Willette were never married. He had recently been awarded full custody of their children and was preparing to move in with her. Prosecutors argued that Michaels did not want this arrangement and instead was endeavoring for a future with Devyn and the children without the father of the children. A photo was shown of the trio to the jury as evidence as a part of her motive. Defense attorney Robert Draskowski, or whatever, Draskowicz, countered by suggesting that Devyn Willette was responsible for the killing. He noted that the police had interviewed Devyn multiple times, but never named him as a suspect. The ADA urged jurors to consider Devyn's potential motive to find Michael's not. Oh, I'm sorry. The defense attorney has asked the jury not to. The defense wants to blame the son. Okay. He also introduced evidence of a romantic relationship between Michaels and Devyn back as far as 2016 when he was in late teens. He claimed that in the day of leading up to the red one, Michaels accused Devonair of infidelity and asked for a divorce. According to the defense, Devonair feared being displaced by his father, who was moving in and reclaiming both the home and the wife. Prosecutors noted that there was no physical evidence, such as a cell phone data or surveillance footage, placing Devonair at the crime scene. However, the defense pointed out that he worked in home security and had access to tools like power saws. Devonair Willette is expected to testify during this trial and was not presented in court on Wednesday. Prosecutors allege that Michaels transported Willette's severed head from the crime scene to her Las Vegas residence, where she disposed of it in the trash. Waste Services likely collected it before it could be recovered. Following the arrest, Michaels was sentenced to 1 year of probation and unrelated child abuse charges. Judge Jones has buried any mention of that case during the current trial. During her prior sentencing, Michaels tearfully stated, I don't know how to fix this, and she attempted to react to her guilty plea. And that is all. Oh, there you go, Joe Schmo. Where is Joe Schmo? I'm really sorry about the timeout. I do not know what happened. My phone was in my back pocket. Oh, it was a butt out. You gave her a butt out? Really? You gave her a butt out? Oh my gosh. Yeah. You butt her out. Oh my God, you butt timed me. Girl, you got butt time in the summer's time is easy. Yep, you got butt timed. Me so sorry. You got butt time. Both courts are still on the seal. Oh, someone asked what was, it was asked what this National Association for Human Trafficking. God. That is funny, though. That is kind of funny. Ha. Oh, what did I type that wasn't clear to you? I sent somebody a text saying, my graduation awards arrived today. And it said, your graduation swords? What's that all about? I'm like, oh. Oh, by the way, my monkey is addicted to something. Well, she loves whipped cream. We call it monkey crack. Monkey crack. She loves whipped cream. So now she's addicted to something else, and it's called liquid IV. She pulled up a straw out of our drinks and she licked the straw and she tasted it and was like, oh, that tail started wagging. She was so happy. Oh my gosh, that monkey was like exaggeratingly happy. And so needless to say, now whenever she sees me going and getting some, she goes ape nuts. And when I mean 8 months, I mean literally 8 over me getting liquid IV. So now I can't do liquid IV in front of her. If she sees me getting liquid IV, she goes crazy. Yeah, not fun. All right, guys, let's do this. I need to get up and go to ladies' room. I need to rehydrate. I'm going to put us on a short break. We'll be right back. Y'all get up and stretch. Go walk around the house. Go move around, get the blood flowing. I got to do the same. I'll be right back. Had to reload. It wasn't obeying me. I couldn't get rid of something. And it was making it where I couldn't do what I needed to do. Here we go.
Deputy District Attorneys on behalf of the state, we are outside the presence of our jurors.
To save time, Judge, we moved the admission of 495 to 607 by stipulation. That's correct.
Okay, so we did. Thank you. Good work.
Yes.
All right, bring in jury.
Yes, that's true.
All right, the jury.
You can be seated, Your Honor. The jury's all present and accounted for.
We are going to go back on the record and see 377-239, State Bachelor Devyn Michaels, and the record of President Michaels, Brandon Grousome, Deputy District Attorney on behalf of the state, and Prosecution.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, stating as I read.
State's next witness is Dr. Jennifer Burns.
Good morning. You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, Nancy. And Doctor, if you please state your full name and spell it for the record.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Burns, Jennifer, B as in boy, Yrnes.
How are you employed, ma'am?
I am an associate professor at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas.
What's your position beyond that?
Well, so I teach, I do research, and I do service, which includes serving as a consult as needed for the Clark County Office of the Coroner Medical Examiner's Office.
And are you what's called a forensic anthropologist?
Yes, so I am board certified by the American Board of Forensic Anthropology.
And so that would be your certification, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Any other certifications?
No, that's it. Otherwise, I have my degrees.
Can you tell us about that?
Sure. I have a bachelor's.
I'm going to quickly back it up to find out her spelling.
Serving as a
I'll zoom forward.
Sure. My name is Jennifer Burns, Jennifer, B as in boy, Y as in anthropology and chemistry from SUNY College at Geneseo. I have a master's degree and PhD, both in anthropology from the University of Buffalo.
And obviously you have many degrees in education. Do you also undergo training and things of that nature ongoing?
Sure. So I regularly attend the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, as well as the American Association of Biological Anthropology conferences, which isn't exactly training per se, but it's just demonstrating continuing education, because that's where we get to see stuff before it's published.
And do you know someone by the name of Dr. Clara Ralston?
Yes, she is my former postdoc.
And where did you work with her?
She was at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas in my lab as a postdoc scholar. And she's at the New York City office of the Coroner Medical Examiner as a forensic anthropologist.
So she's a forensic anthropologist as well?
Correct.
As a forensic anthropologist, I think you mentioned that there are consults that you do. What are the types of questions that you're tasked with investigating when you get a consult?
Sure. So it depends.
So is she Bones? Do we have a Dr. Bones in the house? Bones? Dr. Bones, are you in the house? Yes, the gremlins are here. I don't know what the hell happened to that swoop, y'all. Don't give me lying.
Depends on the case, right? So sometimes we're asked to assist with an identification if they don't know who the person is. Sometimes if they know who the person is, or maybe they don't, we get asked to assist with trauma, which is traumatic injuries, which can include blunt force, sharp force, high velocity projectile trauma, or gunshot wounds, and thermal alterations.
Can you walk us through what all of those terms mean, please?
Yeah. So blunt force trauma is probably the most commonly known one. So this occurs when a force is traveling at a relatively slow speed and impacts a relatively large area of the body. So like a motor vehicle accident usually causes blunt force trauma, for example. Sharp force trauma is when an implement that has a small surface area impacts a small area of bone with a relatively low amount of force, such as knives, such as saws. High velocity projectile trauma includes gunshot wounds and other types of trauma that has a small surface area that is traveling at a high speed or high velocity. Thermal alterations are heat or fire related trauma.
And can you sort of describe for the members of the jury here, what is your role as a forensic anthropologist, and how does that complement a medical examiner or a coroner's work?
So a medical examiner is a forensic pathologist who is a medical doctor, and I am not a medical doctor. I have a PhD in anthropology, so my trajectory is different. I work with what we call hard tissue. So this includes bone and cartilage. So forensic anthropologists specialize in the human skeleton. Forensic pathologist is typically looking for any soft tissue damage or changes from pathology. And so if they need additional information, they will call a forensic anthropologist to testify or, write a report on something specific, such as identification or traumatic injuries when it impacts bone and cartilage.
Now, what are some of the processes you do during a consult? Can you walk us through that process?
Yeah, so it varies. If you have, it varies based on the nature of the remains. So sometimes you get fully skeletonized remains, which means there's no soft tissue left. All the skin, muscle, organs are gone. Sometimes you have fully fleshed individuals that have traumatic injuries, and that might include blunt force, sharp force, gunshot wounds, where the pathologist calls us in and says, okay, we have this, we want more information about it. Can you help us by looking at this more specifically at the bone level? And we'll go in, we'll advise on how we need the sample or the specimen, and they'll move forward with removing it for us and providing it to us. So it basically depends on what the request is.
Okay, so ultimately you get a request and
Yes,
you follow through with
correct.
the request, and that request is typically a question that needs answering.
Correct. Yeah. So
Within your-
sometimes it's tool marks, sometimes it's is there trauma, or a lot of times is it trauma, or were they scavenged by a coyote? Right.
So
and
a
so
broad
yeah,
range of things.
Yeah, it's a broad range of things that we get asked with a very specific intent of like what they want an answer to.
Now, you mentioned sharp force trauma or cases. About how many of those have you worked on in your career?
I've worked on 64 cases with actual report that I've generated reports for. 2 of those were sharp force trauma.
Have you ever worked on decapitations in your career?
I've only worked on 1.
And then I guess turning your attention to 2023, in your work, do you recall receiving a referral from the Clark County Coroner's Office in that year?
Yes, I do.
And did that referral include examining the remains of a Johnathan Willette?
I didn't know the decedent's name at the time, but yes.
Okay. But during your work on the case, you did develop what his name was, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you did an analysis of those remains, correct?
Correct.
Can you walk us through how you essentially got those remains and walk us through how that happened?
Sure. So it was sometime in August 2023. I got a call from the coroner's office, and the doctor wanted us to come in and give our, feedback on what we could do with assessing tool mark analysis, because it was a sharp force trauma incident. So myself and my postdoc, Dr. Clara Ralston at the time, went down to the office. We looked at the decedent and told them, okay, well, this is what we would need for you to do, is to excise this portion of the neck so that we can look at it more specifically under our stereo microscope. And so they excised that part. They macerated it, which is removal of the soft tissue, in their office under Dr. Clara Ralston's supervision. And then those remains were then packaged, chain of custody was followed, and it was transported by Dr. Ralston to our lab. That is when we go through the intake records on our part to make sure everything is present, nothing has been tampered with, and so we unbox it, take photos of that process. Once that is all completed, that's when we start our analysis, and we keep detailed bench notes that inform our report.
As part of conducting your analysis, are there photos taken of what you're examining?
Everything. Yes, we take lots and lots of photos. So those include photos with a digital SLR or digital camera, as well as with a microscope, which is called a stereo microscope. It's not like what you would traditionally think of as a microscope. It's looking at a higher or a lower level magnification.
And prior to testifying, you did look through
I did.
This package.
Yes.
Many photos here, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to publish. Yes, Your Honor. By stipulation between the parties. Showing states 495. What do we see there?
Yeah, so that is the paper bag that the remains were transported into our lab. That is a picture of the inside of our lab. So it's an unopened stapled bag with the case number on it. And so that we take right before we open the bag to show the bag is unopened. This is how it arrived at our lab.
Then showing you 496. Is this the inside of the bag you just mentioned?
Correct. So that is the inside of the bag. The staples have been removed.
A little dark, but 498. Do we see that there are contents to this bag?
Yes.
And would those be the samples that you had requested from the Clark
That's
County
correct.
Coroner's Office?
Yes.
So you've unpackaged these items, what do you do next?
Yeah, so once everything is unpackaged, that's documented, we start our report writing and our bench notes. We date everything. We say who.
They have not turned up the volume. That is not me. That lawyer knew he was going to get found guilty. He just was hoping to try to save him from the DP. Are we going to have volume? Because I'm...
In the Uric matter, so Mr. York, you came before this court and a jury and entered a plea of not guilty to the offense of capital murder. The evidence was presented to the jury. A jury was charged, and after deliberating, the jury returned a verdict finding you guilty of the offense of capital murder. Is there any legal reason why sentence should not now be pronounced against you? Any legal reason? Right? Having no legal reason, I see you shaking your head no, and that's correct. There's no legal reason, correct?
Correct.
Right. It is an order of this court that you, Mr. Uric, who have been adjudged guilty of the offense of capital murder and whose punishment is assessed at life in prison, that you be delivered to the sheriff of the Galveston County Jail, who will then place you with the director of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice Institution Division, where you'll be confined for the rest of your life in accordance with the laws governing the Department of Criminal Justice Institution. So you are now remanded to the custody of the Galveston County Sheriff, who will remand you to the custody of Texas Department of Criminal Justice. And any time you have will also be given to you. It appears that you have 272 days credit. That credit will be given. There's also going to be an entry of a finding of a deadly weapon, namely a firearm. Because you are indigent, I will waive your court costs. And because this is a plea bargain, because this is not a plea bargain, you do have the right of appeal. And I will take notice of the fact that you have indeed filed a notice of appeal, and the court will appoint an appellate attorney to help you. Anything further for the record? Okay.
Nothing from the state now.
And we do have a dismissal for the credit card.
That is correct, Your Honor. I will say, Your Honor, the discovery receipt is still loading to be printed, and I will give that to the court as soon as it's done printing.
Okay. Anything further for the record? Okay. The proceedings are concluded and the court stands in recess. Thank you. Here we go, Colleen, you go.
All right. He's off. That's it. Life in prison for him. They did dismiss the credit card charges. Now it's going to be the girlfriend's turn. All right, guys, I did switch over to the court TV feed. I prefer it a whole lot better, so we'll be over there.
So that is the inside of the bag. The staples have been removed.
Little dark, but
Yeah.
$4.98. do we see that there are contents to this bag?
Yes,
And would those be the samples that you had requested from the Clark
that's
County
correct.
Coroner's office?
Yes.
So you've unpackaged these items. What do you do next?
Yeah, so once everything is unpackaged, that's documented, we start our report writing and our bench notes. We date everything, we say who's there, and then we describe the remains and what they look like. So these were macerated, again, that means the removal of soft tissue. So the bones look a little different because they were processed. So we describe what they look like, the exact anatomical position that, or the elements is what we would call them, the exact skeletal elements that we have, and anything else that we observe during that process.
Specifically, do you recall which items you were examining?
Yes. So we had possession of, so these are cervical vertebra, which are parts of the neck, which is, so I brought this as a specimen so you could exactly see what we're looking at. The neck.
Do you mind actually stepping closer
okay.
to the jury just so that they
Sure.
can see what you're pointing to? I think that might be helpful.
Okay. So this is the head. The head meets up with what we call the cervical vertebra, which are 7 vertebrae that make up your neck. And that lets you go all around with your head, right? And so what we had possession of was, so this up here is C1, which is cervical vertebra 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we had part of part of cervical vertebra 2. We had almost all of 3. We had 4 and part of 5. And so this was the part that was removed, was from 5 up to the part that we didn't have anything above that. So these were the ones that we were able to see, 3 primarily for the trauma analysis.
Is there anything interesting about the front of the skull based on your analysis after just pointing to those vertebrae that you think is important to know?
The front of the skull?
So the front of the neck.
Well, so the anatomy of the neck is complex, just as the rest of the spinal column. So the bones of the neck meet up at many different joints. So we have joints back here. We have a joint up in the front as well. And so when or if you were trying to take this apart, like if we were learning in a classroom, I would take this apart, right? And I'd show you all the different I can pass these around so that they can see that. Okay. So these are 2 different examples of cervical vertebrae. So you can see how small they are. That's like when you see these pictures, they're blown up a lot. So that's cervical vertebrae 2 and 1, or excuse me, 2 and 3, which is where the cut marks go through, are those 2 vertebrae. So the complexity of the joints between your vertebrae make it difficult to take them apart. And they're very, very sturdy, which is why like when you move, your spinal column is like the base of like all of your movement. And so there's many different joints here that make it complicated to actually remove or take them apart.
But not impossible, correct?
No, not impossible.
All right, if you don't mind taking a seat, doctor. So you mentioned that obviously a lot of photos were taken during your examination. Was there a grouping of photos that had annotations on them as well?
Yeah, so excuse me, when we write reports, we know what we're looking at in photos, but we want everyone else to know exactly what we're looking at. So what we'll do is we'll annotate them with different colored boxes or arrows in order to show exactly the features that we are trying to display.
Now then I am going to publish State 603. Can you describe for the members of the grand jury what we're seeing here and what was of note during your analysis?
Yeah, so this is cervical vertebra 3, which was being passed around. So you see how small that is when you're handling it, right? So that's blown up a bit because it's on a screen. But what we're looking at is the sharp force trauma that was analyzed for tool mark analysis on this bone. So the white boxes are in 5 different parts. Those represent what we I guess you'll probably ask me about this. What we determined was caused by a mechanically powered saw. So those are shaved off and polished. It's hard to see because it's such a small bone. The arrows, the orange arrows, are pointing to an area where there are incisions or cut marks that were not made by a mechanically powered saw. And so there's two different features there, which is what this overview is picturing. The other thing in this image is there's a tiny part of C2 or the cervical.
There's actually a mouse in front of you. So if you want to hover.
I will not click it. I was informed beforehand not to do that. Yes. Yes. So this, can you see that? Yeah. Okay. This part right here is the bottom or the body of cervical vertebra 2, which also got passed around because it meets up with C3. So this is the bottom of C2. It has sharp force trauma through it, which is, and it's still articulated, or it still meets up with C3 here. These parts here in the white boxes are showing, again, that polishing that we saw in our analysis that's consistent with a mechanically powered saw that made those marks. And the orange arrows here and there, 3 different parts, are showing incision or cut marks made by a hand-powered implement.
So just to stop you there, Doctor,
yeah.
2 separate implements we see evidence of here.
Correct.
And what is the evidence that you see to make that determination?
Yeah, so there's a fair amount of, we use a lot of, verified experimental research as well as case studies to back up our findings based on the features of the defects, which is what we would call these. So there's defects in bone, meaning it does not look like it's anatomically normal. So I'll start with the hand-powered tool or the cut marks from that with the orange arrows. So those, can you show some of the other images? Because those will be more helpful to show.
Absolutely. Showing
how we determine that.
604?
That's good. Yep. So that small area is the small, I don't know who has the C3 anymore. Yeah. Okay. I can tell you exactly where it is and what you're looking at. All right. Is there a way for me to show them besides just, do you want me to just point? Point? Okay.
Whatever you prefer.
So this is C3, and it's specifically between my fingernails. This is how small of an area you're looking at. So this is a joint with C2, which is above it. So this meets up with C2. This is a joint. So you're looking at horizontal ridges in this joint right here. Okay? And those are very uneven and they're not parallel. You can kind of see, like, okay, they're all over the place. And so that's typical of a hand-powered instrument, not a mechanically powered instrument. And that's how we determine, okay, that's a hand-powered instrument. It's the striations, which are kind of those scratch marks you see running across the screen, are all over the place. If it were mechanically powered, you'd expect it to be more uniform. The other thing you see with the black arrow, I don't know if you can see that very well. Point it out now that you know the area we're looking at on here. So here are the what we would call striations or grooves, which were made by a sharp implement or a point, something that has a bevel. And all knives have bevels. That's how you make your cut marks. Right here, where this black arrow is pointing, is so the direction, we can tell that the direction was from the back to the front, and it was with a hand-powered implement, because this right here is a chip. Do you see that kind of triangle? It's not a perfect triangle.
Yes, right underneath the arrow, correct?
Right underneath that. That's a chip. So that's called exit chipping. So when you're cutting something, sometimes you pull the implement out and a chip will fall off. So that's showing the direction of the implement.
And I just want to stop you right there. So we're able to see that this implement was back to front. Is that correct?
That's correct. So that was back to front. Again, back is, back here. So it was the implement was traveling in that direction. Okay.
And that's based on your examination with a microscope.
Yep.
Of the grooving.
Correct.
Showing you 605.
Yeah,
What is of note here?
That's the same area. So now instead of looking at that little joint from what we'd call posterior or the back, you're looking at it from the side. So specifically this little arrow right here, this is a very small area. So the scale isn't showing up very well here, but this is less than 1 millimeter, which is, I don't know, I can't do it. It's like that, very small. So this here is a V shape. You can see it's a V-shaped defect. We call that a kerf mark. A kerf mark is the actual base or the floor and the walls of where a sharp instrument has entered bone. Okay, so it kind of looks like a trough, or I don't know how else to describe that. It's a V-shaped defect, and so you see the floor comes to a point, and you see the walls make a V. So that's typical of a non-serrated or serrated knife. So saws have larger, like their tooths are spread apart for the most part. The only other saw that could make this is a very fine tooth bow saw, but it's most consistent with a non-serrated or serrated knife because knives come to a bevel, and that is a V shape.
So it would be handheld, but not powered.
Correct.
Is that what you're saying?
Yep. It's a hand. So yeah, all of these evidences that you're presenting, the photos, this is like very clear that, the cross section of the implement was a V shape. It's consistent with a knife, and then the way the striations are going across the joint are uneven and they're not uniform, and that's again consistent with a hand-powered implement.
So we're still talking about hand-powered implement.
Yep, we're
correct?
still talking about one of the tools that was used.
Okay. Showing 606. What do we see there?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's the bottom of C2. So you're looking at C3 in I keep forgetting I can use this.
Yeah, use the mouse.
So this is cervical vertebra 3 that you can see in the background. This part here is again the bottom of cervical vertebra 2 that was left on top of C3. Now, this right here is a piece that is missing. Again, I referenced exit chipping earlier in the other slide where you saw the little V shape. This is also a little chip that exited. This shows you directionality again. So this is the front of the body where this is. So this is the anterior front of the body. So you're looking like in the front here. You can't see it very well because the skull's on top. But that means the direction was from back to front, and the chip exited towards the front of the body.
So again, showing directionality.
Correct.
Showing you then 607. What do we see here?
Mm-hmm. So these again are striations. These are incomplete cut marks or incisions.
Can we see the exhibits? I want to see the exhibits. I love this part. That's why I love Bones, because when I'm digging up bones on TV with the show Bones, we actually see the exhibits.
That you see the orange arrows pointing to. So this, again, C3 here, this is the back of the body. This is where the back is. You're looking at, again, a very small area we call it the lamellar. It's just a little piece of bone that covers your spinal cord. So it's right here that you're looking at. And so the cut marks, if I just put my fingernail in there, they're probably smaller than that. But they're right here. So the other cut marks were here. These are here. And so you can see there's a couple different areas that the hand-powered non-serrated.
Is that fake or real? Who thinks this is fake bone? Put a 1. If you think it's real bone, put a 2.
So, in analyzing these remains, you were able to determine that 2 implements were used. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And they were what again?
So there was a hand-powered non-serrated or serrated. We could not determine exactly. It was a single, straight blade of some sort. And then the second one is a mechanically powered saw.
Now, are you able to determine which implement was used first? Well, so let me pose it this way. Hypothetically, I mean, how hard is it to cut through bone with a handheld knife or cut through a neck?
So knives, anyone who has knives in their kitchen knows that they should be used for soft stuff. Like, if you're cutting chicken or beef, you're cutting through the flesh of the stuff you're trying to eat. If you try to cut through bone with that, it's not going to work. It's just going to leave an incision because bone is too hard. So I don't want to say it's impossible because there are bones that if you used enough force, maybe, but saws are made for a reason. Saws, the teeth are such that they are made to cut through hard material such as wood or bone. That is their job. And so when they're actually going through bone, they're creating a waste material by, if anyone has cut, wood, that it creates wood chips. Okay. When you're actually sawing through wood. So I don't want to say it's impossible, but it's very, very difficult to cut through bone with a run-of-the-mill knife.
You would need a tremendous amount of force with a handheld knife, right? In order to cut through bone?
And a lot of persistence.
Okay. Now, how about a powered saw?
So mechanically powered saws are made for ease of use, right? So that saves you time. And it is doing the work of the energy transfer for you. So when you're dealing with a hand-powered implement, you are the one supplying the energy. A mechanically powered instrument, such as a saw, is producing the energy for you, which is why you need a battery or some other power source, right? And so it's doing the work for you and doing the cutting part, or what we would call the, because when you're cutting something, it's like you go back and forth, but a mechanically powered saw is doing that for you. So that is going to make it a lot easier because you are not exerting force yourself or energy yourself. The instrument is doing that for you.
Are you able to determine, what brand of knife, what type of knife was used?
So that's
first?
called, so we can determine roughly the class of the tool, which is what we did in this instance. Sometimes, and anthropologists typically don't determine an exact tool. That's not our job. Those are tool mark experts, which are beyond our training. Now, because of the type of bone this is, vertebrae have what's called trabecular bone in them. It means it has spongy bone. When you look at a cut mark, can I pass this around?
Up to the judge.
Okay. So this is, I think it's cow bone. It's not human.
But is it still symbolic of what a human would look like?
Yeah. So this is symbolic of what bone looks like when it's cut through. So this is a saw mark through what we call cortical bone. Cortical bone is very thick. This is a long bone. But cervical vertebrae don't look like this. They have what's called trabecular bone, which looks like spongy bone, so it's like a sponge. So if you walk, you don't have to, but you can see the striations in there too, and you can feel the cut mark itself. But that's cortical bone. That would have been, that's easy to determine, or relatively easy, assuming you have the right parts, to determine further what the type of saw that would have been used for. Now, because of the cervical vertebra, how they're designed anatomically, they don't have a lot of cortical bone. They have trabecular bone. So trabecular bone is spongy. It'd be like looking at a bunch of open spaces and trying to find those striations that you see on the bone that's getting passed around. It's not possible for the most part. So, yeah, so it depends on the bones of the body. These bones in particular are not able to get more specific, which is why we skinned it the way we did.
And I don't know if I can simplify it or tell me if I'm oversimplifying.
Well, I probably overextended
Now,
it, so.
if it's a smaller bone, sometimes it's harder to make further determinations because you're dealing with a smaller bone versus a larger
It's
bone.
not just the size of the bone, it's the structure. So that's what I was trying to get at, is the structure of the bone is different, where if you have a lot of that thick cortical bone, and you cut through it with an instrument, then you can see the features that are necessary to make a call on the specific type of saw that was used. These do not have that type of structure because they're small and because they are primarily made of trabecular bone, which is spongy bone, which is some of that you saw in the images too, where you saw these air spaces that were in there. That's the trabecular bone that has been exposed.
Okay. Now, I've stood next to you. You're a petite individual. Is it possible for a petite individual to have decapitated?
Well, mechanically powered saws do the work for you. So the energy transfer is coming from the saw. So, and they're made so that many different types of people can use them to do, whatever it is they're going to do with that saw. So many different people could use a mechanically powered saw to cut through hard materials such as wood or bone.
So it wouldn't be impossible for a smaller female to do so, correct?
I don't know if I want to comment on that specifically, but the energy transfer from the mechanically powered saw makes it so many different types of people can operate that tool to get through harder material.
But there's females and males that use that tool in life, correct?
Yeah.
And they're able to do so.
Yes.
So just to be clear, the incision happened back to front in this case, correct?
That's correct.
2 implements were used, correct?
Correct.
That was a knife.
Possibly a knife. There is a very slight chance it could have been a very fine-toothed bow saw, but it's likely a non-serrated or serrated knife.
Okay. And that was based on your conclusions, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then also a powered saw, correct?
A mechanically powered saw. Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. Dr. Burns, let me just preface my questions of you that we take no issue with your findings.
Okay.
You were asked a question just a moment ago, whether or not it would be possible if a small woman could have done this. And you said you didn't want to give an opinion as to that, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I would reference the user manual for a mechanically powered saw to see who should or should not or could operate that.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt.
Yep, you're fine.
But all things being equal, it would be easier for a large person, let's say a 6'4", 205-pound person, to sever this vertebrae than a smaller person, 5'3", 130 pounds.
Again, I'm not going to comment on the capabilities of different individuals on their ability to operate a mechanically powered saw.
Okay, but you'll agree with me that a larger person is more powerful generally than a smaller person, in general.
I mean, assuming they have full capability.
Not necessarily. I've known some grown-ass men that I could whoop their ass when I was 100 pounds. When it came to manual labor.
And they're not disabled and all of that.
Absolutely healthy.
Again, I don't want to comment on the capabilities of different people. Mechanically powered saws do the work for you.
Absolutely. But let me ask you this question. Generally, a larger, healthy person is stronger than a smaller, infirm person.
Yes.
Fair? You had testified concerning the complex nature of the vertebrae in the human neck, correct?
Yeah, sure.
And when you discuss this complexity, are you talking about the interlocking nature of the vertebrae?
Yes.
As in this case, we had part of C2 severed, correct?
Correct.
And that was included in your analysis concerning C2 and C3.
Correct.
So when we talk about this complexity, it's because you've got these bones that are entwined.
That's right.
Say?
Yes.
You had testified that this area, specifically C2, C3, is very, very sturdy.
Yes.
Sturdy and complex.
Yes.
This knife, obviously, you were not given any sort of a sample, and you said that's beyond
No,
your area of
that's correct.
expertise. No comparisons.
Correct.
Same thing with the question concerning the mechanically powered saw. Again, no comparisons.
That's
that you're
correct.
Aware of. But we know that it was a knife.
Yes.
Well, or you said a very fine, another serrating instrument in addition.
So the hand-powered instrument was either a non-serrated or serrated knife, most likely, and very unlikely, but possible, a fine-toothed bow saw for the hand-powered one. The mechanically powered one could be any number of saws. We don't have enough evidence to say one way or another. Now, I wasn't told, they just wanted an analysis done. I was not told any number of instruments when I was given the specimens.
Understood. So in reference to the hand-powered knife, that still could have been electric, perhaps, but very fine.
So I don't know about a hand, like you're saying, like a mechanically powered knife.
Correct. In addition to a mechanically powered saw.
Yeah. So anything mechanically powered would produce very uniform striations, whether it was a knife that was mechanically powered or not. These were very uneven and in different directions. So unlikely.
Unlikely, but possible, perhaps.
Probably not.
But you are very comfortable in your testimony and your conclusion that we had a mechanically powered saw.
Correct.
And that was given the nature of basically the injury, does it, C2 through C3?
Correct.
You are unable to opine as to the width of the saw blade, anything of that nature?
So that we don't have enough evidence for. If you had the other pieces of the vertebra that were missing in this case, and if there were what we call false starts, which would have produced a kerf floor, which is the bottom of the cut mark, we would have been able to say more, but we cannot say anything more than what we said in the report.
These cuts that you examined through C2, C3, the complex, sturdy vertebrae, consistent with the Sawzall.
Can you restate that?
Yeah, consistent. What you saw, findings, would that be consistent
with the mechanically powered saw?
Correct.
Yes.
Are you able to opine as to what kind?
No.
Okay. Are you able to opine as to consistency? Like if I ask you, hey, we have a Sawzall that's generally used for cutting through drywall, things of that nature, would that be consistent with your findings here, having been used?
A drywall saw?
A Sawzall.
Yes, so it can include any mechanically powered saw. Yes.
Fair. And you're not able to opine as to whether it was battery powered or plug-in, correct?
No.
Where do you come up with these questions? I'm not trying to be.
Are you able to opine as to the amount of time?
I'm not trying to be mean. I know he's being thorough, but if I'm sitting on the jury, I'm all like, dude, where are you coming up with these questions?
This may have taken.
You mean the time in which it was inflicted on the neck?
Correct.
No. Well, I should say when we were invited to the office to assess the decedent was fully fleshed. So in our assessment of bone, we call something perimortem when a defect is, made on a bone at, around, or shortly after the time of death, meaning our interval is wide. I cannot, like a forensic pathologist could tell you different things based on soft tissue. Hard tissue reacts in a wider scale. So we cannot tell if it happened shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death. It could have been any of those, according to our analysis of bone, on how bone reacts to those implements.
So, and please tell me if I'm oversimplifying this, but it's hard to give a window whether the person died, had just died, correct?
We cannot give so it could have been right before they died, they were still alive. It could have been at the time of death, or it could have been shortly after the time of death.
So it could have been before they died or after they died.
According to the way we do our analysis with bone, it could have been at any point in time in that perimortem period, shortly before, at, or shortly after time of death.
Are you able to give an opinion concerning how long it would take a person to be decapitated?
No.
You authored your report in reference to your findings November 20th, 2023.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further
Yes.
questions.
Yes, Your Honor, course indulgence.
He's trying, poor soul. He's trying.
Ma'am, just briefly, now you're not able to determine whether these incisions happen post-mortem, pre-mortem, anything like that, correct?
Correct. So our definition of perimortem with bone, because of the way bone reacts to trauma, we cannot tell if the timing is shortly before or shortly after time of death. Now we can tell if something is healed, right? So antemortem is what we call that. So healing trauma, you break a bone, it starts to heal, but bone takes a longer time to heal.
So if the forensic pathologist would have concluded that this happened post-mortem, you wouldn't have a reason to
I would have
dispute
no
that.
reason to question that. No.
Pass witness.
Yes, are you able to give an opinion concerning whether it was a reciprocal saw or, you know what I'm saying, the type of saws that go back and forth or a type of saw that goes
Oh,
in a
yes.
circle?
Can I reference my report?
Please. I have no objection.
Yes, thank you. I do not have it.
What? Karate Kid Mom? What? She can do more so we can watch more? I hope.
Yes, if I may approach.
Thank you very much. Mhm. Yeah, so because again of what I talked about earlier, the structure of this bone, it has very little cortical bone, or that really, actually, who's got my cow bone over there? Okay, yeah, thank you. Because of the structure of the bone itself, we are not able to say further what type of saw it is. So it could have been any type of mechanical saw.
So you're not able to opine as to the speed of the saw, anything of
No.
that nature either? Or
No,
whether
because
it was-
there's very little area that is cortical bone, which is where those features would be observable. But because of the type of bone, we didn't have enough evidence to say one way or another.
But again, and just finally, my final question in reference to this complex nature of the cervical spine, small but sturdy.
Yes.
Correct? Thank you. No further questions.
Any comments, okay?
No further questions, Your Honor.
Do the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have any questions for this witness? Okay, seeing no response, no more excuse. Thank you very much for
Okay.
your testimony, Jerry.
Thank you.
State, would you mind gathering her?
Yes.
This goes back to the defense. Okay. Thank you.
State and identify yourself, please.
Carrie Skinner.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
You solemnly swear or affirm shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And now, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Yes, it's Carrie, Kari. Last name Skinner, Skinner. Excuse me. Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living?
I work for the City of Henderson Police Department as a detective.
How long have you been with the city of Henderson in total?
It'll be 10 years in January.
And in which unit are you currently assigned as a detective?
Robbery homicide.
How long have you been with robbery?
It'll be almost 3 years and 6 years as a detective.
And prior to robbery homicide, where were you assigned?
Special Victims Unit.
And what does special victims unit entail?
Basically, Special Victims Unit will investigate anything to do with child abuse, sexual assaults, things of that nature.
And in homicide, do you respond to scenes with a team?
Yes, I do.
With regard to this particular incident, did you respond to a scene on August 7th, 2023 at 2698 Paladura Drive?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember around what time you responded?
I believe that was roughly 8:40 in the morning.
And did you respond with anyone else?
I did. My fellow detectives, one of them being Detective Ozawa.
When you responded to the scene, was it already static and shut down by patrol guys?
That's correct.
When you responded to the scene, did you immediately go in, or did you do a couple things outside before?
No, there's always a few things we do before we go in and do a walkthrough.
One of those briefing?
Correct.
So you kind of know what's going on, what's happened before you got there?
Yes,
In addition to that, you need to get a search warrant, ultimately to search the home.
that's correct.
You mentioned a walkthrough. What does that mean?
So the on-scene supervisor has already gone inside with his officers. They've already had a little peek of what the scene looks like inside and what we're going to be dealing with. And they've collected information before we get there. That would be the field interviews of any on-scene witnesses, other victims, anybody that's relevant to the investigation. And then they will provide that to us. And then we go in and do the walkthrough.
During the course of your walkthrough, was it notable that there were some things missing from the scene?
Yes.
Such as?
The decedent's head.
In addition to that, were any weapons found that could have caused his death?
Not that were glaringly apparent at that time.
Okay, sure. There were probably some steak knives in the kitchen, et cetera, but nothing that was within our scene.
That's correct.
Did you stay on scene there after the search was conducted?
I apologize. No, I actually went over to the secondary scene, which was on Porcupine Rim.
Okay. So when you go to Porcupine Rim, still on August 7th,
Correct.
did you respond there with Detective Ozawa?
Yes, I did.
Did you make contact with some individuals who were either witnesses or suspects?
At that time, there were some individuals that were persons of interest. However, there were some residual people that we needed to contact that were family members.
Were a couple of those family members two small children?
Yes, they were.
And with your specialized training and kind of history with special victims, did you make contact with them?
I did.
Did you speak to them?
I did.
Did you do it in a big formal interview setting or just like kind of get on their level and talk to them as kids?
Unfortunately, I wasn't able to do what's called a child forensic interview, which is a very directed interview. It has guidelines for children, no leading or anything like that. And it has a very strict protocol on how you begin the interview, how you end it, and how you conduct yourself during that interview. Unfortunately, I was not able to provide that level of interview just based on the children's behavior at that time.
Were they kind of all over the place?
To put it politely, yes, they were very active young ladies.
Okay. Did you ask them a couple of questions, just kind of information?
I did. There's a little bit of rapport building. What's your favorite toy? And they're involved. So you want to make them feel comfortable. There's a lot of strangers in their home. So I did my best to make them feel comfortable. And there was some conversations that were had with them.
Did you, did they specifically say anything about a person by the name of Devyn?
Yes.
What did they say?
They referred to him as someone that takes care of them.
Yeah.
They also referred to the fact when in passing, as we were talking to them about being in the home, there were conversations being had around them. And it did come up that Devyn had watched them the night prior.
So Devyn had been home the night prior, according to the girls.
Correct.
At some point in time, did you have an opportunity before the home is actually searched to interview a person by the name of Devyn or Nikki?
Yes, I did.
What name did you know her by at that point in time?
At that point, it was Devyn.
Okay. Do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Can you please point to that person, describe something she's wearing today?
Yes, she's sitting over here at this table and she's wearing a light colored, looks like a floral blouse.
Would the record reflect identification of the defendant?
The record so reflects.
Did you record that interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And where was that interview conducted?
That interview was conducted inside Detective Ozawa's unmarked detective vehicle.
Your Honor, I would move to admit 619, interview number 2.
Any objection to 619?
No objection.
All right, 619.
And again, this is an interview conducted before going in to search Porcupine Rim, correct?
That's correct.
It's August 7th, 2023, approximately 15:08 hours, and my name is Dennis Johnathan, Henderson PD, badge number 1531. Also here is Detective Skinner, badge number 6. And we're here speaking again with Devyn Michaels. Okay. So you already kind of talked about stuff.
Yeah. So he's actually recapped, we'll recap real quick, that last night when he left, the garage door was open a couple feet, and shoved something underneath, and then exited out the front door to go around the front. Yeah, correct.
Because everything else I took out the front door, and that was like the last thing I was doing.
Is that your voice?
It is.
A little lighter. It sounds like you're a little further from the microphone.
Yes, I'm in the back seat of the vehicle.
Okay, and you said something to the effect of, we talked a little bit before this recording started.
Yes.
And then I believe what I heard was the defendant said she left the Paladura home and the garage was open. She slid something under it and then she herself exited out the front. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
All right, we're going to resume.
And then another thing that you and I spoke about is that you did release some journals that they were downstairs by the bathroom and the laundry room. Yeah. And you tried that as a jug and it was not acceptable.
It was like this, and I think it was yellow.
Okay. It's also a little jug size or a little bit smaller.
Yeah. I just, like I said, because I wasn't really paying attention, it was just random stuff that was all over the house. Like,
it's a pretty clean house.
He usually cleans when he knows we're showing up. So, like, there'd be dog mess and stuff like that. So he tries to clean when we come up there.
And also you need to, like, really forsake and clean and have a job. And then we also discussed that his ex was being town in his right. And that last night, the ring that he would wear as like a wedding ring, he said to you that he threw it away.
Yeah.
Okay. And then
We kind of made the joke of it, 2 points, do it to the judge type thing.
okay. So, and you call his either your friends.
Yeah.
You call her twice, but you're not sure if you're married or not.
No, I know they weren't very, but yeah, it was just.
Okay.
Well, this is something that develops back.
You say, right?
Yeah. I know, like I said, they were together for a few years. Since 2018, I would say. So they first got together.
And she kind of moved around. You mentioned Arizona, Utah.
I think he's at Oregon one time. I think so. He says she does this like off the grid type of living. So
yeah, but familiar with it. She said times applies to each other.
Get that, yeah. She said it's kind of awkward talking to your exes.
And the last time you spoke to him, as well as his mother, was last night, just before you left, you were cleaning up like alcohol containers and stuff. But you mentioned putting a pina colada and Jameson bottle in the fridge, and his mom had the witness steak.
Right, we were just like randomly cleaning up the different things.
Where was he?
Smoking in the garage.
Smoking marijuana, cigarettes.
Marijuana. He smokes the cigarettes in the backyard usually, and the marijuana in the garage. I'm not sure why the difference, but. So when you left, was he still have the ring around, or was he in the garage? Okay, so did you take a ride home and all that stuff, push out the box, and then I just went out the front door? So you weren't sure what's going?
Detective, is the defendant saying that when she left, Johnathan was up and moving in the garage?
Yes.
No, I went and picked up my daughter's prescription first. Yeah, because I wanted to make sure we had it for her first day of school. Yeah, he was only in boxers when I left, because usually when I leave, he walks me out and everything. But since he wasn't with dressed. How would you rate his level of intoxication right last night? Like it was on a 10 scale, like 10 being for most pictures you've ever seen it, 0 being none. No, I think he was buzzed, but I couldn't say he was way over the top now. So maybe middle somewhere, yes. Like I've seen him much worse. Okay, so he was washing. But I know he was still drinking, so I don't know how much he drank after. Anytime you tell us long he was sleeping or sleeping alone. I told her that I told him to go to sleep, but that was like when he was done to like sleep it off. Well, I think when she was done cleaning, she just, because we got there to talking and she went upstairs. And you mentioned that while he's over and he shut off the work so the dogs are ready and then he had done her last night. Yes. So when you left, do you remember if the dog door was still down? I know the dogs were outside. I don't know if the dog door was still down because they do have that little flap. They were outside when I left.
I just, it's not that Devyn and so it's kind of just an odd dynamic, you know, that you guys have. It was basically kind of confusing, you know, when we're talking to Yoko. It doesn't sound like she knows.
She doesn't know that we are married like that. She just thinks that we're living here. Because we don't really want everybody kind of in our business because it makes sense.
Yeah. No, I hear that. Just like the same as I talked to Yoko and I talked to you, it was like we didn't realize that you and Devyn were married, but like, you guys been married for 2 years, you said.
Almost 2 years, but Yoko does not know that.
But are you guys, the talking to Devyn, it's kind of like, it sounds like you guys are married or not because you guys love each other.
No, it's this convenience. Like I have a lot of medical issues and he's been taking care of me and the girls.
Okay, so what was your reason for getting married to Devyn?
They shipped the wrong freaking size, damn it.
Because legally, as my spouse, he has more rights and access to things than someone just as a grandma.
So like they got prescriptions.
He can do anything as my spouse. He actually, I had to go into a hospital in an ambulance and he's the one that took care of all of that.
Okay, so are you guys like intimate together? No. Does he sit in your room?
Sometimes, like I'll fall asleep when we watch TV, but he usually sits on the couch.
And right there. So you guys aren't really, when you say married, you're not like, you're not dating and you're not doing stuff together, you're not intimate together, things like that.
You know, and that's why John was okay, because John knew, and that's why he was kind of okay with everything and being able to move in.
Gotcha. And then, but there's some, he's gonna have to move out, or he was gonna have to move out.
Devyn was not happy about it, and and the idea was John was not supposed to be moving in, but because of the situation going on with his mom and Andrea, he didn't really have anywhere to go. So That's all I'm saying this way. And I was not expecting him to do that this fast. We talked about the piecemealing and slowly moving things, and it went from a slow thing to everything got moved in one day.
Okay.
It kind of cut their ear
That's right.
very quickly.
So that's what, when you were talking about it earlier, saying that, yeah, he wasn't good with it, but he understood. Like, when we're trying to figure out the dynamic of everybody, like, when you say you two are married, I'm thinking, yeah, like you guys are in love, and you guys, everything, you guys are one happy family over here, and now you're bringing in your ex.
That's why we don't tell anybody we're married, because you automatically assume the word marriage, this is what you have.
Yeah.
But a lot of people get married for.
No, I get it. I totally understand it.
And if you see my wonderful marriage, you will definitely understand.
And sorry to hear that. The issues and stuff. So
When you called me, I was actually on my way here to EEG.
yeah.
I had to switch the schedule.
You said you went and picked up your daughter's prescription on yesterday? Or after you left the house, right? Well, which place did you go to?
At CVS on Cheyenne. Seagull. I have the receipt if you need it.
It was Cheyenne or
Seagull. Soaring balls.
Soaring Balls. And then after that, you just come straight home here?
Yes.
And then you don't remember what time you left?
No, sir, because I left and I went straight there, so I didn't look when it became here, so my receipt will say what time it was.
Okay, so we can check just the time. Just get like a time frame. It's like when you left the other house. So then you said you weren't sure exactly when you left. And then you were telling Ted Skinner that he was just in boxer shorts when you left.
Yes, sir.
And that was inside the garage.
Yes, sir.
He left kind of slightly open because he was kind of airing that out.
Yes, sir, because I had popped his bag and he had his boxers on, and we were on the main floor and I popped his bag for him. So I know he had boxers on.
Oh, that was before.
He went out to smoke.
Okay. And then was he in the garage when Yoko came in?
Yes, sir.
Because Yoko thought that he was sleeping in
No, sir, he was in the garage.
she was in the garage at that time.
Because I told him to take a nap. Well, I'm taking a nap, but to sleep it off. So.
Because he was drinking and smoking. So he was in the garage when Yoko came down, and then you told Yoko what the plans were for today and started like taking the kids and stuff like that. And she went upstairs.
Yes, sir.
And then what happened after that again?
I took like 2 more things out to my car and then I left.
But you were inside the garage with him though?
Briefly before I left. What's on your face?
It wasn't answering because his phone is here. His phone's been here all day.
Whose phone is that?
And it's my dad.
What was it?
It was on the garage in front of our house.
Oh.
It got locked.
Like I said.
Yeah, we'll move on to that then.
Thank you. Thank you.
Why is it up?
They're talking to me and you guys are being nosy in there. Please be careful.
Sorry. No, it's okay. Hey!
So that should help you.
That's his phone. So that's his phone, you're sure?
Can you touch it?
No.
No.
Let's say. This is like, that's almost screensaver. You know what's code by chance?
There's no book.
No code.
Just so I can.
Alright, is that typical thing he just leaves his stuff in?
Yeah, he just lost his phone a couple of days ago.
That's what I
Actually, yesterday.
lost his wallet?
Yeah, he called me, do you know where my wallet is? And he sent a picture of it, after he found it. So, yes, that is very
Typical. Okay, you said you went, before you left, you went in the garage, briefly spoke with them, and then you went out the front door. And then when you left, was the garage still halfway open?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then after that, you went to the CVS, on Cheyenne, and then from there, you came straight here.
Yes, sir.
And was anybody awake, you know?
No, sir. Girls were passed out, so we said, yeah.
Is there anything else? That's ma'am.
No.
So it's 3:22, and that's gonna.
Detective, when the girls approached with that phone, did you observe anything of note on it?
Yes.
What?
There appeared to be, to me, apparent blood, and it was smeared on the screen.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to look at the screen and see if there were any notifications present?
Yes, I did.
Were there?
There were none.
If you receive texts or calls on your phone, your notifications show up.
Correct.
And that's kind of a common thing.
Yes.
So it appeared to you that there was no incoming activity to that phone if it's just sitting there all day.
Agree.
After that interview was conducted, did you and other detectives authorize a search warrant for the Porcupine Rim address?
Yes.
And then were you part of the search of the Porcupine Rim address?
I did enter in and assist at that point.
Okay. And ultimately, did you exit and then conduct another interview with the defendant?
Yes.
While you were interviewing the defendant the third time, or I guess the second time for you, but the third interview, were you getting updates live from other detectives in the home as they found certain items?
I was, yes.
And I'd move for the admission of 620.
Any objection to 620?
No objection.
620 will be admitted.
And I am going to play it, but before I get yelled at by the judge, I'm going to say we have to end at 3, so we might have to stop halfway through or partway through.
Sure.
Disappointing. Down is for a 4'2" to 4'8" person.
Before you
It's
start,
short.
council votes.
Well, thank God I got time. I did it early. I made sure to do it early and on my room.
It is August 7th, 2023 at approximately 19:55 hours at night. Detective was out with Henderson PD, badge number 1531. Detective Skinner, Henderson PD, badge number 2233, and we're here speaking again with Devyn Michaels. So, and just so you know, like, you know your rights, okay? Like I said, you're not under arrest, but I have to read your rights because we've been here for so long. Okay? So, I know you said you want to speak with us, but I got to make sure that you understand your rights. Like I said, you're not under arrest, but I still have to repeat your rights because you are being detained, and we've been talking with you for quite some time, right? So you have the right to make time. You have that right. And you say can will be used in court law. You have right to speak to an attorney for answering questions, and an attorney present while you answer questions. You can have an attorney will be provided no cost to you. If you decide to answer your questions now, you may stop at any time and speak with an attorney before question continues. If you decide to stop answering questions once you have done, all questions will stop. So you understand your rights? So, like I said, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's basically because we've been talking to you for so long today, and now that we're doing a search warrant, you are being detained, but you're not under arrest, like I said. You're not under arrest, right? And I know this is all kind of coming to a shock. Everything that's been going on, like I was explaining before, we have to make sure that we rule out every possibility. Okay? And so, like, with his phone right there, do you know how his phone got there?
Well, it was by the cigarette butt, so it looked like he was smoking and he put his phone down. You didn't see the cigarette butt there?
No.
There's
Is
a
it cigarette butt over there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And sure, if you test it, it'll be,
And he smokes cigarettes?
yes, sir, chain smoker.
Okay. When he had moving stuff, did he like have his hands or anything?
Yes, sir.
Which hand do you remember?
I'm not sure, but he said on the table that has like the multiple parts to it, one of the parts came down and he said that like it took a chunk on his hand.
Like did you see him bleeding at all?
No, he told me about it.
Did he have any bandages on him after he told you?
I didn't see, he just told me, but it slammed down and
When did he tell you that?
when we were moving it into the thing, he said that it came down on his hand and it took like a chunk.
What do you mean moving into the pen?
When we were moving in the table, he said that the table had snapped down on his hand.
Okay.
And
inside this garage right here?
yeah, he told me in the garage.
And which table inside the garage was it?
There's a white one that has multiple parts to it.
Do you know where it's at inside the garage?
And it's sitting right there.
Well, and then when I go back in there and look at it,
It's the white table is like before you hit the before you get to the basement, there's a white table with multiple sections to it.
so,
What am I missing?
well, your reactions are starting to elevate and be different.
I don't need to do that, but I'm getting scared.
Okay, and what are you scared about?
Because you're asking me, did he hurt himself? And I'm going by what he told me. He said that when he was moving the table, because he loaded the truck by himself.
Okay. And so, I guess what is worrying you right now? You're saying, I mean, you've already told us.
Nothing is worrying me, but I feel like,
And they're pointing in your direction like you were saying earlier.
and like I said, I didn't load the truck. He loaded everything himself, and the lighter things I unloaded. If I have the camera system, you can see that he did it.
You guys already, what do you mean? So the camera that you took down, it was up before you guys left? That was like one of the last things you took down?
Yes, sir.
Where's that camera system?
It's in the garage. I showed it to him.
Oh, okay.
It's right back.
And it's like the DVR and everything's in there?
I think so. He said it records.
Okay, and then that was recorded, you guys packed it up right before
I
you
did
left?
not pack anything. He packed everything, sir.
I mean, that was what you guys packed. Was that the last thing you guys packed before you left? Come back here.
I didn't pack anything. He packed everything, but when I got back, he just tightened everything down and we left.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left here, I went back to Henderson, got in his truck, and then we drove back here.
And so when you drove there, everything was already packed?
Yes, sir, everything.
And then what time was that, do you think?
It was around 8:20, 8:30, and then we got here, I think it's at 9:01 on his
Okay, and then after you unloaded everything here,
We got,
you drove
in his
back
truck.
over there.
Yes, sir. In his truck.
Now, did you leave your vehicle over there?
Yes, sir.
Now, why didn't you guys just pull that back?
Because he wanted to take his vehicle because of the trailer. He uses it for,
Like, why didn't you just drive your car and he drove his car?
because he said he wanted to drive one car. I sat in the passenger side of his truck.
Well, that's what I'm just asking. I didn't know what was the reason for, like, because you were planning on coming back here at some point, right?
Yes, sir.
So, it's trying to figure out why. Like,
I offered and he said.
You'd rather just drive
Yes, sir.
back and forth.
And then we went to the gas station and he put more gas in his car. And you could see us at the gas station.
And which gas station?
The Arco, we went to the Arco twice that day.
Which one's that?
On Windmill and Eastern.
Okay. You went to the Arco, Windmill, and Eastern after you guys left to get here?
Yes, sir.
So it might be between like 8 and 9 o'clock.
Oh, definitely. It was like beginning, like at 8:20 when we were leaving to head back here. And that's when I told you the Mountain Dew that he left was still on the gas pump from earlier that day. And I went over there and was showing him your drink is still sitting here.
And where was that at?
He left it on the gas pump the first time we were there.
Oh, okay.
You were asking, does he forget things a lot? Yeah.
He forgot his soda at that time. Okay. So we went back and looked at the video at Burlington. Do you remember anything else while you were there at Burlington? Like, you said that you took Janae to the bathroom. Was there any time that you took both girls and you guys both split up?
I had, after we came out of the bathroom, Tamia with the meat, and then John kind of was walking around by himself. I think he went to the shoes.
Was that at the very, when you get there, I guess, when you guys arrived at Burlington, at what point do you guys break off to take her to the bathroom?
Immediately, like almost immediately. She was asking for the bathroom when we first walked in.
Okay. Did you guys talk to anybody when you first walked in?
Just the security guy at the front, and he said it was towards the back. And me and Janine was walking back there.
Okay, that's when we split.
Yes.
And then after you guys left, that's when she's saying that Johnathan and Tamaya were walking around.
Yes.
And they were contacted by somebody at that
Yes,
point.
I did not see that person.
Okay. So the video at Burlington shows, or at least what my partner was saying when he was there, when you guys get there, you talk to the security guard, but then all you and Janaea and Tamaya basically split up from Johnathan at that point.
Tamia didn't go with us into the bathroom. I know that for a fact. It was just me and Janea.
Did she follow you while you guys were going that way? Even though she didn't go into the bathroom?
I don't think so. I don't think she came with us that way.
Okay. As like I said, my partner he was at the Burlington factory, looked at the video, and that's what he saw. So once you guys get there, you talk to the security guy, and then you and your two daughters walk,
Okay.
and then Johnathan walks away from you guys.
I know when we came out of the bathroom, she was definitely with me because we were looking at all the little knickknacks, like towards the back of the store.
Okay, was she waiting for you right there?
I do remember when we came out, she was right there.
Right by the bathroom entrance? Or
No, by the gate. She didn't go into the bathroom. There was like a gate blocking it off.
oh, okay. Was Johnathan anywhere around there? How, when you talked to Maya, how sure was she about what she said to you about the guy coming up to her? Like I said, how did that come up?
It was a matter of fact, oh, well, there was a guy that said something, and I'm not sure the exact words, but she brought it up. Like
how did she bring it up?
there was a guy at the store that said, I'm coming after you, or I'm gonna get you. And she said that in front of me and her grandmother, so I was like, we were going to tell you.
And so she just volunteered that information. Do you know, I guess, does she have any reason why she would tell you that?
I guess that's what she said, saw or heard.
Okay. And then after you guys split up after going to all those stores and you take the kids back here to eat, and then he goes back to the house to eat back in the house?
No, we left Vaughn's. We took all the groceries out of his truck, put them into my truck, and then he went in to eat, and then we drove. So we went back to his house after Vaughn's to switch cars.
And was your girls with you at that time?
Yes, sir.
And then when you switched cars, what happens after that?
I drove back here.
And he stayed there.
To go to the phone.
And then you dropped the kids back up here.
I left him here and I drove back there to bring the truck down to help him unload it.
Okay. Carrie, do you have any additional questions?
No.
Okay. So, at this point, I have to ask you, like I asked before, do you know what happened to Johnathan? Well, I mean, the way how everything's investigation is going right now, yeah, it's not a normal, not a normal type of investigation, right? So that's why we have to go at the different avenues of this, make sure that we investigate every side to this case. Okay, so that's why we're doing this report here at this point. Okay, so that's what I'm asking you. Like right now would be the time. If you know anything about what happened or you're involved in any way, now would be the time to tell me. Okay, so we're not going around chasing, doing other stuff. Like if you knew someone that possibly did this but you're trying to protect them, or you knew something happened and if you're not telling us, now is the time that we need to know that.
My last thing I did was John. I was in his bag, and then he went to smoke. And while he was smoking, I was talking to Yoko. And that was pretty much the end. And then I finished loading. He told me which ones he wanted me to take. And then that was it.
Say that again, he finished loading with something?
No, he told me like the kids' weed controllers. There's like little things that were light enough for me to take, and he was gonna load up the bicycles and bring them down, because he was supposed to come down first thing in the morning for us to take the girls to school.
Okay. And when you guys were running around yesterday, what was, I always mispronounce his name. What was he doing?
He was here.
Did he work yesterday?
Sunday, no.
He doesn't work on Sundays? And was he home pretty much the whole day yesterday? Like when you came back here and had the kids, was he here at that time too?
Yes, sir. And then when we got home, he started cooking dinner.
Do you know when the last time him and his dad talked?
It's been a minute. They don't talk. John doesn't really talk to the majority of the people of the family, like, including his dad and everything like that.
And then
I'm sorry, sir. I'm
you want to now? Oh.
Jason.
You can shut the fan if you want. Whose idea was it for him to move here?
His. He wanted to come here to be a family and help me and him under one roof with the girls.
Okay, and then was that up for discussion, or he just said, I want to move with you, and then that was like a done deal?
No, No, I wouldn't say it was a done deal. It was a lot of back and forth with it. Like, we've been talking about it for months.
And did, did Devier know that he was coming?
Not yesterday, no. Absolutely not.
And, I mean, did Devier know that John was moving in?
Devier knew that John and I had talked about it. Devier did not like the idea, but I did not know John was bringing all that stuff last night.
Gotcha.
We were supposed to just be moving like the girls' things, the bunk beds. I have packed up like all their old clothes, you know, like bags and bags of clothes I had packed up for them.
And what did Devier and Johnathan talk about yesterday?
They didn't talk yesterday. Devier had opened the door, saw that we were loading in the garage, and that was it. And then,
they never actually spoke to each other?
No, sir.
Oh.
And then
Devier made it sound like he might have talked to them. So.
No, sir.
So he saw him, went back inside, and that was
yeah. I think he just opened the door because he heard noises. Just, I mean, I can't speculate, but it was just like open the door and close it type thing. And then when I left, I just let him know I was leaving, and that was it.
Would Devier have any reason to want to hurt Johnathan?
No, sir. No, sir.
You don't think so?
No, sir. I mean, they didn't get along perfectly, but no.
Anything like in the past that they've gotten into fights or anything like that?
Arguments, but nothing ridiculous, no.
Okay. Do you think Devier would have anything to do with it? Or no? Why do you smile and say that? Shake your head no.
He's one of those types that things don't bother him. Like, you can be angry and everything like that, and he's always very calm and mellow.
And how upset was Johnathan when he found out that you and Devier got married?
Oh, he was furious at first, but once he started realizing, like, with all the medical things and everything like that, John and I started talking again. We hang out. We actually go to birthday parties and like the 4th of July, we get all the fireworks with the girls. Like, we actually were building our connection again so we could have more time with our family.
And that's something that you wanted to happen also?
Yes, sir.
And then, because like, the reason why I ask these questions is as far as like him being the one that said that he was going to move here is when you make him sound like he's very pushy and kind of wants to get his way and stuff.
Yeah,
right?
he definitely can be that way.
Like, was this something that he forced upon you? Like, hey, I'm moving back in?
It wasn't that he was forcing upon it, but I know he was having issues with Yoko, and she was trying to get him out of her house. Like the night, last night, she was telling me she still hadn't paid her rent money. He owed her $200. She was saying, see if I could get his EBT card, so she could at least take the money off of that. So I know she was pretty
upset at him for not being able to pay her back.
She said it had been years since he had paid rent. So, and I sat there and helped them talk to the car company to kind of get the payments back on track because he was falling behind with that. His phone was constantly being turned off for non-payment and things.
Do you think that, did he have any issues with Yoshida?
He said that they were basically using his EBT to live like a lifestyle. Like they would go and get the fancy food and everything and kind of use all the money and he would have it on the card.
That Yoshida and Yoko would do that?
Yes.
How upset did that make Johnathan?
So they argue daily.
Do you think that Yoshida or Yoko would have anything to do to hurt him?
I don't see them being capable of hurting him. Like, I know they argue, but I don't see them being aggressive people. Like, I know Andrea got pulled a knife on him
But how long ago was that?
last year, I
It
think,
was last year.
from what I was told. I just know that he was trying to get out of that house as quickly as he could. And it was supposed to have been like a piecemeal type thing. And it went from a gradual thing to everything now.
Okay.
What about his relationship with his brother?
When I first met John, they didn't talk at all. And then they started talking briefly, and then they stopped talking again. Same thing with the dad, John, we talked to him briefly, but he didn't get along with the wife, so he said he didn't talk to him at all. Like, I've never even met JC the whole time we were together. He showed up to the house one time to pick up Devyn when he first moved out here, and that was it. And JC lives around Cheyenne today, so not that far. But he's never reached out to us or anything like that.
So I know that your marriage with Dev is on paper, but I noticed that you guys wear rings.
Oh, I bought this.
I know, but he wears a ring too. So if it's on paper, why are you guys doing the rings and stuff? And you got your ex moving in into
I bought
essentially.
the ring. I don't know, the rings aren't really significant, it was just part of the little ceremony that we do.
Rings are very significant in marriage. They're a symbol of a connection to another person.
We definitely have a connection, he's like my best friend. And he'll tell others I'm definitely his best friend. I've tried to help him. Like, he's gone through a lot, and so have I. And he actually saved my life, so I'm very grateful for him.
It's just, you understand how it looks, right? So I understand, I completely understand the media and medical power of attorney in a sense with the spouse. But to take it the next step and actually wear rings to show your connection to the world it is a romantic connection. It's showing that you're married to someone and that you have a respectful relationship with someone with your marriage.
And we have a different, I would say, respectful relationship. But at the same time, John was like accepting of ours, so that's why he was doing that. At first, but that was like only like a couple of weeks, and then the more him and I talked, he was okay. And once you go back and look like at the text messages, you'll see like.
Okay, I wasn't sure what that relationship was, and if this other stuff came out.
No, but he found out about it because of that, and of course he was like, pretty furious. But that was in October, and by November, we were already on decent terms, and I was going over to the house to see the girls and everything like that.
So the caseworker talked to you about your family dynamic?
Yeah.
So you got brought up?
Of course. But yeah, John and I had already started working towards things back last November.
And then, I know after you left the house last night, you went to CVS, got her medication. And then did you try to contact John after you got home and into this morning?
Early this morning I did.
And that's when he wasn't answering, you were trying to figure out the school stuff, right?
Right. Because he said everything was loaded up, and then when I got up to start packing everything, I couldn't find any of it.
Oh, that's right, the school supplies, correct. Okay. So you're obviously contacting him. Now, how do you know that he does not have a PIN code on his phone?
Because I've used his phone when we couldn't get it to work, because for a long time, when I would call him, it would go straight to voicemail.
So I know his phone.
Okay, so you've been on his phone in the past. So one of the things that we noticed when we were walking up, we noticed the phone on the driveway. And then obviously we went in and talked to you, we talked to your daughter, talked out here, the girls brought it over. When we looked at the phone, there were no notification messages to show that there was a missed call, a missed text. So I'm asking a direct question. Did you know that phone was there and did you look at it and then just forget about it or something?
No, there should have been, because on my phone, it shows.
Missed call, missed or notification.
Well, it shows, delivered but not read. So it's showing that he's gotten them and he's not opening them up.
Okay.
On my phone. So I don't know about no notifications on his side. Mine's showing me this there. I don't know how.
Does his show a red? Like, does he have the
I don't know. I know on mine, once he reads it, yes, it will say.
Okay. So on his phone, it should show red if you looked at his messages.
Yes, just like Yoko says.
And back and forth. Okay. And then he never said anything last night on not knowing where stuff's at.
We didn't talk about his phone, no. The only thing he asked me about was his wallet that morning. And you can look at it and it says, where's my wallet? And then I called him and I told him where I remember seeing it. And then like a little while later, he sends me a picture saying, I found my wallet.
Sorry, I need that truck. What kind of wallet do you have?
A little skirt thingy.
Like pretty much the cards in there. Or
Is it like a bifold wallet or?
It looks like it's about this, like a little square wallet.
Okay, and does it, is there anything else in the house right now that belongs to him?
Yeah, that belongs to him.
Anything, like, you said he found his wallet? And he found it where?
It was on the table, but he had cleared off the table, so all the stuff he had moved have been other places.
And then he had lost his wallet yesterday?
Yesterday morning.
And he was looking around for it. Did he, do you know where he put his wallet after that? Like, did he have it with
He
him?
shopped all day. He used it all day.
Is there anything else that belongs to him, other than the stuff that he brought over? Does he have any other belongings here, like clothes or?
There's a ton of stuff here now.
All of the stuff's here?
Yeah.
We couldn't, cause his wallet wasn't at the house, Paladura. Do you know where it would be right now?
Yes, sir.
And then does he carry, like, I know some people carry like their social security card, medical cards.
He gave me his social security card. He told me to hold on to it because it's very important. So that was in my purse, I believe I had.
When did he give that to you?
Yesterday.
Okay.
It's in a black plastic folding thing.
Okay.
He said it was very important for me to put it someplace else.
So we were sent a picture from inside. There was a picture of his wallet with his ID that was in one of the drawers in your bedroom.
Okay, one of his old ones, because I have a lot of his old ones.
Oh, he had like an old, what did they look like?
I don't know, like I have all his old driver's license and he had all of his old stuff.
Okay. And then an old wallet with the driver's license?
Mm-hmm.
How many do you think you have?
I think I have 2 of his licenses.
Are they both in wallets or
Yeah, we have like old one of Jurors as well.
in separate wallets? Or?
No, just in separate places.
Okay. Where was those other ones? Like the ones for Johnathan? Where did you keep those at?
In one drawer and Jurors in a different drawer.
Which drawer?
One's in like my drawer with like some doorknobs and stuff, and the other one's in a nightstand for on the other side.
Oh, okay. And you think you have a couple of his driver's license?
I know I do, and I have them on my phone too.
Oh, did he? And why does he give you those, or why do you have one?
I know how it sounds, but he literally said, hold on to this because it's important. He literally said that.
About
Like the social and everything. And I have the EBT card, and you could see at the gas station, he handed me the EBT card and said, this is the code. And then he gave me the other one.
What's that?
He said, this isn't good.
Why did you say that?
Because he's telling me to do things and you're asking me about it. And
Well, I mean, you're explaining it, that's why.
I mean, you can see at the gas station, he hands me the card and says, hold on to this in case you need something. Like,
And that's the EBT card?
yes, sir. It is at the gas station. You can see him hand it to me.
The Argo.
No, and not the Arco. There's another gas station on the Pecos one where we stopped. And I think, yeah, because he gave me the card and then he went outside to smoke a cigarette. But it's on the security camera. You can see him hand it to me.
Do you know which gas station?
I don't know the name of it. It's by the Burger King.
Burger King, you know, like.
It's like the Pecos and Windmill. It's like right there. You can.
Pecos and Windmill, Burger King.
There was a gas station right there. He was talking about the man that works there. He parks right.
Like on the corner?
Mm-hmm. He was telling me about the man that works there and he sleeps in his car and everything like that.
What time do you think that was at?
That was after we unloaded everything. We went right there and I got a Monster drink and I don't remember what he got.
So right after you left.
When we got back to his side of town.
So coming back is when you went to that gas station?
Yeah.
So after 9 o'clock. And that's when he gave you his ET card?
Yes, you can see him hand it to me and he walks out the door.
So that's right, that's near his place. You said Pecos and Windmill? The Burger King?
Yes, sir. Like, he kept.
It's cool, because there's, I think, 2 gas stations. There's a Chevron right down the corner.
I think it's like a Terrible Hearts.
Okay, so there's Starbucks there, and then across Candy Corner from that gas station is another gas station. I think it's a Shell or something.
I'm not sure about the one, but.
It was next to the Burger King.
Yes. Please check the security. You can see him and you can see him telling me the code and everything. I don't know why he was giving me things, but he was telling me to hold on till we keep him safe. And that's what I was doing. That was the social security card. What about his driver's license? I've always had his driver's license. He's The always. problem I have with that is that the driver's license found in the house is a current one. It's not.
But he just gave it to me.
I know, but he would need that for work. That's
He
why
has
I asked
another
him.
one.
He said that he gave you an old one, you had it in the drawer.
Well, no, he's given me old ones before. I have multiple ones. So you can look around the house, there's more than one.
Okay, and if this one's expired in 2025, that's gonna be his newest one. It's weird that you have his latest driver's license, and that it was tucked in a drawer.
Yeah, I put it away to keep it safe. This should be wrapped in like a whole bunch of bags, right?
Okay, do you understand that?
I understand, but I also have social security. I understand, and that's why I'm like, it's just getting weirder and weirder. It's like I'm doing things that help and it's not helping me. I got it.
Well, yeah, is that, just being able to explain some of the stuff, that's all we need with
I'm trying to explain it, but the more I'm talking, the more it just sounds really stupid and.
Especially a driver's license, that doesn't need to really be kept safe.
No.
Social security card or birth certificate, I completely understand, especially if somebody is transitioning in their life and are wanting to find a new place to live, you want your report to be.
But I don't know what else was in it. It was just a lot of things.
But it wasn't his wallet, he didn't hand his wallet over to you.
No, it was a lot of things. Like it was like a square thing he handed to me, and then a black bun. What are those called?
but not his wallet. You know what his wallet looks like. You saw him pull it out to grab things. So he had his, so when we find his wallet, it's gonna have his driver's license and his cards. Okay. I just don't know why son gave a driver's license to someone. But he didn't give you.
I told you, when John and I were together, I had everything. He had me hold on to it so he wouldn't spend money needlessly and things like that. Like, he's like, hold on to this. And
You know, she doesn't have a relationship right now.
we actually were.
So you're closer than we thought.
Yes. He asked me to marry him yesterday.
And just so we know what time this is, I apologize. I do have to do something. I know we have to end today at 3 o'clock. What time are we stopping this?
36 minutes and 55 seconds into the interview.
Okay, so we will pick that up on Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, we are gonna take our weekend recess. During this recess, you must not discuss or communicate with anyone, including fellow jurors, in any way regarding this case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or other means of communication or social media. You must not read the city news or media accounts or commentary about this case. You must not do any research, such as consulting dictionaries, using the internet, or using reference details. You must not make any investigations, test the theory of the case, recreate any aspects of the case, or any other way investigate or learn about the case on your own. You must not form or express an opinion regarding this case, so it's fine submitted to you. Ladies and gentlemen, please recess till Monday morning at 9 a.m.
All rise for the jury. Okay, thank you. 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock.
Okay, Detective, you may be excused. I just remind you, you're still under oath to not discuss your testimony with anyone, and we'll see you back here Monday morning at 9 a.m. Okay, thank you. Make the record plain, we are outside the presence of our jurors. Do you guys have anything down about that person?
Very briefly.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry, she used to be a corn star, and she don't look that great. I'm just saying. Just saying.
You know, things have been somewhat purged through the course of this case. We haven't gotten any bad acts of other people and things. Now the state has played this where there's a reference to Andrea with the knife. There was other evidence to confirm that. My concern is that I should be allowed to ask a question concerning Andrea, some violent act at the house, because otherwise it's going to make her look like she's lying about Andrea, and she's not.
Yeah, and I actually leaned over to Miss Griffith, and when that came out, I said, wasn't that redacted? And we both thought it was redacted. Our person missed it. So we can have a discussion about that. I get what they're saying. We'll talk
I
about
think
it.
that it's more than fair, because at this point, I think that issue is out there based on the statements that were made in the recording.
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys have a discussion, and then if there's some dispute, then I'll resolve it.
I don't get full time.
Okay? And just so you guys know, I did also review those CPS records. I don't know if I told you, but there's nothing in there that is discoverable at this time, because it's all the stuff that I kept out. It's basically what any of it's about. The sealed copy will be filed with the court, and I'll get you the minute order as I have reviewed them.
Thank you.
It's all the CPS information, not all the stuff that's not allowed in this case.
I understand.
All righty then. How am I muted? Is this better? Can y'all hear me a little better? Because I got a thing that I'm muted and I wasn't. Go figure. Is the sound back? Give me a thumbs up. Okay, good. Okay, so I'm learning to play with sound a little bit. I want to make this a little more fun. Oh shit. Hold on. Come on. Thank you. I want to make this a little more fun and interactive. So when we have somebody come in, you'll hear. That means we have somebody that's just entered into our world. When you hear when we're playing bingo, you may hear, that means we have, something on the bingo card. When something's kind of being stupid,
when I'm off to get coffee. That'd be my coffee sound. So you're going to be hearing some sounds. You'll get used to them. But I want to start acknowledging, sometimes it's hard to communicate, and you do, but you don't want to overtalk what's going on. So we're going to start talking through sound. Not that one. When I'm getting pissed, taser. Yep. So, and when someone's been found guilty, that be the jail doze, y'all. So anyway, we're going to start having a little more sounds. If y'all are okay with that, tell me no if you don't want me to interact. But I'm thinking, that'll be kind of nice. Yep, I see you, honey. I see you. I don't know why there was no sound. I hadn't pushed any buttons. All of my stuff was green. All right, you guys, we're going to go over to Discord right now because I've got a movie at 8:00. Our movie, we have a movie. Y'all want to know what the movie is? I want to know what the movie is. The movie is called The Unholy Trinity. The Unholy Trinity is a 2024 American Western action film where a young man travels to the little town in Montana to avenge his father's death. But before that, we're going to watch Madlock, the new Madlock. We didn't watch it last night. Miss June just mentioned she's going to watch it. I'm assuming Miss June because I'm saying it. And if I'm wrong, tell me I'm wrong. But can we air it in the movie section? Show it in movie in Discord. You go to my Discord and you go to movie night, and that's where we'll be for the movie at 8:00 Central Standard Time, 6:00 West Coast, 9:00 East Coast, and God knows wherever else you are in the world. I'm a little disappointed. My cap and gown came in for the size 4'2" to 4'8". I'm like, please, that's a foot shorter than I am. And it's a lot narrower than I am. So I got to deal with that. But I got all of my graduation cords. I'm wearing 20 cords. Yeah, looks like a rainbow threw up on me. So anyway, thank you guys for joining me today. I really enjoyed having you. While we're watching movies, I got a college paper to write, and then I got to get back on that hat. In the meantime, y'all have a fabulous evening. Come join us over in my Discord, and I'm going to throw up my Discord. There you go. Over there. There you go. If you don't have our Discord, there it is. Go join us. Make sure you validate. If you can't validate, get a hold of June. She can help you. June, sorry, I threw you under the bus. Everybody have a wonderful weekend. We will see you Monday morning for sure, unless something comes up. Who knows? Who knows? I might go find me a man and get me a date. Wonderful weekend, y'all. Thank you so much for being here. Y'all have a fabulous weekend with your. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.